My friend, myself and the Think Media team are more excited than Buddy the Elf and 10 Arctic Puffins. Because we are giving away a complete YouTube studio. Now to enter, you just go to winthistech.com. Of course, link in the description down below. I'm talking about a light kit, microphone, tripod, SD card, and a brand new Sony ZV-E10. As a side note, this is probably the best camera for YouTube right now. We just are absolutely in love with it, whether you want to vlog or shoot talking head videos or live stream. But you have a chance to win one, and all you have to do is go to winthisTech.com. Now, when you get there, there's going to be a lot of different ways to boost your chances of winning. And check it out. You actually can come back daily for the duration of the giveaway period and find even more ways to enter. So if you want to get more entries than the amount of Christmas lights on Clark Griswold's house, then I encourage you, go to winthisTech.com right now. Check out all the details. And on behalf of myself and the entire Think Media team, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and I can't wait to see you soon in the next video.
IRS e-file is now open. Snap your W-2 and file your taxes 100% free. Plus, get your biggest refund. Roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple Form 1040 returns. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, and student loan interest. File now.
It's the Macy's Spring VIP Sale. Save now on the brands you love, like new looks from your favorite designers, and beauty essentials at our best prices. The Spring VIP Sale, our most exclusive brands at prices you won't want to miss. Ends Sunday.
To get to your first 1,000 subscribers, do you feel like you're overwhelmed when it comes to trying to figure out this whole YouTube things, and you just really want the fast track? You just want someone to just tell you like it is. Well, in today's video, I'm going to be walking you through the 5 tips to getting to your first 1,000 subscribers. And I'm going to share with you some of our students who are getting success just like Larry. Larry got 1,000 subscribers in 10 days. And I pulled up his analytics so you could see this. He applied these 5 tips that I'm going to give you today, and he was able to increase his subscribers by 1,000 in just 10 days. Let's go ahead and get into tip number 1, and that is to know your who and your how. Write this down if you're taking notes in this video. You need to know your who and know your how. And what this really means is you need to know who you're talking to, meaning that if you're just creating videos on YouTube just to create videos, then that's totally fine. This might not be for you. But if you're serious about wanting to make an impact on YouTube, if you're serious about wanting to figure out how you can maybe leave your job to become full-time as a content creator, if you're serious about really wanting to figure out how to unlock the passive income that can happen online, then you have to understand who you're talking to. And if you're trying to talk to everyone, you probably have a harder time making it through to get to the people that actually want what you have to offer. So in the world of marketing, this is called knowing your niche or knowing your niche. And this just means that you need to know who you're talking to and how are you helping them? So if you can answer these 2 questions, it makes understanding how to break through to your first 1,000 a whole lot simpler because you'll know exactly who should be watching your videos and how you can help them. And what this can look like is, this is Cammie from the Plant-Based Kitchen. Now, Cammie's on YouTube. She's made it past her 1,000 subscribers because she understands the who and the how. Cammie is doing a vegan cooking channel, and not just vegan cooking channel, simple vegan recipes for new people to vegan food, right? So with this type of channel, Cami knows exactly who she's talking to. She's not talking to people who want to barbecue. She's talking to people who understand and want to learn how to cook vegan meals. Or this is Sean. Sean Chandler has a movie review channel. How cool would it be if you could review movies all day as your job? Well, that's what Sean gets to do, because he actually has a channel where he is talking specifically to movie geeks. Now, can I let you in on a secret? I am probably not his who. I'm not a huge movie fan, and I don't really geek out on a lot of the different movies. But Sean has a who. He knows who he's talking to. And how is he helping them? He's talking about all of the ins and outs. He's giving all of the pieces of the movies. And Sean was able to not only get to his first 1,000 subscribers, but he was able to actually go full-time on YouTube because of the power of understanding his who. And we have Allison. Allison does watercolor paintings, and she's an amazing artist. Now, if you're not artistic at all, or you don't really have an interest in art, you're probably not her who. But Allison has found her who, and how she helps them is with beginner tutorials on understanding how to do watercolors specifically. So not arts and crafts, she's doing watercolors specifically. So my power question to you is, who do you help? And how do you help them? Who do you help and how do you help them? And understanding this is key in understanding and unlocking the next pieces of YouTube. I'm going to get to my next tips and so much more right after this. Hey, what's up? My name is Heather Torres, and I'm the host of the YouTube Made Simple show, author of the book YouTube Made Simple. And in this video, I'm walking you through the 5 steps to getting to your first 1,000 subscribers. Let me know in the comment section, how many subscribers do you have right now? I'd love to know that so I can know how I can help you even more, because I'll know exactly where you're at. We already went through tip number 1, which was to know your who and how you help them. And I want to let you know that right now we actually have an incredible deal on our holiday special. We are doing over 80% off of the course YouTube Made Simple. So if you want to learn in depth more about how to get to your first 1,000 subscribers and your first $1,000 on YouTube, you can go to thinkmediasale.com, which is what this stream is being brought to you by. You can go there. You can access not only the YouTube Made Simple course, but some amazing bonuses as well. So if you're interested in learning more after this training, you definitely can go to thinkmediasale.com. Well, let's jump into tip number 2, and that is to make it simple. Make simple videos. Make simple videos. Can you type that in the chat for me if you're watching live right now? I think sometimes as content creators, we like to make everything overcomplicated. Like, raise your hand if you're like me and you want to make it way too complicated. You want to have the best everything. You want it to look the prettiest. You want to look your best, right? Well, we really try and overcomplicate this whole video creation. You know what your audience really wants? They just want you to show up just as you are and help them with the things you know how to. I can fall into this boat so much because I want it to look good. I want it to be the best. I want it to fall into this perfectionism. Raise your hand if you're like me. And by doing that, I'm actually holding myself back from being able to, 1, make more content, and 2, help more people. That's right, because that's what we're really here to do, right? Is to help more people, to make a bigger impact. And so number 2 is that you want to actually keep videos simple. How do you do this? What videos should you be making to get to your first 1,000? Well, we call it ASQ. You want to be answering specific questions. How did Larry get to 1,000 subscribers in 10 days? He was answering specific questions. I'll show you some examples of that, but here's your power question. What questions are people asking in your niche? What are the questions? Have you written them down? Do you have a notebook out? Do you have a notes app in your phone? What questions are people asking in your niche? And for me, I'm getting this a lot now. I'm getting things like, how do I even get started on YouTube? People are asking that question. Recently, I made a video, how do you start a podcast? because, Think Media started a podcast a few years ago. It's rising in Apple iTunes. We're growing on YouTube. And so people are now coming to us and saying, how do I even start a podcast? How do I do this on video? So answering specific questions is what I'm trying to do here in my audience. What are you trying to do in your niche? What questions is your audience asking? That's exactly what Mary did. I love Mary because Mary is in her legacy years. And not only did she pass 1,000 subscribers, this was actually an old screenshot of her channel. She is crushing it at over 500,000, on her way to 1 million subscribers. Now, Mary didn't just get there overnight. She did it one step at a time. And what type of questions was she answering? She was answering things like, no need sandwich bread. Okay. Okay, can we just be real for a second? That is a very specific question. I mean, I don't think I've ever in my life thought, you know what? I should make sandwich bread. But the moment I do need to know that, guess where I can go? I can go to Mary. And guess what? Maybe I'm not thinking that, but over 1 million people are asking this question. It's amazing to see what you can do when you're answering specific questions for your who. She's also making videos like how to stock your prepper pantry, and she's crushing it on YouTube. Now, you may be saying, okay, Heather, yeah, that works for Mary. She's like 1 million subscribers almost. So of course she'd be able to get a lot of views on her videos. Well, let me introduce you to Tony. Now, when I talk about know your who, Tony is in the trucking niche. That's right. He's a truck driver, and he started a YouTube channel for other truck drivers. And what type of questions is Tony answering? He's answering questions like how to drive for Amazon. Truck drivers want to know this. They want to figure out, how do you get contracts with Amazon? He's answering questions specifically like how to purchase diesel fuel. And ones like Road Check 101, your truck inspection. Okay, he knows his who. He was able to make videos that are answering specific questions while he's on the road, by the way. So he's not doing this from a studio. He's making videos on the road. And Tony's crushing it with over 1 million views on his channel. And remember Larry? I told you about Larry, who was able to get 1,000 subscribers in 10 days. Well, he was answering specific questions like, is it possible to live off dividends? How about the best inflation stocks? Or have Chinese tech stocks bottomed? Those are all questions that people were typing into the search bar, and Larry is answering those. That is how he's able to get to over 40,000 subscribers. Now, number 3, you want to show up regularly. If you want people to show up for you, you've got to show up for them. This is a key piece in understanding how you actually start to grow on YouTube. It's not one and done. It's not make one video and then you're out. No, it is a consistent persistence of making content that serves your audience. And this doesn't have to take a lot of time. This is Brittany, and Brittany actually started making content while she is a mother of 5 children and is an ESL teacher for children in China. Okay, so Brittany is making videos. When I say on the side, I mean on the side. But she's showing up regularly for her audience. 1 time a week, she's posting a video helping other mothers learn about financial literacy. She is crushing it on YouTube right now and is able to now make enough money from her YouTube channel with only 1,000 subscribers to cover her business expenses. Now, when I say show up regularly, that's exactly what Ben Kaiser did. He knows his who and he knows how he's serving them. And when he does this, he's showing up 1 time a week for his audience. Now, Ben has decided to go full time on YouTube, where he's able to make more content and show up more regularly for his audience because of the power of staying consistent on YouTube. But okay, so You need to know who you're talking to and how you're talking to them. You need to know what type of content to create, and you've got to show up regularly. But now you're probably thinking, well, Heather, I can't start yet because fill in the blank, right? There's always a reason why we can't start yet. But can I just say that number 4, I hope hits you. Number 4 is that you have to start messy. How are you going to get to your first 1,000 subscribers? It's by just picking up the camera that you already have, picking up the smartphone that you already have, picking up the camera that's sitting on your shelf that you got 3 Christmases ago and never actually used. You have to start messy. If you want to make content on YouTube, it's not about being perfect, but it is about showing up and sharing your message. And so I hope that as you're walking through getting to your first 1,000 subscribers, that you just keep this in mind. Every time I make a video, I just want to get 1% better. I just want to actually make the video and then look at it and say, okay, next time I'm going to tweak the lighting. Okay, next time I'm going to get a better microphone, whatever that is. But I don't want you to have it hold you back from actually making the content. There's this little secret on YouTube that if you want to grow on YouTube, you have to post videos on YouTube. I know it's crazy. It sounds really crazy and weird, but it's honest. If you want to grow on YouTube, you have to post videos on YouTube. So can you and I just pledge to each other that we're just going to make the content? Maybe your hair is out to the side on one of the videos. Oh, well, post it anyways. Maybe you stumbled over your words and you said too many times. Oh, well, we're going to post it anyways, because done is better than perfect. I can tell you from interviewing hundreds of successful creators that they are so glad that they started, that they got through those videos where they look back and they kind of cringe a little, but guess what? It was those videos that made them successful. It was those videos where they stepped out in faith and said, I'm going to do something different. I'm going to be different. I'm going to be someone who just does it anyways. That is what helped them become successful. So number 4 is you have to start messy. And if you're getting value out of this video, go ahead and smash that like button for me. I'm on fire today. We've been streaming all day long. I'm so fired up because to me, the next point is really what brought me to success. Like when I think about how do you get to your first 1,000 subscribers and beyond, this next point is exactly it. So if you are getting value, hit that like button. And I want to shout out and say, hello, Art for Living Out Loud. Thanks for being here. Hello, Devin. Thanks for being here. Denise Dart. Thanks for being here. All right, let's get into number 5. Number 5. Oh, no, sorry. Let me show you real quick. Some people in our community who started messy. I got so fired up there. This is Denise, and Denise now owns an apron business, which Denise started after she started her YouTube channel. She is rocking it now at over 48,000 subscribers. But how did Denise get to her first 1,000 subscribers? She just picked up her camera and she started pressing record. And I remember when Denise first started, she was so scared. And she didn't actually want to put her personality out there. She was kind of reserved in front of the camera. She wouldn't really, she was very soft in front of the camera. But over time, as Denise has put in the work and she's gotten in front of the camera and gained her camera confidence from being a part of our Think Media world, Denise is crushing it on YouTube. Her Thanksgiving dinner guide got over 8,000 views on it. And it's so exciting to see Denise just pick up the camera and press record. And that's exactly what Andrew Finney did as well. Andrew Finney is a local real estate agent. And he just started making videos with his webcam, answering questions about different things about interest rates or how to buy a house. And Andrew has now gotten over 33,000 subscribers as a local real estate agent and is getting leads every single day in his practice because of the power of YouTube. He just started messy. If you go back and look at some of his early videos, they really aren't anything to be super proud of when it comes to the video quality, but the content is what matters. And Andrew is crushing it now on video. All right, number five, you have to invest in yourself. Let me ask you, when's the last time you took a class? When's the last time you picked up a book? When's the last time you actually set aside time in your day to learn something new? When I'm talking to creators who are successful on YouTube, when I'm talking to creators who have made it past that 1,000 subscribers, I can tell you that one of the commonalities that they all have is that they have chosen to invest in themselves. And this goes beyond just the pieces of like what traditional school says you need to do. No, this is, what is your personal development plan? How are you learning? Who are your mentors? What are you choosing to spend your time doing? And one of the things I want to encourage you with is that here at Think Media, we have two amazing places that you can go if you want to learn about YouTube. The first is our Think Media main channel, where you can go and subscribe there. And we're a team of creators who are here to help you learn the tips and tools for growing on YouTube. We cover everything from camera to lighting to editing, how to grow on YouTube. And then we also have our free podcast, which I want to encourage you to subscribe to. This podcast goes into depth about topics like how to deal with toxic people who are unsupportive in your life. What are the new stats for content creators, and how are people actually growing on YouTube to over 100,000 subscribers? Both of these channels are free. And we've heard that these channels actually teach you more. This is honest feedback we've gotten from our community, that these two channels are teaching more value than you could ever get in a university. So I want to encourage you to make it a personal daily practice to join us on these channels. And like I said before, we also have our holiday sale. If you know that you're ready to go to your next step on YouTube, if you know that you are ready to raise your hand and say, I just need some help, I just want to figure out how to connect the dots, I want to know what is the path to success on YouTube, then you definitely want to get a hold of our sale that we have right now of over 80% off of the YouTube Made Simple course. We walk you through the 7 C's of YouTube, everything from confidence to clarity and even community, with special guests in there as well. So you want to make sure you get a hold of this at this incredible value that we have for you. And again, this is something that if you say, I'm ready for this, Heather, I'm ready to go to the next step, then go to thinkmediasale.com. Check out this video real quick, and then I'll come back on and we'll get to Q&A.
Did you see thinkmediasale.com?
Michael's lowest prices of the season sale is going on now. Get up to 60% off thousands of items. Shop 70% off spring stems and 60% off spring floral and decor. Score BOGO deals for free canvas and frames. And all yarn is on sale. Plus, earn rewards while you shop.
I've seen comments like it would be so much easier if there was an app that I could just stream into my TV.
The mobile app is the whole point of having this. It's supposed to be on the go. It's supposed to be able to download the videos to your phone.
The app pays for itself, essentially.
I thought these people that have been, with me really deserve an upgraded experience.
Now with Uscreen, I'm wanting to use the app more because of how good it looks and how easy it flows. Notifications happening on all the time because women are providing feedback, asking questions, engaging on the community. It's exciting every time I get to open up my app.
When we launched Edits Plus or Uscreen, right away, it exceeded my expectations.
You see thinkmediasale.com? For the holidays, we're giving you 80% off our brand new YouTube Made Simple course bundle. Get over $1,900 worth of our best courses, tools, templates, and more. Just go to thinkmediasale.com.
All right. Well, thank you so much for being here for that free training that we just did, the 5 tips. I want to know your aha moment from those 5 tips to getting to 1,000 subscribers. And if you've passed 1,000 subscribers, I want to cheer you on in the comments. But can I say thank you, Jesse, for jumping in and being a part of the YouTube Made Simple fam. And looks like we've got Rex here from our VRA fam. John says welcome. Sean says welcome. And actually, I am joined by Sean Cannell, the CVO of Think Media, my co-host of the Think Media podcast. He is the #1 go-to expert when it comes to YouTube and YouTube success. And we're going to be doing a Q&A, a casual Q&A, hopefully, here on this wonderful, what is today? Saturday, and we're going to get right into that. Hey, Sean, how you doing today?
Heather, I'm super fired up. What's up, everyone? I'm just grateful to be on the YouTube Made Simple show. Excited for the YouTube Made Simple holiday bundle. It's Black Friday at the time of recording this, but it's also Think Media Tech Week, which is just kind of over the next like 7 days, we're doing live streams, trying to help people with the deals. And I love those 5 tips as well. I'm so excited because I really believe this next decade is going to be the best decade on YouTube. It's not our opinion. We're looking at the data. We're looking at the stats. Let's get into some questions. If you got a question, put 4 question marks before and after the question so it stands out. We'll be able to pull those on screen. It's cool to see people on Facebook, Heather. We have Ashley here and Dave and John. If you're on Facebook, hit the share button because we're going to be on here for a while answering questions. We'd love to talk YouTube and hit the like button, the heart button. And then, of course, over on YouTube, if you're here for the YouTube Made Simple show, let's get it to 100 likes. I think we're only at 63 right now, but come on. We're going into the holiday weekend. I was just at Heather's house with my family and her family. We were wearing pajamas. They already have 43 Christmas trees. That's not an exaggeration out at their house. We're having turkey. We're having coffee. Shout us out. How was your Thanksgiving? What's your favorite Thanksgiving meal? Heather, how are you feeling after all the stuffing, all the marshmallows on the yams, all the turkey, all the prime rib? Like it's surprising we're here. Like it's crazy we're doing Tech Week today because yesterday we were in a tryptophan coma watching Arthur the Christmas movie. Is that what it's called?
Arthur Christmas. It's fine. And it is no exaggeration. I do have 43 Christmas trees. I did learn something, though. I mean, guys, every time I'm around Sean Cannell, I feel like I'm just so lucky because I get to learn something every day. And that even includes Thanksgiving. I mean, did you know that there is a thing called what is it called, Sean? A bite? Where you put everything on top of the one roll. What's it called?
Kyle Anderson said it's just an open-faced sandwich. I just take a roll and I put a little turkey, mashed potatoes, gravy, stuffing, cranberry, and it's a combo bite. See, it's all of those things together. Are you one of those people who doesn't like your food touching? Heather looked across the table and she's like, is that a soup? Did you just blend everything together? Because I kind of like all those Thanksgiving flavors all in one. That's just me. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
we are live, by the way. Yeah, people are wondering, is this recorded? This is definitely live. I mean, we want to get to your questions, and so but let's see. Arthur Christmas, Wendy, it's good to see you. Great movie. I only caught half of it because our 1-year-old needed to go to sleep, but so I'm excited to catch the rest. I had no idea that was Santa's full operation. I literally thought he's one person. I didn't really know what the elves did. That's pretty crazy. We have Ashley, whipped cream with a little pumpkin pie. I feel that. And Heather, go ahead and maybe pull the first question as I'm looking through here and throw that up. We got sweet potato souffle. I feel you. That's great. And sweet potatoes and apple butter. Man, I'm hungry again. I already had some leftovers for lunch, but like just conversation right here on the show has really got me fired up. But all right. Yeah, we're going to answer some of your YouTube questions. Here we go.
All right, T. Jolly, thank you so much for being here today. How do you spot the fake brands that want to work with you? Well, T. Jolly, I think you actually just said it right there. How do you spot the fake brands? For me, it's they become like this spam. Wow, I'm really answering this. The fake brands that want to work with you usually will send you a generic type email. They won't be specific and it'll have a weird photo. And actually, if you type in that name on Google, other people might have already recommended that they are fake. So when you start working with real brands, you will definitely know, meaning that they will reach out to you. It'll probably be something that's representing them and you will be able to clearly see that they are a trustworthy and real brand. A lot of companies will hire VAs on like Upworks to reach out to influencers. And when they do that, usually they will make it more custom. It'll be more of a custom type reach out versus something that is very, like, you can just feel it. It like feels spammy. It's spammy. That's how you would know. So that is question number one. And then we had Norma said, when would you guys recommend sharing your channel on your personal Facebook? Kind of embarrassed to take that step, but I can use the boost. Okay, so normal mode TV, a couple things you should share right away. Like here's what I need you to know. as you grow on YouTube, people are going to know you're doing YouTube. So it's okay to just start sharing right now. Get used to sharing your content. Why? It's going to help people, right? You're either doing entertainment, information, education. So get in the groove right now of sharing your content. Now, you said on your personal Facebook. Now, if it's a personal Facebook and you're not using it for business, you don't have to share it there. If you really just want it to be like pictures of your kids and your dog and the food you ate for dinner, sure, that's fine. But if you are on social media for business, here's the distinction I need you to think about. Am I using social media for business or for personal? I choose to use social media for business. I don't really use social media for quote unquote personal. It's very much business. Everything I'm doing is related in that way, whether it's the lifestyle or the content or whatever that looks like. So I'm sharing things because it is a business. Now, you also said, I'm embarrassed because I don't want to take the step but I need the boost. Here's the thing. We really only want people watching our content that want to watch our content. That's a big shift when it comes to, I should share it with everyone all the time, all the places. Yes. And you really just want to attract the right person. So back to number one, where it was know your who. It's that we don't want, the like for like groups or the watch for watch groups. They're not really great because you're not actually getting the right audience that you want to see it. And what happens is that when people start watching your YouTube videos, YouTube will suggest your videos to other people like them. So if the right people aren't watching your YouTube videos, and say you're a gardening channel and you're sharing your video in a motorcycle group, that is not the right audience to be watching your channel. You want people that are interested in gardening to watch your channel. So I would just suggest that as you're growing, as you're starting to get more traction on YouTube, to learn how to share it properly, because there is proper marketing for your YouTube channel, to decide, are you doing social media for business or for personal? And number three, are you using the right language and the right marketing tactics to get the right person to watch your video? That was a lot. That was like marketing business 101 school for you right there in one answer for 2 minutes. All right, Sean, what do you have?
I have a W-2 and a 1099, and I spoke with a TurboTax expert who helped me file with confidence. Doing these grinds is hard, but filing with TurboTax is easy.
File your taxes with expert help, plus a final review at no extra charge. 100% accuracy guaranteed.
I think everybody has like their signature LV shape that they love, and it'll obviously come in this new collab, but then you can add all these cute little charms and dangly cute things and personalize it and make it feel like your own.
For 2 minutes. All right, Sean, what do you have?
What is the best time of day to upload on your channel? Well, when you're just starting, the best time is to think about the person you're trying to reach and when would they be on YouTube. So if you're trying to reach somebody in school, or are they going to probably watch the video after school? Are you going to trying to reach an audience that's maybe has more time on the weekends? When in doubt, I like to pick the morning of the local time of the audience you want to reach. So they can consume the content on their commute or when they wake up, and then you can get traffic throughout the whole day that they're awake. So for us, we post most of our videos on Think Media at 5 a.m. We want to hit the East Coast, which is about 8 a.m., which is 3 hours ahead of Las Vegas where we're at, and then get a whole day's worth of traffic. But listen, once you've posted 10 videos, 20 videos, 30 videos, you will then be shown data inside of your analytics. And this is where you're going to want to go next. You can go into your analytics, you can go to your audience, and then it says when your viewers are on YouTube. And so this reinforces what I was just telling you. But what you can see is that here on our Think Media podcast channel, we upload our podcast every Tuesday. And we actually upload it at 3 a.m. because we want, if somebody has a commute on the East Coast or they want to start their day early with the podcast, you can see we have some viewers there. And essentially we get to ride this entire peak point, the low point, the whole wave. Envision it like this. People start being more viewers on YouTube. We want to ride the whole wave and people can watch it this entire time, basically until most of our audience goes to sleep. And so we want to be in front of that entire wave of traffic. So Let me know in the comments if you are already having this area inside of your YouTube analytics as Heather gets ready for the next question. Let me know if you can see this, because if you've posted enough videos, you go to analytics, you go to audience, and then it'll actually basically tell you when to post. And I just recommend upload your videos for a little bit before your peak time.
All right. The next question is the YouTube Made Simple course updated and always available? Well, Makers Unified, this is actually a brand new course. I'm so fired up about this course because it is for the beginner. It's for the newbie, which is where my heart is, which is why I wrote the book, YouTube Made Simple, that's coming out next year. So we decided to put together a course for that audience. So if you are just starting out, if you're trying to get to your first 1,000 subscribers and beyond to earn your first $1,000, you want to learn how to film, edit, upload. You're trying to understand how to get over the mindsets of being confident on camera. And if you really want to understand like what you need to do to set up your channel right, then this is the course for you. It's brand new. So is it updated? Yes, it's updated as in we just created it, and it will continue to get updates as we go, as things change on YouTube and whatever that looks like. But as for right now, it is brand new and updated, and you can get 80% off. Now, your question also was, is it always available? Absolutely. It will always be available on our website for $9.97. But right now you can get an unbelievable offer, which is over 80% off to lock in this brand new course. I would love to bring that up for you while Sean's getting his other, I'm trying to get this up for you here, while Sean's getting his other question ready to go. And then I just wanted to show him what that looked like, Sean, but go right ahead.
Yeah, so this is a great question. Want to be a pro wrestler? I have some questions for the live stream. Does title matter for SEO? As in, if someone searches my title and description or tags, will they find a current or even a past live stream? You know, I encourage you to kind of study what we're doing here on the Think Media podcast channel at this very moment on Heather's show, the YouTube Made Simple show. We titled this video ahead of time. We created a thumbnail ahead of time. There's already tags on this video, and the video is already optimized. Now, there was a question earlier about what's the best way to stream to both YouTube and Facebook. It's what we're doing right now. We're using StreamYard. And if you want to learn more about StreamYard, you can go to streamwiththink.com. But what I recommend is absolutely optimize your video and consider the replay value. You know, one of the things you might notice is we're talking about Thanksgiving. We're kind of hanging out with you. We're greeting you. I'm able to see you, Rex. I'm able to see you, Andy. And we're kind of in the middle here interacting a little bit more. But notice how Heather started. If you've been here for the entire stream, she led with value. And really, we craft our live streams so that there's replay value. We craft our live streams so that when somebody comes later, even though we're going to be here hanging out with you for the next 30, 45 minutes or whatever, you know, we're here answering questions. The front and the title, the whole video is optimized. Here's the key for replay value. Can it show up in search? Absolutely. We have a lot of our old live streams are continuing to be watched, but the reason many don't get that benefit is their live stream is really only there for those that are live, but there's not a lot of replay value. There's too much fluff. There's too much interaction. Not a bad thing, but think about that. If someone wasn't there live and you were mainly just greeting people and hanging out and you didn't give substance, Heather planned 5 points. She planned a training, packed that up front, and then we're doing the rest. So that's kind of our thinking when it comes to that. And I think there's a lot of opportunity for having doing live stream videos that are continued to be watched. We have live stream videos that are a couple years old that have gotten over 1 million views. How crazy is that? That we're live, we're real time, but make no mistake, there was a lot of thought. There was, you know, structure that went into it. There's been a lot of practice in both Heather and my skills. We've tried to get better as communicators over the years. And when you go live, sometimes you win, sometimes you learn. And that's the nature of being live, but absolutely optimize your videos for the replay value.
Next question comes from Fluid Art by Mime. And I want to say welcome to the Think Media fam. I saw that you were just getting started on YouTube. I just checked out your channel, rocking 38 subscribers. So the YouTube Made Simple course would be perfect for you. And your question was, is there a lot of, if there are a lot of creators in your niche, how do you grow? And I think this is a really honest question to ask because you might be feeling feeling like there's just so much competition. Who am I to be making this content? Who am I to be stepping out and trying to do this when there's other people who are already winning? And Fluid Art by Meme, I want to just say that you can do this too. When I think about Allison, who got started on YouTube, and I remember coaching her almost 2 years ago now. And she is a very soft-spoken artist. She loves doing art, but she was so scared about just putting herself out there more. And we discussed the type of videos that she should be creating. And that was number 2, which was ASQ, answer specific questions. And when you look at what she's creating right now, she's creating 12 watercolor mistakes. Watercolor, fall, woodland, collage. She's creating consistent content on her channel, packing art orders, so ASMR. So she's going with a specific type of video. So when I look at what you're doing right now, Fluid Art by Meme, I want to say it correctly, Meme, you're just getting started. So if you're feeling overwhelmed and you're feeling like there's other people doing this, I want you to just focus on who you're creating content for. When I think about, there's other female coaches in the world, like there's other educators in the world. If I were to say, you know what, I don't want to do this, I'm too scared to do this, you and I wouldn't be here today. I wouldn't have been able to unlock the freedom that my family and I have right now. I wouldn't be able to grow personally as a person because I put myself outside of my comfort zone. So I want you to turn that energy inward and say, no, I'm going to create for the right person. I know there's competition, and that's a good thing because it means people are interested in what I'm doing. So I want to encourage you that you're 3 videos in, but you and I, we're going to talk when you're 52 videos in and 90 videos in and 150 videos in, because hopefully you'll be a part of what we're doing here at Think Media for the long haul, but you're just getting started. And competition is a good thing. It means that there's actually people who are interested, and I want you to do what you do best, and that is fluid art. So go all in on it, be consistent on it, and serve the people who are there to show up for you. What do you have next, Sean?
Hey, buddy. Sorry I took the last halo.
That's okay. I'm sorry I cut your brake lines. Hands off my halos.
Venus and bumps? Get irritation defense for your pubic area. Venus for pubic hair and skin.
To show up for you. What do you have next, Sean?
Yeah, really great question that comes in. I think a lot of us ask ourselves, what niche, what niche should I create my content in? And so Gypsy Lola, by the way, that's one of the biggest things we focus on in the YouTube Made Simple course. It's really built around 5 big categories. The first is going to help you with courage and confidence and how to get your confidence on camera. The second is clarity. You want to, just like Heather taught today, like, who are you talking to? Who's your audience? And how do you help them? That's really what you should think about when you think about your niche. It's not just the kind of content you're creating, it's the person that you're creating it for. Like, for example, if you know your niche is to help new moms lose weight and build strength, it's actually who you're creating content for. Could include fitness videos, it could include supplements, it could include mindset stuff, but you're talking to a particular person. So I'd say, Gypsy Lola, like, who is it you're talking to? Who is it you feel called to serve, to help? And if that seems like too big of a question, you are probably called to help who you were a year or 2 ago. What were you going through a year or 2 ago? For me, right, on Think Media, our main channel, we talk all about cameras and video. I remember back when I didn't know what camera to buy, I was overwhelmed by tech. I remember I took out a loan to start a video production business, and I wasted about $5,000 out of a $10,000 loan buying gear that was unnecessary. So now today, when we do all this tech and we help people find cameras, I'm helping Sean yesterday. Heather is like the leading clarity coach that I know in the world when it comes to people getting clear on their brands, building camera confidence, understanding online marketing. But Heather, a couple of years ago, was on her journey of trying to figure all that stuff out. And she was dealing with self-doubt or dealing with trying to figure out her message or even build her camera confidence. Now she teaches camera confidence. She helps who she was yesterday. So think about your niche is in terms of who do you feel called to help the most, and then think about zeroing in on potentially how you want to help them, because you could help people. Maybe you have a background in real estate, maybe you have a background in art, maybe you've recovered after a relationship that's broken apart. There's maybe a lot of different categories, and just for time's sake, we will keep it going with other questions. But I do encourage you, if you haven't checked out Think Media Sale, in fact, we'll just check out this quick video. This is actually what the deal is all about, and this is what we talk in depth about this very question inside of our Black Friday sale that's 80% off. Did you see thinkmediasale.com? For the holidays, we're giving you 80% off our brand new YouTube Made Simple course bundle. Get over $1,900 worth of our best courses, tools, templates, and more. Just go to thinkmediasale.com. That also includes our YouTube starter kit, which is super cool. If you want if you want to be able to just perfectly write great YouTube titles by copying and pasting after our most tested title formulas, where you can plug and play your niche and your topics, that's in there. If you want help leveling up your thumbnails, we have our couple different levels of. If you're new to thumbnails, we help you through that thumbnail course with some downloads in there. Your first 51 video ideas, that's in there. That's all in the YouTube starter kit. That's part of it. Plus, we're going to help you in the main YouTube Made Simple course get clear on your niche, all that kind of stuff. And this is no just beginners course only. I mean, it's focused on you getting your first 1,000 subscribers. But we also included our YouTube strategy workshop. That's 4 hours where Heather, Tony, Omar, and myself train on some of the most cutting edge 10 strategies for getting more views, growing your channel. And so anyways, we're so excited about it. 80% off. Great Black Friday sale. Someone asked, how long is it going? It's going to be available longer than Black Friday, so it's not like only midnight tonight, but it's only for the holidays. We're going to leave it open just during this kind of holiday season for a few days, and then that is going to go away and the price is going to go up. So definitely check that out at thinkmediasale.com.
Yeah, and Sean, can I just say that I am loving this holiday checkered shirt that was just in the ad that's on today. I mean, happy holidays from the red checkered shirt. I love it.
Straight out of, I was chopping a tree down, so my logging career, and now I'm here blogging from logging to vlogging in 10 days. That's yeah.
Have you, I don't know if you watch Reels as much as I do, Sean, but there's this Reel that's going around, very popular in my thread, and it's like, the Carhartts are on. Have you seen that one? The Carhartts are on.
DM me it. Send me it. It sounds amazing.
So
yeah, happy holidays, Wisco. Gypsy replied, she said, you said 3 things: healing from a broken heart, strong, losing weight, very strong, and taking a real estate course. So, I mean, now your next thing though is to kind of dial it in, but those are all, it's definitely like the clarity you're already having is super powerful. And so loving that. And thank you so much for sharing that. By the way, if you're getting value, we're so close, Heather, to 100 likes. We're at 92. And so I just wonder, with 135 people on YouTube, come on, y'all, can we get to 100 likes for the holidays? And Heather, what is our next question?
Well, Sean, I've been waiting patiently over here to answer this question. I'm going to try and keep it short, but can I just say, Ryan is speaking to my heart, because him and his family of 5 are about to live in an RV.
Is it the final vote?
We'll finally know which egg is loved most, Reese's or Cadbury. Choose one.
I choose both. Celebrate Easter with Reese's and Cadbury.
Ooh.
In an RV full time. Okay, I'm geeking out because this is literally #life goals. We already bought our trailer. We've got our truck. We are hitting the road. And so I am right there with you, Ryan. Not full time, because I'm still doing this. This is my love, passion, and everything. So, Ryan, your question is, though, how should we approach starting a channel? But I need to know, Ryan, are you a fifth wheel? Are you a travel trailer, or are you an A-class? I just need to know at what level I'm speaking to right now. But here's a couple tips, and you might not be packing up your whole family and going on a full-time RV trip, but these tips are going to apply to you if you're just getting started. Number one, Ryan, I want you to spend about 5 hours. Maybe it's an hour a day. Maybe it's 5 hours in one sitting. And I want you to first say, okay, I am going into research mode. I'm going into research mode. I am not going into comparison mode. That is the warning label of what I'm asking you to do. Okay, I'm going to go into research mode, not comparison mode. I'm going to give myself about 5 hours to do this. And what I want you to do, Ryan, is I want you to go and research other channels that are doing what you want to do. And because I am an active RV wannabe, I know some channels you should go and you should stalk. Okay, these are some channels I want you to go and I want you to actually look at what they're doing. You said, how should I approach starting your channel? I want you to look at what is winning. And this applies to anyone who is starting a channel. Go and look at the competition. But again, research mode, not comparison mode. And I want you to look at a few things that are happening. When I pull up, this is Keep Your Daydream, and they are an RV family. And you can see a couple things that they're doing right away. One, they're answering specific questions. Are you seeing this, Ryan? The first video that they have, the most popular video on their channel, has over 1 million views, and they are doing RV newbies, top 10 things every new RV owner needs. Then what they're doing is they're doing payload problems. How much can I really tow? So he's just answering specific questions. Winter RV camping, the ultimate how-to guide. Not so tiny, moving into a grand design. So they're doing a tour and they're talking about it. And look at this. They're sitting down and just talking about it, Ryan. They're not going crazy. So I want you to be looking at what are the winning videos. Look at this, towing with a half-ton truck. Did you know, Ryan, that you can review your truck? Yeah, you can do that. You can review your truck and any upgrades that you have on it, whatever that looks like. Newbie checklist, RV newbies. Are you seeing what they're doing here? So that is one. The next one is Less Junk, More Journey. Now, they are also a traveling family. And what they do a lot of, Ryan, is RV tours. So they actually go in other people's RVs and tour them. Did you know you could do that? When you start making friends on the road, you can tour other RVs, because people that want to purchase these large things, right, that cost money, cost a lot of money, they want to see inside of them. They want to review them. So I want you to be answering specific questions, Ryan. I don't want you to go and just say, vlog my life. I'm vlogging the whole trip. Here's a tip. If you're going to a certain place, I would research what are people actually searching for in that place. Maybe it's best foods in Charleston, North Carolina. Maybe it's top 5 trails in Zion. Maybe it's RV family cooking, family of 5 on a budget, right? Like, you want to be thinking about who's going to be watching what you're doing, and then check out what their most popular videos are. But again, 5 hours max, doing research, writing down video ideas. And here's what's amazing. This is for everyone. You can use the same title as someone else. So if you're seeing a winning title and you can create the same video, but make it your own, right? You're not copying them, you're making it your own. You can use that same exact title. They're using keywords in that title. They're doing a great job in that video. So you make your version of what is winning on YouTube. Oh my goodness. Well, I just want you to know we are joined by a special guest. Not only do we have Sean Cannell, we have Sean Cannell, Baby Cannell. That's what we have. We have Sean Bradley.
Lumberjacks unite. We have the young gun. Here he is. Heather got us into these in lumberjack. This is also the flannel pajamas. We're in full holiday mode, man. We're just hardcore in this thing. How you feeling, buddy? You doing good? We can turn Heather up.
Heather.
This is Sean Bradley Cannell. If you haven't met him, he's 14 months old, and he's about to touch important buttons on my microphone. He might want his mom, who's off screen right now, but just sending you massive love and gratitude these holidays. And he's ready to head on up. All right.
Well, while you get him, I'm going to, there we go. I'm going to get to the next question. Wendy asks, how relevant are keywords and tags going into 2022 for ranking videos. I think that the number one YouTube coach on YouTube SEO should definitely answer this one. Sean, what do you have for Wendy when it comes to how relevant are keywords and tags in 2022?
Yeah, this is a great question because the truth is keywords and tags almost carry no influence on whether or not your video ranks. Like there's no magical tags that you add to a video that then make it perform better. However, a lot of people are throwing the baby out with the bathwater. And unfortunately, a lot of, social media and YouTube gurus are kind of leading people astray because search-based content and keyword research matters more than ever. And it's less about using the right tags, but it is about doing tag research. And the better way to think about it is keyword research, as you mentioned, Wendy, ahead of time. And so one of the ways to think about it is you want to be making videos about popular topics. And let me just give you an example. We talk about, cameras on Think Media. And so we could do the Canon M50. That's one kind of camera we talk about. Now, here's a tool I want you to be using. It's called Google Trends. I type in the Canon M50. We can search to YouTube search. And now we can see, okay, there's interest in this camera in the past 12 months. Let's go in the past, let's go 5 years even. And we can see that before the camera existed, there was no interest. But here's how famous the Canon M50 has been over the years. And this actually is a good indicator of there being sustained interest in a particular topic. So to your point, Wendy, this also would indicate that if you make a video today, this is a big unlock for YouTube, it's a search engine, about a topic that is going to have a good shelf life, that's going to be relevant tomorrow. Now, you can't always predict what the future is going to hold, but see, we have made videos on Think Media about the Canon M50 as old as right when it came out, literally when it came out in 2018. And those videos still get views today. Why? Because of the strategy, because we were thinking ahead, right? Now, if we also then say, okay, let's talk about a new camera like the Sony ZV-E10. But this doesn't mean that this data alone is not the only data you should study. But notice it also has not existed during this whole time. Now it's the red line at the bottom here. If we go in the past year, which is much more relevant for this camera, let's even go 90 days. We can actually see that compared to the Canon M50 in most cases, the ZV-E10 is like a 0 in terms of global interest compared to the Canon M50. It's a very popular camera, but in comparison, it's almost nothing in terms of search. Now, there was a day, November 8th, 2021, and actually, I'm trying to think, I'm not sure exactly when that came out. Maybe it's been out longer than that, but let's just throw one other topic in here, though, just to compare. Let's talk about GoPro. Now, I understand GoPro itself is a brand much bigger than just the camera models I mentioned. But if we compare GoPro to the Canon M50 and the Sony ZV-E10, what do we learn here? That compared to GoPro on any given month, pretty much, on November 11th, the GoPro was 64 in terms of global interest. The Canon M50 was only a 5, and the ZV-E10 was only a 0.
Perfect. Now work. You're perfect. All around the you're perfect. Now work. You're perfect. All around the world.
Hey, this is Sarah Beth, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich is that crispy brown sugar bacon. And the bun having that sweet taste to it is like scrumptious. I'm RSVPing yes to this barbecue.
Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Oh. What am I trying to pull out of this? I am trying to suggest that you doing topic research, that you researching how popular a person is, a product is, a camera is, a TV show versus a different TV show, gaming. What's fascinating is if you research Fall Guys versus Minecraft versus Fortnite, you can see these different trends. So what that would then indicate, how do I apply that to Think Media? Well, there's a lot of cameras we could talk about, but what we try to end up doing is we try to narrow it down to talk about topics that are that we are passionate about, but that also meet the most popularity possible. And so the final tool I'll show you for this, and then we'll bring Heather back on for the next question, is we use a tool like vidIQ. And at vidiq.com/think, you can get access to the more powerful tools like the keyword research tool. But if we were to say, let's look up like electrical vehicles or something, let's go EV car. You know, electrical vehicles right now are incredibly popular. So when you talk about a tag, this is a tag, EV car, search volume, 12,000 a month. But now we can actually, by doing keyword research, we can say, okay, the Tesla Model 3, 1.2 million searches a month. Yes, there's a lot of competition around the Tesla Model 3, but there's also just massive interest. That's my question for you. Is there enough interest? Is there enough search volume? My friends, in your specific niche, there's very, you know, homeschool, Heather has a channel on homeschool. It's a very popular niche, but it's much more niche than Tesla Model 3s. There's an electric vehicle revolution happening in the world right now. There's a lot of interest. But a huge key is that sometimes we're frustrated because we're not getting as many subscribers or views as we want. And we have to ask ourselves, are we in a market, in a category that's big enough? And are we talking about the right topics in our videos? And then honestly, the final piece of this is, because the question was, how important are tags? I mean, let's make it even more specific. You know, Sean, there's so much competition, yes, but today I did a video on Black Friday camera deals. Now I'm about to drop some, this is, you get this special flavor because these insights, because Heather brought me on the YouTube Made Simple show and I just had my second cup of coffee for the day. But this is how we think at Think Media, so watch this. Black Friday, even with as large as a channel is, I think it's too big for us to compete on. Black Friday, like the entire TVs, clothes, Target, Legos, kids' toys. Okay, what about tech deals? Honestly, still a little too big to compete on. Because tech, TVs, scooters, drones. But what is our specialty on Think Media? And this is why we're asking you to really think about your unique angle, your unique niche, your unique topic on YouTube. Remember, it's better to be a meaningful specific rather than a wandering generality. So what is this video titled? It's titled Best Black Friday Camera Deals. One specific thing, and it's 2021. So this is a current, it's camera deals, it's Black Friday, it's 2021. So now let's look at the tags, and we'll land the plane here, because are tags still relevant? Are keywords still relevant? Well, yes, because this video is ranking using vidIQ. It's ranking number 3 for Black Friday camera deals 2021. It's ranking number 2 for Black Friday camera deals. It's not ranking at all for best Black Friday deals. Makes sense? It's when you get the word camera in there, we want to be a meaningful specific, and we want to build the authority of Think Media around a specific niche like that. Here's the key. It's not that these keywords or these tags ranked this video. It's that the entire video was created to serve a very clear idea before I ever pressed record and went live this morning. So then, because these tags were here, they're actually just verifying, okay, we did the steps right. Like, I really thought through. I titled it well. I put some good content. There's a good concept there. And it wasn't that these were magical tags, but the tags, they reinforced a lot of other things that carry a lot more weight. My friend, going into 2022, and Wendy with the question, going into 2022, yes, you should not give up keyword research, tag research. But think about structuring your content around one clear idea that cuts through the noise. And your keyword research informs your video strategy. Build your video or live stream around that, and you'll see a lot more success in terms of views and subscribers.
I mean, did we just get a mini live training course on keyword research? I mean, because you're here on the YouTube Made Simple show, you just got that golden nugget from Sean that's going to carry you into 2022. And like you said, Sean, there are a lot of gurus, a lot of coaches that are just throwing it out. And we're saying, no. go all in on this, but actually use the tools that are there to actually help you define what your content is. That was fire. I don't know if that was fire. Sean, that was fire enough for me that we should probably ask for 10 more likes. What do you think? Maybe 10 more likes.
Yes, I feel, by the way,
some hearts for the Facebook viewers right now. We're streaming both on YouTube and Facebook right now. I definitely need to see those hearts going out because that was fire, Sean, when you really break it down, the nuances of why those types of things matter.
Well, I appreciate that. And thank you, fam, for getting us over 100. So I think, I don't know, maybe we're on our way to 200 for how long we can go here and keep sharing this out. But Heather, you know, I recently spoke at Vid Summit and an employee from YouTube talked about this very thing because everybody is talking about suggested videos, about, you know, kind of trying to go viral, about a curiosity-based title, about, you know, a thumbnail that really gets attention. And we're all for that. By far, that is the best way to go viral on YouTube. But the key is that YouTube employee was emphasized so much the power of search and the power of this. And this is what hit me really hard. He said, don't judge your video too strongly by day one of the viewership, even the first week or even the first month. He said, if you're making videos that have a long, and he said, shelf life, then your videos can get views for weeks, months, and years to come. And what's actually kind of crazy is sometimes people will say, you know, maybe about Think Media, they'll watch a video and they'll say, well, I had the video only get like 10,000 views. You guys have, you know, 1.8 million subscribers. But what's crazy about that is we looked at our analytics and actually the average amount of views we get on our videos is around 80,000 views. But it takes, and I don't know where there used to be the little gray thing. It seemed to have disappeared. But notice this video on budget lenses. In the first 11 days, it got 6,000 views. So if you judge it just in that first week, and here's the problem, Heather, we're all like this. Our emotions are so tied to those. In the first day, we're like, oh my gosh, it didn't go viral. I'm a failure, right? A couple weeks go by and we're like, is this even worth doing? And then eventually we start forgetting, we focus on our new video, and every single video we post, we feel like we're getting a punch in the gut because we're like, oh, this is so hard. And let me know, Think YouTube, Made Zippo crew, if you feel that. But man, when you really catch what we're saying, notice that this video 516 days later is at 76 views. But keep in mind, we have not thought about this video. We haven't touched this video. We haven't shared this video. We forgot about this video. But 516 days. And you can actually study Think Media's videos and see that's 2 years later, the video that seemed unimpressive the moment you uploaded it is still performing. Different niches have different strategies, but this, in our opinion, is our favorite strategy here at Think Media. Because why? Because for Heather, for myself, for Omar, and this is kind of untalked about, because our biggest value is family. Because our biggest value is, yes, we want to work hard, and we're working the day after Thanksgiving, hustling on this live stream, but we have margin. We are not a slave to our business because we have videos working for us 2 years later after we posted them. It's everything we do at Think Media is intentional in terms of the type of content we post, the type of niche and angle of content we post. I'm all for chasing virality, but that's going to be an exhausting chase that leads to burnout for most. And a lot of times they don't reach it. Meanwhile, there's so much opportunity to actually take a practical path to YouTube success. It takes more perseverance. It takes more patience. It takes a little bit more strategy. But if you apply what we're talking about here, friends, you'll build an asset for yourself that'll get you views while you snooze. Views 24/7, 365, whether you're uploading new content or not. Views that's bringing you passive income. So when you're on vacation, when you're taking a nap, when you're taking a walk with your kids, or when you're writing a book like Heather has been writing. How is most YouTube creators are such a slave to YouTube, they don't have enough margin to work on something else. But when you follow this method, it really can get you a ton of leverage.
Yes, definitely. It's so the undervalued thing, Sean, which is patience, right? It's so the undervalued thing, which is actually I'm going to work this thing. I'm going to really make this thing happen. And actually, you want to make sure that you're locked in here on this channel, which is the Think Media podcast channel, because we're about to deliver a 5-part series all about taking the leap to full time. And we're talking about these pieces. We're talking about how just chasing for viral really isn't going to satisfy you. You know, I remember when, which was an epic thing. I remember when we crossed 1 million subscribers. I was like, oh my gosh, we're going to hit 1 million subscribers. We crossed 1 million subscribers. It was an epic thing. And then the next day we got up and we were the same people doing the same thing. And so it was like, wow, I'm so glad we didn't put our worth in this number that we were trying to reach. I'm so glad we didn't put our worth in having to get these like giant numbers all the time, because how exhausting, right? I would rather do the base hits that help you with understanding how to get to how to use your new Sony ZV-10 with the walkthrough of the tutorial that's on there. That's not sexy and popular. But can I tell you that the person that watches that and understands how to do their content right, makes amazing videos, turns their family life around because they were able to leave their job after they paid off their debt, and then is now producing content and creating courses and helping people in seminars. Like, do you see where all this goes? This is so much more about the impact. And so when you start with just the small things, like understanding the direction of your video, understanding the patience and the process of what YouTube actually can build for you. There's a reason we talk about YouTube all the time and not necessarily all the other social medias. That's because YouTube is a search engine, which means it will work for you when you're not working. How would you like that? How would you like to not work and something still be working for you? It's not trading your time for money, but it's giving value in return for impact. So I'm super fired up about that. And next up, we have Wisco Ted. Wisco Ted says, how can I be more engaging on my videos? That might be the $1 million question. I create tutorial videos on tools to make YouTube videos. Wisco Ted, I know you also said you're part of the VRA fam. You started in VRA and you've been with us all day on our streams. And I just want to say thank you for being a part of this Think Media community. I'm so applauding you for being there and showing up and actually digging in to learn, and taking the step to invest in yourself is such a great thing. So let's go ahead and pull up what you have happening right now over here. And I just want to see what you mean by, can I be more engaging? Let's go ahead and watch this for just a second and see what you're saying.
It's one click. I can save you so much time when making a YouTube channel banner. And stick around to the end of the video so I can show you the perfect dimensions to upload your channel banner on any device. Let's head over to the computer.
All right, so here we are at snappa.com. We're going to scroll down and we're going to create a YouTube channel.
All right, well, I would say actually, Wisco Ted, that you're doing a pretty fabulous job already. I mean, I hope that you just saw that. That was a great hook. I can tell you've been studying and you're putting into practice the things that you're learning. You had a great hook. You told me exactly what I was going to learn. I actually even heard too that you had some inflection in your voice like you hear Sean and I do. You made it engaging. So how do you be more engaging? It's actually going to just take practice. When I look at your channel, I see you're 3 videos in. We're going to be here practicing. We're going to be on the football field at 5 a.m. running those drills, pretending like it's game day. That's where actually the confidence and being more engaging actually comes in. But can I just say, you're doing a fabulous job already. And I just want you to see, because, right now, like, this is a great, beautiful setup, right? I mean, I put lashes on today. I even shaped my eyebrows and put on bronzer. Who am I? I mean, what is even happening? Okay. Let me just show you though, what it looks like after you've done practice. Let me just show you one of my first videos.
I took the last Halo.
I'm sorry I ratted you out to the IRS.
You did what?
Hands off my halos.
When comfy softness beads meet fragrant scent beads, they blend together to create an incredible feeling beyond cozy called Cozy. New Downy Comfy Cozy breathes life into your laundry.
Videos. You thought about homeschooling? What are the pros and cons of homeschooling versus public schooling? Well, in this video, we'll talk about it. Hi, I'm Heather. Heather, and I'm a homeschooling mom of 2. And today we're going to talk about okay, I cannot even watch another minute of that. Do you hear? Hi, I'm Heather, and I'm a homeschooling mom. Okay, oh my goodness, here we go. Well, here's the thing. Wisco Ted, it just takes practice. Like getting more confident on camera just takes practice. I had to understand that I don't need to, when I get nervous, talk in this high-pitched voice that I go to when I get super nervous. I have to bring it down and become more natural. And actually, what being more engaging is a communication skill. It's understanding how to use your voice and your language and your words, your face and your expression to emphasize more of what you're doing. But Wisco Ted, you are doing a fabulous job already. It's 1% better with every video. I want you in 10 videos from now to look back at video number 1 or number 2 that we just viewed together, and you're going to already see a massive change, because once you start practicing, once you start running, once you start understanding this video creation skill, you'll start to get more comfortable and you can start to become more engaging in your videos. Sean, what do you have for us?
Yeah, I think we were going to take a couple more questions here, but I do want to remind you that we do have a special Black Friday Tech Week sale going on, 80% off of our YouTube Made Simple course. And here's a couple details, because I know we're going to do as many questions as we can, but I want to show you some of the things that are in here. Besides the YouTube Made Simple course, you're also getting a couple extra bonuses. So we've included 2 bonuses. First is the main training. But there's also our 4-hour YouTube strategy workshop. This is going to help you put together a step-by-step plan for dominating 2022 with 10 advanced strategies for standing out on YouTube right now. But I want you to see this YouTube starter kit. Inside of here is the YouTube Clarity Blueprint, our 15 best YouTube title formulas guide. This will instantly level up your title formulas. So if you're like Heather and I, you've got kids, you've got a family, you're busy, you're in school, you just got a lot to do. And so I know that, by the way, you get lifetime access to all of this training, but you might be really busy and you might be like, I don't have a ton of time to study right now. The reason this YouTube starter kit is so powerful is because these are what are called swipe files. You literally can just plug and play these titles onto your videos and instantly start getting better results. You also get 51 video ideas to jumpstart your channel, 51 money-making video ideas guide. And by the way, kind of sounds like hype. You know what I mean? When we understand that in this moment and there's a sale and it's 80% off. My friends, I'm not trying to be hype-filled here. That guide literally describes, though, 51 different ways of generating money on YouTube. Like, if we just take a breath, this is real. And it explains different approaches that you have not heard before for monetizing your channel. Our mission at Think Media is to help 10,000 purpose-driven people create a full-time living doing what they love while making a difference in the world with YouTube. And so that's in there as well. And then also our best cameras and video equipment software list, and our how to create awesome thumbnail training, which includes more advanced softwares like Photoshop, but also more basic softwares like Canva. So you basically have everything you need. Here's the promise of this program. It's learn how to get your first or next 1,000 subscribers on YouTube without having any editing experience, owning a fancy camera, or working on your channel for 50 hours a week. So I want to encourage you. This is really, if you're serious about YouTube, this isn't for everybody. If you're just kind of dabbling in YouTube as a hobby, awesome. Stay subscribed to the YouTube Made Simple show here on the Think Media podcast channel. Stay connected with us. I mean, everybody is welcome in this community. But if you're serious about YouTube, if you'd say, Sean, Heather, I really want to commit to YouTube in 2022, I want to challenge you. This is going to be one of the best investments you make in your channel. It's honestly going to level up your channel more than video equipment or gear, because sometimes we hide behind thinking we need another piece of gear, when what we really need is an upgrade to our confidence. What we really need is an upgrade to our strategy. What we really need is that boost of knowing the steps to take to get the results that we are after. So to check out all the details, you can see it on the screen right now, thinkmediasale.com, link in the description down below. If you have questions about it, we'd love to answer those. I saw a super chat coming in. We'll hit that up. And it looks like I have Sean's book. Thank you so much. I watch Think Media every day. That's amazing. I'll be a full-time YouTuber soon. Let's go. And great job, everyone. Never quit, improve, and keep going. Thank you so much for the super chat. Super grateful and excited to answer a couple more questions, Heather. And if any questions about the holiday bundle, we'd be happy to answer those as well.
I love this too. EBM scholars also said before their super chat, my first YouTube video was a disaster. Now I have over 86,000 subscribers and much improvement from the quality of content. That's right. If we go back to Wisco Ted, you're on your way to 1,000. When you get to 86,000 subscribers, you're going to be at a whole different level of what that looks like. So EBM scholars, thank you so much for being a part of what we're doing and being a part of our Think fam. AJ Podcast says, I have a channel where I break down news articles nightly. It's growing, but it's slow going. Any advice? Sean, I know that you have coached several different people in our community who do reaction style content like this. What are some tips that you have? And then we'll close it out.
Yeah, that's a great question. And so I think because I kind of maybe had some impressions, but I thought checking in here would be a good idea. I think my first thought here, the thumbnails could level up. I mean, they're the same in every case. If you're covering a news story, there's a lot. And this is, I mean, my friends, lean in. Everybody watching, you're about to get like a rapid fire, get something to write with, capture these tips, because these will really help you evolve the impact that you're making. First, do not title your videos hashtag AJ podcast. That doesn't matter. The date doesn't matter. Halfcast doesn't matter. And the number of the podcast doesn't matter. If any of that stuff's going to be in there, it should be at the end. What you should do instead is, I think about my friend Ruslan, he
name a more iconic egg than Reese's. Oh, right. Cadbury. I guess it's a tie.
But notice what he'll do that's unique. He will do a custom thumbnail. He will do a title that's about a very specific topic. So he covers a lot of faith stuff, a lot of trend surfing, influence surfing, like Kanye West kind of stuff. And let's go to some of his most popular videos to see how you could kind of pivot here. Jeffrey Tobin Zoom link video. So the name of the person trending, the Zoom link video, and then he's reacting to it. Notice the video length, 7 minutes. So it's brief and it's to the point. And so I think that the title should be topic based. You should have the names of the news stories, the locations, whatever's happening. You should then customize the thumbnail. If it's about a natural disaster somewhere, that should somehow be shown in the thumbnail. If it's about a particular person in politics, that person should be in the thumbnail. The title could then be powered up. And if you want to, study our actual title formula for like our podcast, which is similar to what you're doing, we do like, for organization's sake, putting information into the podcast title, but we put it at the end. So notice it says hashtag Think Media Podcast 098 right at the end, and that's it. Whereas at the beginning, we have a well-crafted title. This is the kind of thing that Think Media Sale is going to help you with too. It's going to walk you through all these steps. And so you don't have to be like, well, where am I going to learn how to write? I mean, like Heather and I have studied marketing and copywriting and influence through words and all these things for over a decade now. We've invested over $200,000 in our learning. So that's why we created a swipe file. So you can just swipe those, templates and use them so you can quickly write better titles. But notice that that's front loaded with all the value that they are going to get. The last couple tips I'll give you is I would make them shorter. I would challenge yourself. This is interesting. I'm noticing this good use of time codes. And by the way, like when I see landlord's refusal to change, preacher claims, an alien had sex with her. Interesting. Ice cream manufacturer faces boycotts on vaccines. So I see that the topics are in your time codes. They need to be in your titles. But the idea and opportunity you have here is potentially one story or just a handful of stories and leading with one story. The model of that is Phil DeFranco, because he tells multiple stories, but he thinks about, look at his formula. Who is the most influential people that I can put in the thumbnail? Mr. Beast and Dave Chappelle. And what can I lead with in regards to those? I'm so sorry for this. Dave Chappelle, Louis C.K. scandal, like he's definitely going on that salacious angle. Justin Bieber, Formula One scandal is messy. You see the model. So you have that opportunity to front load it with the most influential, interesting headline and story. And then potentially trim it down. And where possible, think about leveling up your production value, because you are definitely delivering value, I can see here, but it's you on screen the entire time. If only you get something like StreamYard and you're able to share your screen, react to the blog, open up a blog website, react to the blog. If you can include anything in regards to images and videos, that will help you level up the overall experience. And so that's kind of a news channel masterclass right there. I want you to hear, AJ, and everybody listening, that was a lot. And you're doing great. Like you said, you already have growth. So now small tweaks will lead to giant peaks. And your goal is to get 1% better with every upload. But I also want to encourage you, don't let that fire hose overwhelm you. Just think about how you can do one thing on your next upload and another thing on your next upload. Could be improving your titles, could be, shortening the video a little bit, or just covering one story and experimenting. Because I want to applaud you and everybody who's taking action. If you're here and you're taking action, if you're here and you started messy, if you're here and you punch fear in the face and you press record, if you are here, see, a lot of people who have given up on their dreams might even try and talk you out of yours. But if you're taking action, I applaud you. Because, and AJ, you're crushing. You're posting, it looks like daily, and you've been at this. Now it's just time to take it to another level. And someday you'll look back and you'll say, man, I'll look at my original thumbnails or my original, and you'll be like, I look at how far I've grown. But you're already taking action right now, and I do want you to feel encouraged, and everybody else who's posted videos. You can't steer a parked car. So you got to take action and start messy before you've watched every Think Media video, or even before Think Media sale, before anything, post some videos and then start applying tips and stay connected to our community. If you haven't subscribed to the Think Media podcast, every single week, Heather and I are showing up for you to help you with these nuanced tips to help you get more traction. And then, of course, if you really want to accelerate, don't miss the Think Media sale as well. So any aha moments from today, YouTube Made Simple fam? I'd love to hear your biggest aha moment. Heather, talk about the importance of action. I mean, of course we want engagement, but there's something powerful about writing what you learned and what you're committing to do. Why do we use the hashtag action takers?
Yeah, I'm fired up, Sean, because I'm like, all right, let's go make some videos when I hear you just talk about all of those things. And becoming an action taker is so critical. You should figure out what is your next best step. For AJ, it may be that actually instead of going and watching a movie marathon, not that that's what you were going to do, AJ, but if it was, rather than doing that, what if you just changed up your titles and your thumbnails? Like, what action could that do for your channel? What about if you have been watching our live streams all day and you haven't made your first video? What would happen if you picked up the camera today and just made that first video? I mean, becoming an action taker is actually what separates those that want to do it from those that will do it. And so I want to just encourage you that if you know your next step is to join us deeper inside of the YouTube Made Simple course, it would be an honor to become your coach on your YouTube journey, to be able to be a part of the process to help you become successful in this YouTube journey would be such a joy for me to be able to do that, because really inside of it, we're sharing our heart. We're sharing what it's like to become confident. We're sharing pieces that I personally have had to struggle through. And it really was because I knew that I just needed to take action. Sometimes it was messy an imperfect action, but it was exactly the steps I needed. It was one step outside my comfort zone at a time that allowed me to get to where I am today. So I love the aha moment from Adrian. Aha, using the same titles and tags. Great tip. I love that so much. And yep, John Nacarado is helping us out in the comments. My book, YouTube Made Simple, will be out in 2022. More information on that will come soon. Chris says, my aha moment is to stop over consuming content and start making more of my own content. But I broke my lens, so waiting for a new one to arrive. Well, Chris, here's my action for you then. What can you learn that you're going to apply for the exact next video? How can you craft? Chris, have you written the scripts to your next 4 videos? What if that's what you did instead of consuming more content? What if it was actually dialing in your hook like Wesco Ted did on his content? That could be your aha moment. I love this one. My aha moment is to get over my fears again. Yes, we are here to help you do that. I'm so excited. And Chris, and take actions. I love that. Aha moment is giving the video time to grow, not getting discouraged with low views at the beginning. Hopeful reality. That is so true. I want to thank you for being a part of what we're doing here at Think Media. You can go right now for your next step to get 80% off of our YouTube Made Simple course at thinkmediasale.com. And if you want to watch another episode of the YouTube Made Simple show, you can click or tap the screen right now. If you want to watch another one of our Think Media podcast episodes, you can click or tap the screen, and we'll catch you in the next episode. Bye, fam.
For the ones ensuring the job always gets done, and the ones wearing many hats, Grainger offers professional-grade industrial supplies and real-time product availability. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
McDonald's meets the Minecraft universe with one of 6 collectibles and your choice of a Big Mac or 10-piece McNuggets with spicy Nether Flame sauce. Now available with a Minecraft movie meal. At participating McDonald's for a limited time. A Minecraft movie only in theaters.
Is it possible to make money from old content on your channel? Our guest earned $44,000 from a single YouTube video last year that wasn't even new content. Can you break down what the strategy was, what you did, and explain this?
You know, kind of the common advice that a lot of people will give on YouTube is don't make your videos too long. Well, this video was almost 3 hours long. It is difficult, right, to find time for content creation in sort of these fringe hours that you have. When I started, it was really just out of passion. And that's what I always tell people is that if you're going to do YouTube, you're going to work probably for a while for free.
You reached monetization in 9 months while working full-time. What were some of maybe the early challenges and also the key decisions that accelerated your growth? In today's episode of the Think Media podcast, we're also going to be covering how to earn more money from your videos, specifically the RPM, and how to earn 3 to 4 times higher than the average rates. And she's going to be breaking down exactly how, and also going through her simple content strategy that has earned over $500,000 in 4 years. And she did all of this while working full-time as a nurse without any fancy or extra fancy gear. Plus, we'll talk a little bit about the essential mindset shifts for successful creators. Sometimes, whether it's negative comments, what other people may think, all of that can sometimes hold us back, and we will break through today on the podcast. Now, our guest, Jen, is a healthcare consultant by day and a YouTube powerhouse by night, who turned her passion for helping working moms into a channel with over 138,000 subscribers. Her practical cooking and lifestyle content has generated over $500,000 in just 4 years, all while maintaining her full-time career. From viral videos earning $44,000 in ad revenue to building a thriving thriving community of working parents, Jen proves that with the right strategy, you can build a YouTube business alongside any career. Jen, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
So I want to go right up to what everybody wants to know, and that's the $44,000 video strategy. So you posted a video that wasn't new content, earned that much money from a single video. Can you break down what the strategy was, what you did, and explain this?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of just as surprised as you are or as anyone is. It was sort of an experiment, and it was kind of born out of me needing to get out a video and not really having a lot of time to film new content. And I had seen some other channels in my same sort of niche or space on YouTube making these compilation videos, right? So you take kind of one section of your cooking. In my case, it was budget meals. And I went back through all of my old content because I thought to myself, well, I've been doing YouTube for a long time. I have a lot of videos on my channel. And I think that a lot of times as creators, we think, well, if we posted a video 2 years ago, people have already seen that. But that's not true, right? Because you always have new people coming to your channel. And so what I was able to do is take a bunch of my old videos, kind of edit them and chop them up into one big mega compilation of budget cooking, right? Which was really big last year and the year before due to grocery prices and inflation and all of that. And kind of the common advice that a lot of people will give on YouTube is don't make your videos too long. Well, this video was almost 3 hours long. And so I had no idea how it was going to be received, and it ended up just taking off. And so, really it was kind of out of necessity, but I also wanted to try something new that I hadn't tried before.
So did you change the edits at all? So to break it down, you went into your library, you looked at different videos you had done related to budget cooking. You threw them back into the timeline of a video editor? Do you edit your own videos?
I did at that time, yes.
And so what software were you using?
I used Power Director.
Okay, so you take your old YouTube videos, put them all in Power Director. Did you just leave them or did you edit it up a little bit?
Yeah, I edited it up a little bit because a lot of those previous videos that I had done were sponsored videos. So I wanted to kind of take the sponsored portion out. And I also kind of listened through to see if there was anything that didn't really make sense. So I wouldn't say it was a huge amount of editing because obviously the content itself is already done. It's just kind of piecing it all together.
Okay, so minimal edit. Did you shoot any new content?
I think I shot an intro and an outro and the sponsored portion of the video, but that was it.
Nice. So the strategy for listeners is thinking about this idea of using compilations. We also have sometimes called these content marathons. We're launching a bunch of new ones right now because it's kind of logical. And I did the same. I shot new intros, new outros, new transitions, but there's a lot of times so much gold in our library that we can tap into and go a little bit deeper here. This singular video earned $44,000. Like, why do you think that is? And that's such an extraordinary amount of money from a singular video. 3 hours is probably helpful because of multiple ad spots. But if you look behind the scenes, what are some of the things you're seeing?
Well, I think, first of all, it was me kind of taking advantage of a current trend, right? Or like, what is a current problem that people are looking to solve on YouTube? They're looking for cheap meals and inexpensive ideas that they can use to feed their family. And so I think that the topic itself was able to kind of launch it into the algorithm. Now, another thing I want to say is that it didn't take off right away, right? I think it took me a little over a year to reach 1 million views on that video, but it was slow and steady. And the great thing about that is that even now when I look in my YouTube analytics, even last month I earned $800 from that video, something I posted a long time ago. And so I think also, like you said, having the length of the video being longer allows YouTube to place all of those different ad spots in it. And then too, just having advertiser-friendly content that is applicable to an audience such as mine, which are primarily 25 to 65-year-old women. They're the spenders in the house. They're the ones that advertisers want to advertise to. And so my content in general is very advertiser friendly, but I think particularly for that video, the demographics and the subject and everything just kind of lined up perfectly.
That's a great transition into this next question about RPM and how much individual videos earn. You mentioned in our pre-survey that you're getting 3 to 4 times higher RPMs than average. But before we even get that deep, can you break it down simply for listeners that are like, okay, what kind of insider language are we talking about here? What does RPM mean? So what is your understanding of how would you explain RPM to somebody who's brand new to YouTube?
Yeah, so RPM is revenue per mil, I think MILLE, which is per 1,000 views. So basically it's how much advertisers are paying per 1,000 views that you receive on your YouTube channel. And there's other things that go into that in terms of watch time. But, and when you say, it's funny because Sean, when you say, oh, you're getting 3 to 4 times the average RPM, I'm like, I don't even really realize what the average RPM is. Like I've heard of $10 being average. I don't know that my RPM has ever been that low. I looked for 2024 and my RPM for the year 2024 was $27, which I understand is a bit higher, but I think that's just due to, like I mentioned before, having advertiser-friendly content. I really don't post controversial things, which I guess in the end might hurt me a little bit because I may not be getting that kind of clickbaity stuff that others are getting. If you make content that is, I don't want to say family-friendly, but you know what I mean when I say that. It's kind of universal to a large group of people. You're not saying anything offensive. You have good retention in your videos. People, tend to watch till the end. Then in my experience, I've been able to kind of achieve those higher RPMs.
We're going to start with phonological awareness. I would hope to be remembered as a person that students rely on. They can come to my classroom. They feel safe. We can talk about other things besides academics. I really would just love to be that person for even one student. That would really be like a dream come true for sure.
And that's incredible. And I think this is a good thing for listeners to be considering. I looked it up in Gemini, the AI that is owned by Google and YouTube, and it's all the same company. They say that the average RPM in the US is around $2 to $5 per 1,000 views. When you said 10, I was like, no, that's not average. 10 is really high. 10 is super good. If you're at 27, that's extraordinary. And I think that's a great strategy. Yes, when family friendly might sound like it could be such sanitized content, but it just means accessible to any audience. If you layer on stuff like profanity or violence or controversial topics, it's just going to limit how much advertisers want to advertise in your videos. You nailed it though. I think also when you spoke to like an age demographic and the spenders, because I think one of the best ways to think about RPM is simply that advertisers want to get in front of somebody who actually has the purchasing power and interest to spend money on their product. And so it's understandable too why RPMs are higher in the United States than maybe in a developing country that wouldn't have the same buying power, or there's not even the shipping of that product, the infrastructure to get the product to the person. And so if somebody was after luxury goods or baby boomers were after financial products for investments, that's an entirely different audience in terms of the advertiser's perspective. And so that's really incredible that you're getting that. And then so if you break that down compared to what you're also just saying, not only do you have higher RPM, but if you also then do a longer video and you marry those two things together, 3 hours long. Now, when you put ads on that compilation, do you just let YouTube do it? Do you just check the box that says let YouTube place the ads, or do you go in and actually manually place ads? on something like that?
On that particular video, I just let YouTube do it, and I do double check it before I make the video live. And when I went in there and looked at the timeline of the ads that YouTube had placed, it was like bing, 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 all throughout the timeline. I saw there was a bunch of ads, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna leave it at that. And obviously it looks a little different because it's a 3-hour video kind of squashed into this little timeline. But yeah, I just let them do it for that particular video.
Yeah, that's a great point. And so you said 1 million views, but even on 1 million views, right? It's a little over 1 million.
Yeah, I think it's 1.1 now, or yeah.
Yeah, $44,000 is an insane amount of money for most channels. Like again, a $2 RPM would be 2 million or 2,000. It would be $2,000 on a 1 million viewed video. So to make $44,000 on a 1 million viewed video speaks to also how high the RPM is, plus the length, plus the volume of ads. So man, we came out fast on this episode of the Think Video Podcast, thinking about some ways. So if you're listening, think about how could you improve maybe the length of your content, maybe the target audience of your content. Doesn't even mean you need to change your niche, but who are you speaking to? Are you speaking to maybe an older audience that has credit card in hand potentially and actually has buying power? And if your content is not for them, that's also maybe why you're earning less, and it could influence your future strategy in terms of how much you make in ad revenue, and definitely try out the compilation strategy. Well, take us through your content planning process while working full time. To this day, you're still working full time?
Yeah, and I sort of feel like a unicorn in the YouTube space because I feel like everyone is wanting to get to that point where they can quit their job, and I financially, I've been making enough on YouTube now that I probably could have quit my job years ago, but I really have no interest in doing that. My career is really fulfilling to me, and I worked really hard for my education, and I get a lot of I get a lot of my fulfillment out of my job. And so it's something that's really important to me to keep. Also, I do like the structure of having a regular paycheck. I like a 401k. I like health insurance, all of those things that come with a traditional job. But yeah, it is difficult, right, to find time for content creation in sort of these fringe hours that you have, especially when you're working a full-time job. I want to say one thing that helps me is that my kids are older now. So I have a 15-year-old daughter and a 12-year-old son. Could I have done this when they were babies and toddlers? Scaled a YouTube channel while working full-time when I had a 2-year-old and a baby at home? Probably not, right? Also fair to mention is that I have a husband and we share pretty equally in the children's responsibilities. So I don't want to give the impression that I'm Superwoman and I can do things that other people can't. But it is a matter of just deciding that you're going to succeed and then planning your time around that.
This episode is brought to you by StreamYard. StreamYard is our go-to platform here at Think Media for live streaming to Facebook and YouTube and for recording our video podcast. It has an incredibly easy-to-use interface for built-in branding, transitions, text lower thirds, and seamlessly bringing on guests. And they just added an awesome new feature called local recording. This allows you to take the quality to another level by separating out your audio and video from your guests, giving you more control over your content for later use. This feature is perfect for video and podcast creators. And so to get a special deal on StreamYard right now and to see all the features that are included, just go to streamwiththink.com. That is streamwiththink.com. Man, it's an encouraging word. What's interesting is another Video Ranking Academy student that was just on the podcast wanted to keep Becky Park on Poshmark, wanted to keep her choir job, even though like YouTube actually, her job kind of became a side hustle and YouTube was kind of like the main thing. But what I love about that is while never want to even, YouTube takes a ton of hard work, patience, there is no guarantees. I love what you're saying. It's just possible. I think that's so possible to maintain your full-time job, love a full-time job, have some stability there, retirement there, but to also build this out on the side. Seasons of life, younger kids, maybe a little bit harder, but depending on your seasons of life, this is figure outable. And really, I just want to encourage listeners, like embrace your season, a little bit at a time, And while your results are extraordinary, $500,000, I just am so passionate about this like extra $5, $10, $15, $25,000 a year type of YouTube channel for a lot of people. And it's possible. And I want to go a little bit deeper because specifically then though, how do you do it? Like if you've got your working schedule, when do you film? Do you have daylight to film? Do you need lights? Like just if you kind of break us into like your routine.
Yes. Love your plugins but wish you had more scent control? Introducing the new Febreze Plug Scent Booster. Enjoy the same 50 days of continuous scent as Febreze Plug, including a cord for flexible placement options and a boost button for extra scent. New Febreze Plug Scent Booster.
Are you sure your tax expert is right for you? Switch to TurboTax Full Service. You'll be matched with a TurboTax expert and get real-time updates on their progress. And you get your best outcome guaranteed. Switch to TurboTax Full Service.
Yeah, so typically so you mentioned in the beginning, I'm a nurse by background, but I don't work a traditional patient care job anymore. So I work more on the consulting side. So I do have kind of quote normal hours, 8 to 4, Monday through Friday. So that does help in terms of having a block of time on the weekends to film. And so one thing I want to encourage people to do, and this is dependent on your niche, but if you can do it, your life is your content, right? So you are the content, right? And so a lot of times what I would normally be doing anyway, which is going grocery shopping or cooking dinner for my family, that's something I'd normally be doing anyway, but I'm just filming it. Right. And so a lot of times I don't even have to set aside extra time. Obviously, there's times when I do kind of more involved videos and have to plan things out. But you don't have to do that, and people are looking for connection and relatability. They're looking to see the real you. They don't want a polished newscaster version of you. They want you in all your authenticity. And I think that by blocking time off, even if you do have a full-time job, it's possible, after your kids go to bed. Now, does it mean that you're never going to have downtime? Yeah, you're probably not going to have a lot of downtime. You're going to be working a lot. But for me, that was okay. And you mentioned also just having, even if someone can make an extra $2,000 a month on YouTube, right? That's really powerful. And my reason why, or kind of my motivation behind it is that I want to fully fund my kids' college education. Education is really important to me. I want to make sure that they kind of have that start in life. So being able to do that for them, and then being able to take that extra money and do things like travel, take more trips, do things like that. So that's kind of my motivation behind it. I do try to plan my content out, but I'm also a huge procrastinator. So sometimes it's like best laid plans, but I'm lucky in that I've been able to build a really incredible audience of people who, a lot of them will watch anything I post. Not all of them, right? But a lot of people I've built that relationship with over the years. And so kind of whatever I feel led to make a video about, they are interested in it.
That's really inspiring. And I love your vision of tying it back to a why, like the motivation to fund the kids' college education, freedom for your family to travel. I'm curious about two aspects of this, though. How long did it take you to get comfortable? Yes, you're already going to go grocery shopping. Yes, you're already going to be cooking for your family. But there's some listeners right now that are wanting to start their channel. They've been planning and thinking about starting their channel for a while, or they've gotten a few videos out, but it's so much brain fatigue to be like, if I'm cooking, I got to set the camera up. Oh, did I do it right? And if they're cooking, if that was their niche, oh no, now I burnt it because I'm trying to think about cooking, but I'm learning this whole new skill set. It's like a different part of my brain. And how am I acting on camera? And I'm trying to focus on and then the same thing at grocery store. I'm filming in public. Oh, people are like looking at me. Jen said it was so easy, and I get it. But like, I'm trying to, so speak to like that learning curve, because I agree with you, especially eventually, like you are the content. So if you could just turn the camera on and deliver the hook in the middle and the outro, but what's like the learning curve to kind of get comfortable with filming in that day-to-day life, and how did you develop that back when you were starting?
Yeah, so I would say that in the beginning, voiceovers are your friend. You can set up a camera and do something in your kitchen, meal prep, cook a meal, whatever you want to do. And then, if you don't want to get too fancy, speed up the footage a little bit, chop it up, and then do a voiceover over it. And in fact, if I go back and look at some of my earliest videos, that's all they were. In fact, one of my first videos that hit over 1 million views, I never showed my face on camera. It was a meal prep video, and I just set the camera up and I cooked. And then when I put it in my editing software, I took the sound off and I talked over it, and I added a little bit of music. And that video also, hit over 1 million views. And so it doesn't need to be fancy. I think, like you said, a lot of people get intimidated with all of the gear and the fancy setups and the lights and the this and the that. And I always try to tell people, I bought a Canon G7X Mark II for $500 and I made over $500,000 with it. So, if you could do that, anything's possible. And same with going out in public. You can get your B-roll and then do a voiceover over it, because I will admit it was a transition for me also. I would say it wasn't until just the last maybe year or so that I was even comfortable going into a store and filming in public. And I still am very conscious. I don't want people to notice me. I'm not one of those people that's hold my camera out, and shouting in the middle of Walmart. But yeah, you kind of have to find what works for you. And once your comfort level goes up, you can kind of change your content around that if you want to get on camera more.
That's really great advice. In fact, that's probably one of the best strategies I've ever heard, doing voiceovers at the start or even now. Voiceovers are your friend, because rather than thinking you're going to also narrate some great video while you're in the kitchen, just so listeners understand, your goal is to just get the shots. Now that you have the shots, you're showing yourself cooking, you're showing the ingredients, you're showing the eggs being broken, and then you throw that all into a timeline, and now you actually have a chance to take a breath, be focused, and you're also, kids might be asleep, it might be dark, you're trying to be quiet, but you're just in your office. So now you're kind of in a different zone as you're going to put the video together. And in doing so, it's such a great format. You got 1 million views off of that format. And so I love that idea. And I also want to talk about editing. You mentioned that you edited the compilation last year, but it's something different now. Did you eventually delegate editing, or are you still editing?
So I actually just last month hired an editing service. So I'm kind of dipping my toe back into that. There have been times during my YouTube career that I have worked with an editor consistently. There was a time period of about 2 years that I worked pretty much, I was publishing a lot of content, like 3 to 4 videos a week. And so I had a dedicated editor that was helping me with that. It did become a little bit cost prohibitive. And so I stepped away from that. I don't know, I gotta say, the editing thing is really something that I am struggling with right now, in terms of I know I can do it myself, but I could be so much more prolific with my content if I didn't. And so that's why I'm, I hired a service and I'm going more back towards that. But I really feel strongly that when you're first starting out on YouTube, I don't know how you feel, but I personally feel like you should learn to edit your own videos.
Every bottle of McCormick is flavor sealed. For fresh flavor, everyone notices.
But I personally feel like you should learn to edit your own videos. I think it gives you so much more appreciation for the process, and it really, I don't know, it can be really enjoyable, right? So I still enjoy editing my own videos. I just don't know if it's the best use of my time right now.
Yeah, that's some great advice. And I think people probably breathed a breath of fresh air hearing you to say you're struggling. You're so successful, and yet this is hard. and the seasons. You're juggling things. It takes work. Some people probably think, I wish I could afford an editor. But also even that's hard because then it's working with them and it didn't work out. And then you feel like you wasted some money maybe. And so that could be a challenge. So then you pick it back up. And so thanks for sharing about just that. It's not just all smooth and unicorns and rainbows all the time. You know, sometimes there's challenges. And I would agree with you. The big idea around if you are just starting and you learn to edit your own videos, kind of makes me feel like even an entrepreneur, I've heard advice from different mentors I've had that like, well, there's no way you could ever master every single thing in a business. It's nice if you've done it a little, which a lot of people do when they're starting. Like maybe your gift is not accounting and finances, but at least you've done it a little. Maybe your gift is not ultimately email marketing if your online business grows, but at least you understand open rates and you understand. And then same thing, maybe eventually you're going to delegate editing. But if you've never done it, you know, it makes it easier to hire later, easier to understand, easier to know what you're looking for. And then for the storyteller, AKA the content creator, editing itself is kind of its art form. I think it helps you reinforce even how you communicate. I know listening to myself, I'm like, wow, I say I'm a lot. Oh, wow. Okay. Yep. And so by editing my content, I think improved as a communicator. And I think there's something about embracing the lessons that every season teaches us. It doesn't have to be that way forever, but when you're wearing all of the hats, there's a lot of learning that can come from those various seasons. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And I actually give that advice when I'm at work too. And I'm teaching kind of how to present and public speaking and facilitation. I tell people, I say, record your presentation and listen back to it. You're going to learn more doing that. And you can be critical of yourself and you might cringe a little bit, but in the end, like you said, it's going to make you a better communicator.
So I actually do want to go back to the beginning of your story early on when you got monetized, some mindset shifts, talking about even negative comments and sometimes, you know, dealing with criticism and how you've done that. But before we get there, one of the things you have done is you've made it a priority and you've been intentional about building an email list, and you also have a freebie strategy. Let's go high level. Why, as a very successful content creator as well, did you make it a priority to build an email list? A lot of creators think about, okay, I want to get monetized, I want to get views, that out, and then we'll talk about the freebie strategy.
Yeah, so I want to say I started kind of the email list building, maybe it was in around 2019. And I started with MailChimp, which I did not enjoy. It was very confusing to me. And once I got to a certain point where I was getting more and more subscribers, you get more subscribers on your email list and they charge you more. And so at that point, I started looking into other options in terms of platforms because I knew at one point or at some point I wanted to do digital products and online courses and have a website and all that. So I ended up going with Kajabi, which I've been with them for several years now. I was able to release a course a couple years ago and kind of host that on their platform along with my website where I can post recipes, and then I can have my email list integrated there as well, which I find it all super user friendly. But in terms of building an email list, I think it's really important to have diversity in terms of where your audience is. And personally, I've seen a couple of, I wouldn't say necessarily friends, but acquaintances in the YouTube space that have gotten their channel taken down with no warning for whatever reason, whether it's a false copyright strike or someone hacks your channel or something. And so if your channel you wake up one day and it's gone for whatever reason, how are you going to get in touch with your viewers? Are they following you on Instagram? Or, do you have an email list, things like that? And so that's kind of where I came from it, the angle that I came from it at. And then I also just wanted a way to be able to deliver free value to my viewers in terms of printed recipes. So a lot of times when people are watching a cooking video, what's the number one question they have? Where can I find these recipes? Where can I print these recipes? And so I knew that was a way to be able to kind of formalize that process in terms of like, okay, subscribe to my email list and I'll give you this free printable.
I love the vision, very intentional to build like a online business that's more holistic. We have used Kajabi for years as well, and it's really nice to have the all-in-one. And that was actually my same trajectory. A lot of people start with MailChimp because it's a good free way to start. You start building it, but then as you start looking down the road and you start looking at things like, oh yeah, if I am gonna have a website and if I do want digital products and I do want, how did you decide for your niche what digital product to create and how was that experience?
I ended up creating a meal planning course, which I think it was about 2 years ago now that I did that. And I knew that I wanted something that was low ticket. So I want to say I sold it for like $29. Is it my best work? No, but did it force me to kind of get out there and do something different and sell a product that was mine instead of working with a sponsor to sell their product? Yes, you know, and I want to do more of that in the future. And I think it's just like anything, the more you do it, the better you get at it. And so it was kind of, again, a little bit of an experiment for me, but then I also wanted the ability for my viewers to get more content from me that wasn't just on my YouTube channel, right? So that meal prep or meal planning course I created was all separate from my YouTube channel. It's all different new content. And so I kind of have a lot of ideas swirling around in my head about digital products and courses and memberships and all of that. But, you know, there's only so much time in the day to make those come to fruition.
And to be clear, your freebie strategy, you mentioned it, but this is because you have recipes. The way that people can get the printable recipes is by joining your email list. Did I get that right?
Correct. Yeah. I just set up a super simple landing page. They put their email list in and boom, it takes them to a page where they can just download the PDF of all of the recipes. Yep.
That's awesome. So it's so cool to think through how it ties into and supports your content, is supplemental, a different way of consuming it. And in doing so, it also then helps you diversify your audience. And then speak a little bit to like description box optimization, like just how thoughtful. I think that sometimes a mistake we can make is not making it explicitly clear the steps people can make to get to our page or get the thing. Or sometimes even worse is we try to do that, but when I'm doing channel reviews and like our communities and stuff, sometimes I'll click on links and I'll be like, this is a dead link, or it goes, and you think, some people are like, I'm not sure why my email list isn't growing. You're like, well, there's no link to it. And when I click the link you thought there was to it, the link doesn't work. I mean, that might be thing one to fix. So this stuff could be overwhelming, but if you think through that process of transitioning, and actually a lot of our listeners do want to get leads and they want to build an email list, and they may just think that people are going to magically get there, but there might be some steps. How do you think about it in terms of like articulating it in your video and helping people make it all the way on to being subscribed?
Yeah, I mean, I think, and if you're just listening, you're not seeing me, but right now I'm holding up a cookbook, you know, a printable cookbook. And if you can show this in your video and show kind of how you're using it, like, oh, this is the recipe. You know, people are like, oh, I want that. I want that, because some people do, like myself personally, I'm an elder millennial who loves stuff on paper, right? Even if you don't like stuff on paper, you can still put the PDF on your iPad and use it there. So I think if people see you using the freebie in your video, you just direct them, you know, go down to the description box, click on that link. You know, the call to action, I think, and I think it depends a lot on your audience, but I feel like most of my viewers now are sort of familiar with the description box. I say a lot in my content, hey, you know, I'm using this knife. I love it. I got it on Amazon. I'm going to link it in the description box below. So, you know, I say that a lot in my videos, because if I don't, people will ask me in my comments for the links. I need the link for this. I need the link for this. And so not only is it a way to, you know, build your email list, make affiliate income, but it's also just better. It's a better experience for your viewers, right? Because when people see you using things and they don't have that, they want to get that. And the easier and more seamless you can make that for them, the better off it is for everyone.
So
Without the ones like you working tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. No matter your industry, Grainger's here for you with professional-grade supplies. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
That's great advice. And the front half of this podcast has been packed with a lot of tactics that could take us to the next level, even some more advanced stuff. But I do want to now take it back in kind of this final section for when you were starting and lessons we could learn early on. Maybe we've already been doing this for years, but we're not monetized yet, or we're still having some challenges. If we go back to the beginning, you reached monetization in 9 months while working full time. What were some of maybe the early challenges and also the key decisions that accelerated your growth?
So I think the first thing to remember is, or when I think about back to kind of those early days, I never started off wanting to even make $1,000 on YouTube. I really had no idea of how the monetization system worked. I mean, I knew that you could make money on YouTube. Did I even dream that I would be able to do that? Not really. I mean, I thought in the beginning, I thought if I can make an extra $800 a month and pay for my family's groceries, how awesome would that be? Because it's like I have a hobby and I'm getting paid for my hobby and it's paying for my family's groceries. You know, I was thinking like really small. And so when I started, it was really just out of passion. And that's what I always tell people is that if you're going to do YouTube, you're going to work probably for a while for free. And so you better be liking what you're doing. Don't go into a niche that you don't like or aren't passionate about just because you think it has a high RPM or something like that, right? It'd be like if I knew that, oh, well, finance has, pays a lot. And so, no, I'm not passionate about finance, right? I don't want to teach people about finance. I don't want to relate to people about finance. And so I think choosing something that you're passionate about and also just experimenting, right? Especially take that time in the early days of your channel and try different things. You know, you don't have to be laser focused, niche down right away. What really helped my channel is just experimenting with different kind of buckets within the home cooking space, right? So I started posting meal prep videos and those just took off, right? And so once I figured out kind of what was working and what people wanted to watch, then I doubled down on that content, right? Then I think, oh, people want to watch meal prepping. I'm doing a meal prepping video every week, you know? And so every week people know they're going to come back and they're going to get that meal prep video. Oh, people really like Costco hauls. Okay, I can do one of those a month, you know? And so I think just kind of experimenting with different things and then also really knowing what the trends are at the time. When I was first starting out, the keto diet was like huge. It was keto, low carb was everywhere. And I was kind of doing it here and there. And so I started posting keto videos and those started taking off. So I think it's a combination of just experimenting, knowing what your audience wants to watch, and then also kind of what are the trendy topics that are being searched right now on YouTube.
Some really powerful insights we can all apply. And one of the things you also mentioned was a mindset shift related to negative comments. What was your experience with that? Was it unexpected, worse than you expected? And I know this, a lot of listeners, I think there's many fears that hold us back from maybe pressing record in the first place. We might be thinking about somebody we went from high school with that bullied us, and that's probably not thinking about us, but like, what are they going to think? What are people in my hometown going to think? What's my family going to think? Am I going to be criticized for this thing or that other thing?
You know, at the end of the day, anyone that's interacting with your video, whether they're leaving a positive or a negative comment, that means they watched at least part of the video. You know, they're putting views and money in your pocket. What's the thing you always say about going to the bank?
Yeah, I always see them in the comments, but I never see them at the bank.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think too, just being able to understand that if that person was standing right here in front of you, or you were sitting at a table with them having coffee, they would never say these things to you, right? The reason why some people say these things is because they can do it without any repercussions. They're an avatar, they're a username behind a screen. And that's all it is, right? They're not your friend. They're not your family. They're not your teacher. They're not your spouse. They're not anything to you, right? And so opinions I was probably going to say an inappropriate quote, but inappropriate quote, but I won't say it. But everyone has an opinion, right? And that doesn't mean it's right. But I think, you know, some of those, some people really will get to your insecurities. I actually ended up getting braces a couple of years ago because so many people commented on how my teeth were crooked, right? And so, I mean, I guess at the end of the day, I took my extra money that I made from YouTube and went to the orthodontist and
the hater paid for your braces.
I guess. And I don't want to make it sound like it's all negative, right? Because the negativity can be really loud, but when you step back and objectively look at it, and I think about how many comments am I getting every day that are so positive? Thank you for your content. Thank you for being relatable. Thank you for being there. You know, I just had a lady tell me the other day that, you know, she had a really hard time in her life and my videos are what helped get her through it. You know, that kind of stuff, that's what matters, right? Not like the very vocal 1% that's, you know, critiquing you on whatever. Look at your like ratio. You know, it's probably 98%. And so I think it's a combination of just being true to yourself, knowing that you can't take those things personally because those people don't personally know you. And then just looking at it objectively, there's a lot more positive than negative.
That's all really encouraging. And I mean, I know sometimes comments still get to me. It gets better, but like they still get to me. That's kind of like, you know, hazard pay, I suppose. Like different jobs have different things that just come with the territory. And the sheer nature of putting something out on the internet, trying to not take it personally, because you're exactly right. They don't know you personally. I actually heard one person say, if they can't text you the criticism, then ignore it.
Ooh, I love that. That's great advice.
It's really good. Yeah. It's like, I mean, we should be open to constructive criticism, especially if we're doing something that's, you know, harmful and like, so anyone who speaks the truth and love to us that's so powerful. But for them to actually have the context to know us, that's who we should be listening to. People are just zooming by on a snapshot. And to your point, we might see the haters in the comments, but we never see them at the bank. Like sometimes just the sheer nature of your content's being consumed is a positive thing. And the way that ad revenue works, you know, it just helps move everything forward. A couple final questions here. I'm curious what the biggest impact of this success has been on your family, but even how you've transformed personally. I think a lot about the fact that like silver play button, over 100,000 subscribers, $500,000 earned plus, like there's those achievements and accolades, which are incredible. I also think about you can't do YouTube at the level you've done it without experiencing some personal transformation. Like we really kind of have to become new people in the process. And I'm just wondering what that experience has been like and how it feels now as you reflect on your journey of the impact on your family and on you personally.
Yeah, that's such a good question. Sometimes I just think to myself, I run a business. I have a business. I'm a CEO of a business, right? And so that in and of itself is just wild to me because like I told you when I first started, I thought, oh, if I can pay for my groceries, that's fine. But to run a multiple six-figure business it's mind-blowing, right? And I've learned so much about not just about online business, but about taxes and payroll and, you know, all of that stuff that you really don't want to learn about, but you kind of have to out of necessity. And I think just overall, it has really done a lot for my confidence to do something and do it successfully. And I have to remind myself not to compare myself to other people because sure, there's a lot of YouTubers who are way more successful than I am. You know, I was just thinking the other day, well, I'm never going to get to 1 million subscribers. But then I thought, so what if I do? And what if I don't? Like I can be happy in this current moment with what I have. And, you know, I think owning a business, increasing my confidence. And then also I'm just really proud of the community that I've been able to kind of cultivate with my viewers. I really value authenticity. And so I don't ever sugarcoat anything. Like you were mentioning earlier about burning something in the kitchen. I show all that because that's going to happen, right? And at the end of the day, people just want to to know you and relate to you, and learn something useful in the process.
It's such powerful stuff. I have one final question for you, but before I ask that, shout your stuff out. If people want to connect with you, check out your channel, anything you want to promote, and I want to make sure everything's in the show notes for you and for the listeners. But yeah, where can people follow with you, connect with you?
Yeah, so you can just search my name, Jen Chapin, Chapin on YouTube. Funny story, there's actually another Jen Chapin who is Harry Chapin, who is a singer, his daughter. That's not me. That's not me. I don't sing on YouTube. But if you search my name, you'll find my channel and lots of cooking videos. If you are wanting to figure out how to get dinner on the table for your family in a way that is accessible and easy and a lot of times budget friendly, check out my channel. You can also find me on Instagram. My handle over there is just @Jen Chapin. And then also in the show notes, there's going to be a link to download a free e-cookbook. So it's called the 1 Hour Freezer Fix. And basically I share with you how to take a shopping list of grocery ingredients, and you can prep 5 meals for your family in 1 hour. And it's only around $65. So you're going to have dinner for your family for the week for under $100, and your kids are going to like the recipes too. So,
man, what a valuable resource. As a newer dad of a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old, I'm excited to check that out. And thank you for adding so much value on the podcast today. This final question is, if you were going to tell somebody who's watching this, who's working full time, but they're thinking they can't do this, or they're just thinking about self-doubt and a little bit overwhelmed, what would be some of your final, maybe inspirational insights and maybe some action steps that you would encourage them to take?
I think it's really important to think not about what you can't do, but think about what you can do, right? And a lot of times when you have a full-time job, you have to be really productive in those pockets of time that you have. So whether that's the 2 hours after your kids go to bed, or an hour before they get up in the morning, or even on the weekends when you have a longer block of time, when I think about my schedule, I think of all of that time that I'm not working as opportunity, right? So either it's an opportunity to spend time with my family, an opportunity to further my business, and an opportunity to, maybe have some self-care time. That's kind of how I look at it. And if you are persistent enough and you are consistent enough and you want it bad enough, you will find time to do it, even if it's in those small pockets of time.
Jen, thank you so much for adding value. And Think Media podcast community, thank you for listening today. If you got value, smash like and rate, share, review, subscribe wherever you watch or listen to the Think Media podcast. My name is Sean Cannell, your guide to building a profitable YouTube channel, and I'll connect with you in a future episode.
Thirsty hair? Meet Aussie. It's giving moisture with a capital M. Made for every type and texture, so you can drench curls, make waves, and turn up the volume. Moisture made for everyone. Get Aussie. Awesome hair for everyone.
Coming dishes! Doc! Dawn Power Wash flies through 99% of grease and grime in half the time.
Yeah, it absorbs grease 5 times faster. It even replaces multiple cleaning products.
Ooh, those suds got game.
Dawn Power Wash, the better grease getter.
Cover 5 reasons why starting a YouTube channel is actually a great idea, even if nobody watches your videos. There's a lot of emotions that I felt and that most creators feel when thinking about starting a YouTube channel. What if nobody watches? What if I don't have the right equipment yet? Have I missed the opportunity? Is it too late to start? It's really not about perfection or being polished. It's about authenticity, especially this year. And it's really not about fancy gear. It's about adding valuable content and really just kind of putting yourself out there. And so in this video, I kind of want to talk about 5 stats you need to know as far as the status of YouTube right now. What's the state of the union? So let's dive in. first why 2025 is the perfect time to start YouTube from a statistics perspective. Here's number one. YouTube is evolving into the all-in-one platform for creators. So if you're thinking about starting a YouTube channel, and we'll get to why, even if nobody watches, that's a great idea. The cool thing about YouTube is it's like your one-stop shop right now for all the different types of content. YouTube started with long-form videos, what we think of as traditional videos, but these days you can upload vertical videos, now up to 3 minutes, YouTube Shorts. YouTube is now a major podcasting platform. This technically is a video podcast. So as I record this, there's the video version, but it goes out on all the audio platforms as well and on YouTube Music. YouTube's community tab continues to evolve, which is the evolution of YouTube as a social network, kind of like a Facebook feed. The community tab is a major thing that's happening. The CEO of YouTube actually put it like this: we're building YouTube to be the most comprehensive platform where creators can build sustainable businesses across multiple revenue streams, from short form to long form to live streaming and to podcasting. And he also said creators are truly entrepreneurs. We're helping them diversify ways to make money on YouTube. And so the first big idea is, again, even if you never experience massive growth, the cool thing about investing in YouTube is you have so much flexibility for your future. You might start with something simple like YouTube Shorts, but you could evolve into live streaming, long form, all these other types of content as you learn new skills and get comfortable with the platform. Number two, the creator economy is booming with more opportunities for monetization than ever before. One of the things that might come down the road for you after starting is the idea that eventually I could earn money from this. And if you look at what's happening right now, Goldman Sachs Research posted an article basically saying that the creator economy is going to double in the next 2 years between now and 2027, from about a $250 billion industry to a $500 billion industry. And so there's a wave of growth. So if you're thinking about starting right now, now is a great time. And as far as the financial potential, Yahoo Finance said that the creator economy is the fastest growing small business type, and over 2 million creators are already earning 6 figures. And so there is a growth wave. So now's a good time to get in. Number three, video content is dominating online consumption. Now, this has been true for a while, but video remains king. Now, think about how much online video do you consume a day? If you watch the YouTube version of the podcast, I would love to know in the comments. If it's a lot, like me, I certainly watch a lot of YouTube. You're not alone. The average person is glued to online videos for almost 2 hours a day. It's gotten so big that video now makes up over 80% of everything that happens on the internet. And YouTube is the second most visited website right behind Google. And the writing's on the wall. Video isn't just part of the future, video is the future. Number four, viewers are seeking authentic voices and relatable content. There was a study done, and a staggering 90% of viewers say authenticity is what makes them want to connect to somebody online. So the days of perfect, polished, overproduced videos are kind of coming to an end. Now, there's always going to be a place on YouTube for that, but there's a massive wave right now to show up with raw and authentic content. And then number five, YouTube's algorithm is increasingly supporting new creators. Let me ask you a question. Have you noticed more small channels, new channels, videos that have 20 views, 44 views, channels, if you click through, that have 20 subscribers, 200 subscribers being recommended to you? You know, most creators like myself are reporting that they are seeing a mix of not just the big channels and not even just the stuff that they're clicking on. Of course, the algorithm is personalized to you, but that small creators are actively being promoted on YouTube. Again, if you watch the YouTube version of the podcast, let me know in the comments if you've noticed this. Here's the thing. YouTube has a dedicated team to helping new, upcoming, and small creators win. And this isn't just because they're such incredible, loving people that just really want altruistically to help creators. It's also because YouTube's a business, and the way they make money is by good content getting promoted across the platform that is watched by people so they can sell ads. And the way they also make money is by not just the previous generation of creators or the middle generation of creators, but by constantly giving an opportunity for new creators to come up on the platform. And I'm talking creators of all ages, just new people to upstart. And one of the biggest waves right now is people in their 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s starting channels. with wisdom, with life experience, and they are getting recommended with what's called kind of YouTube easy mode, which is this ability to film simple videos with your phone in your car, but to do them strategically and to understand titles and the algorithm. Bottom line is there's a big opportunity. And this is a game changer because ultimately YouTube understands that every successful creator starts somewhere and they need to keep the future of the YouTube economy going. So starting a brand new channel right now has a lot of opportunities tied to it. So now that we understand why it's prime time to start a YouTube channel this year, let's dive into something that's even cooler. And that is the benefits of starting a channel even if you don't get a lot of views or you go viral, especially at the start. I mean, it's important to know YouTube is a marathon and not a sprint. So having realistic expectations is a topic I don't think enough people talk about. But what's wild is there's actually so many benefits to how YouTube can improve your life even if you don't go viral. Every day you want to start your YouTube channel is another day of missed opportunities and untapped potential. Here's the truth. YouTube reaches more 18 to 49-year-olds than all the cable networks combined. The opportunity is massive, and the Think Media team and I want to help you seize it. I'm excited to announce our YouTube 1K Challenge, a free 5-day event that will give you the exact blueprint to start and grow your YouTube channel in 2025. Whether you're an entrepreneur, business owner, or somebody ready to grow their personal brand, this challenge is your roadmap to success. To register, just go to tube1kchallenge.com. We're going to be doing one training session a day for 5 days, and you're going to learn how to get your first 1,000 subscribers and start earning real income. Insider strategies that make viewers want to click on your videos and keep watching. Multiple different ways to earn money from your YouTube channel, even if you have a small audience, and how to build an authentic personal brand that truly connects with people. But it gets even better. We are giving away prizes every single day of the challenge. You could win professional microphones, lighting kits, and premium content creation software. And during this challenge, you're getting access to the exact training that we offer in our $4,000 coaching program, but you're getting it completely for free, and you can start with just your smartphone. So if you're ready to turn 2025 into your YouTube breakthrough year, go to tube1kchallenge.com to register. That's tube1kchallenge.com, or click the link in the show notes or YouTube description to register for our upcoming challenge.
Gatorade, the world's most superior sports drink, designed to rehydrate, replenish, and refuel. It fuels the best, because it is the best. Gatorade, is it in you?
No matter what kind of teeth you gotta brush, Oral-B Electric cleans better with one simple touch. Oral-B's dentist-inspired round brush head hugs them, cleans them, and gets in between them for 100% cleaner teeth. Your perfect clean starts with Oral-B.
YouTube description to register for our upcoming challenge. So let's talk about the 5 life-changing benefits of starting a YouTube channel. Number 1, transform from a consumer to a creator. Take the bold leap from passive consumption to active creation and unlock a world of greater fulfillment, personal growth, and meaning. Are you tired of just passively scrolling, watching other people post videos on YouTube? Are you feeling stuck on the sidelines? You know, the truth is social media algorithms are architected to keep you in a scrolling loop, just consuming. And listen, consuming is great. I love YouTube. I watch it all the time to learn, to get better, to be entertained, to get educated. But something radically shifts in your life when you shift from not just being a consumer, but becoming a creator. Even if nobody watches your videos, it's an identity shift. It actually shifts your mindset. It shifts the neural pathways. It taps into another level of really personal power and transformation. So let's consider the downside of only being a consumer of YouTube and social media. One study in the Journal of Clinical Psychological Science found that increased social media use was correlated with increased depression and loneliness. The truth is, if you consume only, it isn't necessarily the best thing for your mental health. But now watch the power of creating content on YouTube. Just pressing record, starting to make videos, challenging yourself, getting out of your comfort zone. It leads to improved mental health. One study found that 45 minutes of creative activity significantly lowered cortisol levels, a key stress hormone. A 2024 study in the News Medical found that people who engaged in arts and crafts reported higher levels of happiness and life satisfaction. So if you go into creating content on YouTube with the intent to just express yourself, challenge yourself, be artistic, learn some new skills, compile a video, put some things together, it can lead to higher levels of happiness and life satisfaction, especially if you don't tie your worth to views, but you see it as an opportunity to not just be a consumer, but to be a creator. But it goes deeper. Enhanced cognitive function. Creating content is actually a workout for your brain. Engaging in creative activities can improve cognitive skills like problem solving, memory, and attention. And research suggests that creativity can stimulate neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to change and adapt, leading to improved cognitive function. And so you can't score a goal if you're just sitting on the bench. And there's something about getting off the bench, starting to create content, and not just moving from being a consumer only, but being a creator. But what if this year you created more than you consumed? What a radical shift. You're like completely going the opposite of the majority and of what most people in the world do. Again, I love consuming content and I love YouTube, but I want to challenge you, even if nobody watches your videos, especially at first, it's life-changing to step into the identity of being a creator. Number 2, building your digital legacy. Documenting your memories and stories on YouTube allows you to create a time capsule that shares life lessons with future generations. So imagine if you could go back and watch a video of your grandparents or your great-great-grandparents sharing their stories, sharing their wisdom, maybe great-grandpa and great-grandma interacting, talking about their marriage, talking about the challenges and the things they survived, the trauma they went through, the things they overcame. What could you learn? How valuable would that be to you? How much would you pay to get access to that footage or those videos if they existed? One of the reasons to start a YouTube channel, I believe, is to document your digital legacy. To think about this could turn into a lot of cool things. And we'll talk about that more in a future episode. But what if I'm able to just look back at how I've grown, how I've changed? Kind of like a video journal, a catalog of my thought leadership professionally, vlog-wise, the different types of content I'm putting out there. Where this one really hit me hard was ever since I became a father, now of a 4-year-old and 2-year-old boy, I really started to think about legacy. And I started to think about, God forbid, if I was to pass away this year, if I was to, tragically, it's not my desire, kind of morbid, but possible. There's a level of peace that I have when I think about the opportunity I have to continue fathering my kids. Of course, nothing substitute being present, but how many videos could they watch about my values, my vision, who I am, what I've shared, what I stand for, and what could they glean from that material? Well, if I never pressed record and started posting content, I wouldn't have that digital legacy for the now generation, for the next generation. And so there's something about just putting yourself out there, starting to create content, preserving memories and stories. It allows you to capture not just photos, but your voice, your personality. And sometimes I think, you have a bunch of videos on your phone. What are you going to do with those? You're going to, are you going to go look back? How do you say? I hope you're keeping your digital life organized. I know that I'm not. And maybe you're doing a good job at that, but something about putting it on YouTube, it's easy to search and find. I look back at old videos I posted and I'm like, this is cool. They're easily shareable. It's creating a time capsule, right? You're capturing your experiences and your perspectives. There's even a creative idea that Mr. Beast did early on where he would also upload a video and schedule upload it. So you start a YouTube channel. Do you know you could schedule upload a video right now for 3 years from now and talk to yourself? Like, hey, this is Sean from the past. I just want to say, here's where I'm at. This is what I was going through. This is what I was thinking. And then he staggered those. It's kind of a cool story that you could start a YouTube channel and document a moment in time to give yourself perspective in the future. And you can share life lessons, offer guidance. It's just a cool way to build your digital legacy. Number 3, accelerate your personal growth. Deciding to post content on YouTube is like taking the fast track to learning new skills, building your confidence, and becoming the best version of yourself. So Warren Buffett, considered one of the greatest investors of all time, said this: the one easy way to become worth 50% more than you are now, at least. So what are you worth now? How much do you get paid at your job? How much are you earning at your last job? How much do you think you could earn per hour, or what would your salary be? This is what Warren Buffett said. The one easy way to become worth 50% more than you are now, at least, is to hone your communication skills, both written and verbal. I promise you this: if you start a YouTube channel and you commit to posting content, and you commit to writing the best titles you can and learning the best practices about YouTube, learning how the internet works, search engine optimization, you're going to be learning writing scripts, you're going to be learning written and verbal communication skills just because of putting yourself out there on YouTube, just the challenge of doing it. Even if you feel awkward, you don't like how you sound, and you're self-critical, every video you upload is an opportunity to get better at critical skills. Warren Buffett also said, if you can't communicate and talk to other people and get your ideas across, you're giving up your potential. And there's a lot of people who could get a lot better at this. Your ability to express yourself in relationships, your ability to communicate in meetings as stakes grow higher, if you get elevated and go to the next level in your career. The ability to communicate your ideas, structure how you communicate. Creating YouTube content forces you to learn that stuff. It pushes you to articulate your thoughts and your ideas effectively, both in writing and in camera. And even if, like, you start like we all do with your first videos or your worst videos, and you're not good at the start, like, it's just about getting 1% better. And where could you be if you started YouTube today? If you started posting content this year, where could you be in a couple years in regards to critical skills? Where could you be in the future in regards to your abilities? You know, I started video for my local church, and this was an hour north of Seattle in a town called Marysville, Washington. And I've started volunteering at a youth ministry that had like under 10 kids in it. And the youth pastor actually handed me a video camera and Adobe Premiere, and that's when I started video, even before YouTube started. In 2007, I started a YouTube channel for the church and started to upload some of the videos and recaps of mission trips and stuff on YouTube. And I could share from my own experience that I was transformed as a result. It just forced me to learn so many diverse skills by being immersed in creating video and structuring it and editing it and posting it. And I learned a lot as a result. Well, what happened was a few years later, I ended up having an opportunity to move to Las Vegas to get a better salary. In fact, I was paid like quarter time and waiting tables while I was working at that church, barely working as far as paid. I needed multiple streams of income to survive. Eventually, I got a proper job with a proper salary in healthcare and got basically promoted to a very influential church with a TV show that was doing all kinds of stuff on social media with a pretty well-known pastor, all this different stuff. All because I started a YouTube channel, honestly, all because I started doing video. And it forced me to skill up. And my preparation for that next season of my life was because of accelerating my personal growth by committing to learn new skills. And I wrote down 10 skills you develop by doing YouTube. Remember, if you start a YouTube channel and even if you don't get views, these are all things that will make you more valuable. Warren Buffett says at least 50% more valuable than you are now if you learn these things. So here you are, 10 skills you develop by committing to YouTube. Number 1, video production, framing, composition, lighting, sound, camera operation, basic editing, storytelling, narrative structures, pacing, engagement, visual storytelling, script writing, communication, how to speak clearly, vocal delivery, tone and pacing, body language, expressions. Number 4, teaching, instruction. If applicable, if you have an educational channel where you're sharing some information, how do you explain concepts clearly? What about visual demonstrations? What about creating engaging tutorials, simplifying complex information? Number 5, writing. script writing, video descriptions, social media posts to promote your content. Number 6, technical skills, video editing software, YouTube channel optimization, all the back end of YouTube, graphics and thumbnail creation, live streaming software. Number 7, marketing and promotion, social media marketing, SEO, community building, content strategy. Number 8, organization and time management, planning and scheduling, meeting deadlines, managing multiple tasks, staying consistent. Number 9, self-discipline and resilience, overcoming procrastination, dealing with criticism, bouncing back from setbacks. Number 10, personal growth, increased confidence, improve communication, enhance creativity, and greater self-awareness. Now, I might have just talked you out of starting a YouTube channel. You might be like, that list, that seems like a lot. And I was already overwhelmed. Now I'm super overwhelmed. But let me encourage you, commit to the journey. Commit to growth. Commit to just learning and take the pressure off. Like, why not start a YouTube channel, even if nobody watches, to just learn, grow, express yourself, learn new things, one thing at a time. Because again, especially if you want more of this kind of information, you can subscribe to our Think Media channel and podcast channel. And we'll help you on the journey, and we'll help you monetize, and we'll help you do all that kind of stuff. But like, what are the other paths your life might take? What if you end up not doing YouTube even a few years later? What you learned is not lost. What if you start a YouTube channel and nobody really watches, but you get some views and you have some breakout videos and you grow a little bit? Here's the greater opportunity. You grow, you change, you become someone who learns new things, challenges yourself. And as a result, who knows what kind of future opportunities will come on the other side of you learning valuable skills. Number 4, build valuable relationships. Committing to creating content on YouTube helps you turn viewers into friends, friends into collaborators, and it helps you unlock opportunities through unexpected connections. So YouTube is kind of like your virtual campfire, you know, and we're in the Wild West. Everyone's separated, you know, wandering through the very valleys of Red Dead Redemption 2. And you decide to start a YouTube channel and to start posting videos. It's like scraping 2 sticks together and starting a fire. And the fire is small at the start, but you're sitting down and you're saying, this is where I'm at. You know, there's my thoughts, my ideas, my creativity. This is the YouTube channel topic. I want to talk about this passion. I want to talk about this thing. And every time you post a video, you're like putting another log on the fire. And the fire gets a little bit bigger and the fire gets a little bit bigger. Now, maybe you don't go viral, but another wandering traveler looks over and sees, man, it's kind of cold out. It's getting dark. That person's got a fire going. Let me go sit down and check out what they're doing, right? And so now you made a friend. You start to talk around the fire. Oh, you're into Settlers of Catan too? Oh, you're into the Wu-Tang Clan? Oh, you're a Bible nerd? Oh, and you start gathering people around your campfire. What's so cool about YouTube is it's a chance to connect with like-minded people. It'll help you find your tribe, if you will, even if they're scattered around the globe. You can build a community with those who have shared interests, like-minded people. It helps people get to know who you are too, and they might be like, man, I watched a couple of your videos and I highly dislike you. Which, by the way, you're like, well, that sucks. I want to be liked by everybody. Well, that's just not life or reality. But what's cool is it's like people can kind of self-filter. They could be like, that's not, your channel's not for me. Your vibe is not for me. I don't like your style. I don't really connect with you. Cool. But it gives you the opportunity for someone who's like, I've seen some of your stuff. I like your stuff. Man, I like how you think. I'm into the same kind of thing. Oh, you collect Funko Pops and you're into, you know, comic and pop culture. Let's connect. Like, I love your stuff. And then maybe follow on social media. Again, you might not grow a massive following, but you can make some real friendships. I have. It's been wild how many in-person friendships and significant relationships in my life have happened just because I punched fear in the face and pressed record and started a YouTube channel. It's led to a lot of business opportunities, but it's also led to these tangible, real-life relationships to connect with people who get you, right? Because when you put yourself out there, your vibe, you just being yourself, express yourself authentically, you start to find your people. And friends can also then turn into collaborators. Like, there's something about you planting a seed today for the harvest that you want to reap in 5 to 10 years. Meaning you starting a YouTube channel today might lead to a friendship that becomes a collaborator, that becomes a business partner, that becomes a podcast co-host, that becomes like You don't know what's going to happen in 4 or 5 years. But if you do nothing, nothing will happen. But if you do something, something could happen. You start a channel. You don't know. You're just like, man, maybe I'll just connect with I'm just going to start a campfire. And that's how Rome was built. Before Rome had all the roads and all the cities and all the areas of town and all the different, that's how every city was built by a campfire at first. A couple people were like, hey, right now I'm filming near Seattle. At one point, there was no Seattle, but some settlers came in, some people arrived. What do? Built a campfire, built a few huts around that, built a few more, started to gather and build a town, and then a city, and then a mega city, and so who knows what it's going to turn into, but it all starts with just posting your first video and then posting one video at a time to start connecting with other people. Number 5, make a meaningful impact, even if it's only on one person. Starting a YouTube channel gives you the power to make a difference in someone's life, even if it's only one person who watches your videos. So what if you could change one person's life? What if you posting a video gave someone the courage to not give up and to fight another day? What if you sharing your story could give somebody the courage to leave a toxic relationship or make a meaningful move in their life that changes their future forever? Sounds kind of deep, but that's literally the power that we have with this incredible platform called YouTube. And why everybody's chasing viral, I think we sometimes underestimate the opportunity to make a difference in just one person's life. Like if you starting YouTube, by the way, with all the benefits we've already covered, but then as a result, some of your videos started to reach a few people. And videos reach people at different levels. Like some people click on it, they don't finish watching. And some people might be like, that was, gave me some things to think about. But you never know how your story, your experience, the hardships you've been through, the difficulties you've been through, the problems you've solved, the things you've overcame, the God-given gifts you have for being funny or sarcastic or bringing some comedic relief in a world where people need encouragement and able to relax a little bit every day, which is how much craziness there is in the world. So whether it's education or entertainment, YouTube gives you the opportunity to impact someone's life. And would it be worth it to you to just change one life? What if you could change 10 lives? Like, who could be waiting for you to show up and take your dreams seriously and to start posting videos? And would it be worth it, even if you didn't go viral or you never got monetized, but you were able to start a ripple effect of courage or change in the world? This ripple effect of courage is real. Brene Brown has done a lot of research on vulnerability, and she says that vulnerability is the birthplace of courage, connection, and creativity. It just shows how we need each other in this world. Like, there needs to be a ripple effect where, like, what you do and what I do and what we all do, it influences each other. There's an effect. And so if we want connection and we want more courage and we want more creativity, you have a contribution to make to that. Sometimes you can fall into the myth that your life is meaningless or that you don't have a purpose or a chance to make a difference. I think some people might overhype, like we're all going to be viral stars on the internet. But I think people underestimate the chance of starting a ripple effect of courage. You never know what posting a YouTube video could do because courage is contagious. And sometimes you might be the inspiration for somebody else. It's like, man, if they could do it and they could step out there, like what would happen? Like, it only takes one person in a family to make a bold move and to start living different than maybe previous generations did and to change things for your kids, for your spouse, for future generations. Like, when one person steps up and makes a bold move, I'm going to fight that negative pattern or that toxic pattern. Maybe it's your family's always struggled financially and there wasn't really any entrepreneurs or business builders or people that stepped out in your family. Why can't you be the first? It all starts with just starting a YouTube channel, putting the first log on the fire, and that courageousness. Maybe you don't build an empire, but maybe your son does. Maybe their son does because granddad took a step of courage. So number 5 is make a meaningful impact. And I think one of the most powerful concepts of this is the power of one. People underestimate the power of one. Like, you're one subscriber away from meeting that strategic connection that's a friendship or a collaborator for the future. Business owner, like, you're one lead away, one prospect away, one client away, which could be your key client for revenue in a year, but also the key client that introduces you to 10 or 100 other clients, the one lead domino relationship. You're one video away from the video actually breaking out. Maybe you post 33 videos, but video 34 is the power of one. You've been being consistent, growing your skills, but all of a sudden one video breaks out. This is happening all the time on the internet, right? The power of one viral video. The power of one is a real thing. And so I think when we stop chasing viral, the big idea of this episode is the internal change that happens when we start a YouTube channel. But one video might be something you kind of process and you write down and you script it out, you post it on YouTube, but it turns into a book idea for the future because you didn't know how it was going to resonate. And it was like, I didn't think it was that big a deal. But then that was the one video people started commenting on. And it was then the one video that led to a future business you start, a future book you write. And so I have one more thought on that in just a second, but I do want to give you a heads up that if you actually are on the fence and wanting to start a YouTube channel and would like some help, we have an upcoming YouTube challenge. It's at tube1kchallenge.com, or I'll link to it in the show notes. It's a 5-day event. Every day we learn something, and every day you'll be challenged to do something. And it's all about getting your first or next 1,000 subscribers. So how do you start? How do you get your mind right? What are the practical things? What are some of the new strategies for getting views? This is something we only do a couple times a year. And so if you'd like some help for free, plus we also give away gear and software. It's a pretty cool event that the entire Think Media team rallies around. It's online, it's free. And so check out the show notes or go to tube1kchallenge.com. But let me leave you with this. We've covered a lot of the benefits of starting a YouTube channel, even if you never go viral. But I just want to encourage you to take the next one step and to take one step at a time. You're one video away, but sometimes even a video could seem overwhelming, right? It could just be to register for the YouTube challenge. That's one step, but then to actually show up. It could be just taking one step to every day learn a little bit more about YouTube as you're watching videos on this platform, getting education. It could be making one phone call, right? It could be doing one task, like deciding to name your channel, set it up, set up the cover art, set up the branding. It's something powerful about doing even one thing every day as it pertains to your YouTube channel. Everybody's looking for giant leaps. You know, I want to start my channel, go viral, get it monetized, have 10 brand deals. Like we get way ahead of ourselves and we maybe overestimate how much we can accomplish even in 1 year, but we underestimate how much we can accomplish in 5 to 10 years. So if you just do one thing every day, learn something every day, take an action every day, study something, tweak your channel, work on your branding, study your niche, break down all the pieces. I mentioned the 10 skills. You're not going to work on 10 skills every single day, but you can work on one, and you're one video away. You're one lesson away. You're one video idea away, but just keep committing to taking one step at a time, and definitely hang out with us here on the Think Media podcast if you want more help on the journey. Until next time, my name is Sean Cannell, your guide to building a profitable YouTube channel, and I can't wait to connect with you in a future episode.
Excellent source of fiber to help fuel goodness inside and out. Quaker, bring out the good.
To see someone building something or doing something. It's like, take me on the journey with you. Typically, the biggest challenge for content creators is themselves. It doesn't matter how good you are. It matters who's showing up for the audience. If people discover you and they can't figure out how to describe you, they're going to forget you. Like, you need to be distinctive. People are starting to build reality shows around their businesses. People are starting to take you into their workplace. Employees of workplaces are now making content of what it's like to work in a company. If you inject a bit of sensationalism around the emotion behind what it is you're talking about, it makes it all that more attractive to share with others. The framework I use for this is there's kind of 7 key emotions that tend to get the most viral traction when you share content. And those 7 things are
Today's episode of the Think Media Podcast, we're going to be learning some game-changing lessons from million-dollar personal brands and why most creators and entrepreneurs are fighting the wrong battles heading into 2025 and the hidden opportunities that 99% of personal brands are missing in the current landscape. We're also going to be learning the counterintuitive truth of why personal brands build trust 3 times faster than corporate brands, backed by real examples from our guests' work with Culture Kings and other iconic brands. Plus, he's going to be sharing his battle-tested 90-day framework for building your brand or your personal brand from scratch. And there's going to be so much more. Now, our guest today is Dane Walker. He's the CEO of the rapidly expanding digital media agency Rival. And he also is the author of 90-Day Brand Plan. And he's a global authority. He has built multiple different brands, consults with all kinds of different brands and personal brands, is really the go-to voice for entrepreneurs. And in our case, content creators. So this is your opportunity to get your brand right for your YouTube channel, for your social media presence, to get your personal brand dialed in for a new year. And there's going to be a lot of juicy nuggets in this masterclass. So I'm excited for what's coming up. Dane, welcome to the show.
What's up, man? Thanks for having me, dude, and excited to be here.
Yeah, as we dive in, I want to start off right with the 3 biggest enemies creators need to overcome for building a standout brand. Or really, like, what are the 3 changes? You know, we were just talking, the game is changing when it comes to branding and personal branding in a 2025 landscape. And we wrote a few things down. The first thing you said is, you know, people are tired of talking head content. Like, expand on that. Like, what's the bigger theme there?
Yeah, I think, you know, for me, like, when it comes to talking head content, there's content creation comes in waves with personal brands, right? If you go back 5 years ago on Instagram in particular, carousels were like the hot thing that was popping off. You know, now YouTube channels are finding that they're going to make shorts, they're going to make epic, like, introductory kind of promo videos at the start of their podcast. Like, everyone's just getting better and more fierce at what they're doing. And I think, you know, just sitting down, turning the camera on and hitting record and talking is now getting kind of moved into a category where it's not taken seriously anymore. I think what people are looking for on channels in particular around entrepreneurship is they want to see someone building something or doing something. It's like, take me on the journey with you. Like, the founder-led content is kind of a thing. It's like, okay, you're talking about what you can do, but like, show me, right? So people are starting to build, like, you know, reality shows around their businesses. People are starting to take you into their workplace. Employees of workplaces are now making content of what it's like to work in a company. So I just think that it's getting more competitive. More people are trying to enter the market. And you can't just, you know, get in front of a camera and pretend you have a business anymore. People want to see proof and evidence that you're actually doing something substantial behind the scenes.
That kind of ties into number 2, where we do talk about market saturation. You're talking about you got to be good. What do you think has been kind of the different eras in a 2025 landscape? Is it too late to start? Or what's the different approach that you got to have?
I never think it's too late to start. I think, you know, there's people that are, you know, haven't even started a channel yet that are going to dunk on you and I with views and attention and conversion, the likes that we've never seen, right? So there's a Mr. Beast out there that doesn't even have a channel yet. And I think what's interesting here is it's never too late to start. I think it's just how you start and where you start is always changing. You know, one thing is certain in life, and that change is inevitable. Platforms are going to change, algorithms are going to change. And I hear this all the time. I talk to personal brands and content creators like, what I do kind of works, but it used to work a lot better. I'm like, change. They're like, but I liked it how it was. Get over it. Like, I liked making carousels. Doesn't work anymore. Maneuver, change, evolve, do something else. I love Instagram. Doesn't get the same reward that YouTube gives me now. Like, I'm moving on. So, like, I'm still going to do Instagram, but I'm focusing on a different tactic. Like, we have to be agile and we have to maneuver. And I think the enemy is that, like, if you want to create, I guess, a battlefield scenario, the enemy is like the tides are changing, like the weather's changing. And I liken this in my book, like, you know, if you look at social media or content creation, it's seasonal. You know, there's going to be winters, there's going to be summers, there's going to be autumns, there's going to be springs. And you can't get down in the dumps when there's a drought and you're like, I'm not getting the views I used to get, I'm not getting the comments or the engagement I used to get, so therefore I'm going to slow down. Well, if you slow down, those that speed up in those hard times, produce more content, give more value, try to be more dynamic, when the season comes good again, the algorithm comes good again, the new wave, or whatever that is, comes good again, those that are preparing in the winter are the ones that are going to do well in the springtime. So for me, I just think that when it comes to content creation, the enemy is like sometimes like people and themselves. But if you look externally, it's usually that there's saturation. Like people are getting really good at creating content now, giving away value for free. Like if you go onto Google, you can solve every problem you want to solve right now on YouTube and Google. What gives you the right to charge money to solve that problem? You don't have a license to have their money. What gives you a license is like, are you worthy of their attention? And I hear this all the time. People come up to me and I do workshops with clients. They're like, our content's good. I'm like, great, put it on social media. I don't want to, I want to sell it. Well, if it's really good, put it out there for free. Let's see if it's actually good or not. They're like, well, I don't want to give away my magic. I don't want to give away my best stuff. And it's like, well, if you give it away and they don't react to it, you need to create new stuff anyway. So I think that the social contract between creators and social media right now is they expect it to be really good for free. And there's a lot of people entering the market at the same time, trying to steal your lunch and eat it in front of you. So we have to get a lot better at creating content, because every time you create a piece of content, there's no more people on the social platform per se. There's no more people spending money in a particular market. Like if you want to gain grounds as a creator, you have to take attention of other people. And that's why it's getting difficult. It's because there's a lot of people out here that are really good at getting attention and you're showing up and trying to take it off them. So that's why you have to be better than ever.
Man, we're coming out swinging on the podcast with 2 themes already. I feel like we went 0 to 100 real quick. Theme of the podcast is Drake, do right and kill everything. And so number 3, though. So people are tired of talking head content, kind of like reinventing yourself, maybe doing show me what you're doing, like show me the behind the scenes, even reality shows or innovative new ways of doing content. Market saturation, you got to be good. And there's also seasons. So also if you're getting prepared in the winter, then if you can outlast the competition, then you also can ride those various waves. And we're going to be unpacking that throughout this entire episode with a lot of tactics to help listeners, whether you're just starting or whether you're more advanced. And so those will be coming up. But we're talking about these 3 kind of big changes in branding and personal branding in 2025. And the third one is build a theme around yourself. Talk a little bit about that and maybe also what you're building around yourself in general, maybe like structure and teams in regards to building a personal brand.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack here, so like feel free to nudge me around if need be. Yeah, I think themes are like when you're putting yourself in the market, people try to put you in a bucket. They try to label you, right? Like you might say, well, Seth Godin's the marketing guy, and Greg Cardone's the sales guy, and Tony Robbins is the guru. And like we tend to put like these labels on these characters, even though they're more complex and nuanced than these things. It's like Wim Hof is the breathing guy, right? David Goggins is the crazy guy with no shirt that's always yelling and running somewhere. Like we tend to simplify things. And if someone was to radically simplify you, what would they use to describe you? And if that's not what you want it to be, then how do you course correct that reaction to be what you want it to be? So for example, for a long time, I would go on podcasts and people would say, here's Dane, the Instagram guy. And I was like, God damn it. Like, I don't want to be the Instagram guy. You know what I mean? I was like, I want to be the brand guy. And I was like, well, what's giving my community and my interactions and my engagements the impression that I'm the Instagram guy? And I was like, oh, it says it in my bio. Oh, every title of every piece of content I make talks about Instagram this, Instagram that. I'm like, well, I'm throwing the language and the themes out there and they're picking up on it. So like, you need to control the narrative. Like, what are the themes that you're trying to own? Are you trying to own videographer? Are you trying to own story? Are you trying to own, creative? Are you trying to own branding, strategy? Like, what's the thing you want to own? And you have to be conscious that you need to start putting monikers out there or putting labels out there in the zeitgeist for people to pick up on and go, okay, they're that thing. And the easiest way to test this is just, ask your community, like, hey, if you were to describe me in a sentence, how would you describe me? And just see what they say back. And go, okay, cool. I'm not mad at them for describing me the wrong way. It's my responsibility to adjust what they think my brand is. And I think coming back to the challenges, it's like, well, all these people are flooding the market and entering the market. Like, what should I do about it? Is it too late? Poor little me, the algorithm sucks. Like, am I blacklisted or shadow banned? When you dial it all the way back to its simplest form, typically the biggest challenge for content creators is themselves. Like either a lack of self-esteem or a lack of personal belief that their stuff is any good, or I'm going to be judged, or I'm not ready yet because I need to buy all this equipment and have this background and yada, yada. I think just to keep it simple here, man, like if people could just realize that there's someone on the internet right now who has no idea about your industry and is like watching YouTube content that's going to start making content about your industry and get more viewers than you, even though you've been doing this thing that you've been doing for 4, 5, 10 years. It's like he who shows up and produces media gets the attention. It doesn't matter how good you are. And this is where the fallacy between people go, well, I'm better than that person. Why do they have attention and I don't? And it comes down to the equation of like, it doesn't matter how good you are. It matters who's showing up for the audience, who's showing up for the community consistently, giving them nourishment, going, hey, I'm here. Here's entertainment. Here's content. They're showing up with a great personality, great charm, great style, and they're able to romanticize their audience. Like, look at content like flirting. Content is you flirting with an audience. We might not know if we're going to do business in the future, right? We can't go straight to going to bed together. So if you look at the greats like Alex Hormozy, Gary Vee, David Goggins, Lewis Howes, Dan Martell, like whoever you're engaging with on social media, we're flirting with them. We're like, man, this guy's kind of interesting. I wonder what their story is. I wonder what they do. I wonder what their business looks like. You want to create a sense of like charisma and exchange, which we're starting a social contract together. You can't just go straight to the purchase. And I think too many people that produce social media content are only focused on, I need the leads, I need the sale outcome, rather than I got to learn how to have some riz. I got to learn how to create a bit of romance between me and the audience for them to want to hang out with me. And if they just want to hang out with me, I'll sell them stuff later.
Man, there's a lot in there. And one of my favorite things you said was also your biggest competition is yourself. Because we could get so stuck in our heads and somebody else that's less talented, less prepared, maybe has less business acumen, less depth, but just more cavalier courage to just step out there and start recording might be getting the viewership. And I think sometimes we're guilty of watching somebody on the sidelines, we're sitting on the sidelines and being like, oh man, that's not even right, or picking them apart. Meanwhile, we're not taking action. And there's something about taking action, putting your content out there so you can at least be discovered. And man, we need a little riz and romance in our brands. Like we need a little bit, content's like flirting. So we really just hit these 3 kind of big themes that we can all apply going into 2025 and beyond. But I want to go a little bit deeper on that because part of your content strategy is having 5 core themes. Is that true? Can you break this down and then how we can maybe start identifying what that means? And what would you say if Grant Cardone is the sales guy? If, I wrote the book YouTube Secrets, if I think I'm the YouTube guy, well, that's only one theme. Who do you see that's building out, these different themes? And this kind of gets in that niche conversation where do you get too pigeonholed if all you're talking, and now your brand, but what else are you? And how are people experiencing that? And how can people follow along to develop a stronger brand as they're developing their 5 core themes?
That's a great question. I think like the core themes, and we talk about this in the book, essentially it's like you want to rotate around 5 different objective talking points, right? So like, for example, when I first started producing content on Instagram, my original themes were, hey, this is how to make content. This is how to design content. This is how to formulate content. This is how to brand your content. Like everything was about content. And it just pigeonholed me to be the content guy. So when people would DM me or reach out to go, hey, can you help me? It was always like, can you make my content for me? But my objective was I wanted to build their brand. I didn't want to make their content for them. So like what you create creates a reaction. So it's kind of like, okay, I plant this seed, the fruit I'm bearing isn't the fruit I want. I want a different fruit tree. So then I have to go plant something different. So the themes are kind of like you planting different, fruit trees in your vineyard to get a certain result that you want. The themes should certainly sit around the product suite that you offer. So when I started talking about brand strategy, brand identity, graphic design, logos, brand messaging, marketing and advertising, people started to DM me or go to my website and reach out and say, hey, can you help me with my branding? And it took a little while to get the stigma of being the content guy off and be focused on so you have to have themes that sit in the vernacular of what it is that you're trying to sell as a product or a service. But you want to give yourself enough variety that you don't run out of things to kind of divulge. And if something's not working, just swap it out. You know what I mean? I think people struggle to get clear on what it is that they do. So having 5 themes forces you to get clear, because you could be clever, you could be charismatic, you can be cool, but if people land on your social channels and can't figure out what you do or why they should engage with you, it's very difficult for them to hit the follow button. So if you want them to hit the follow button and drop a comment and engage and pay attention, they need to understand, well, what the hell are you? Who are you? Why do you exist? Why should I care? What's in it for me? Stop talking about how great you are and start sharing with me what I get out of this relationship. We're in a social contract. We're romanticizing each other. You're romanticizing me. We're sharing our riz with each other. What do I get out of this contract? Because a lot of times when we talk to people about starting their social content, they're so focused on me, but they're not thinking about you, the audience, being of service. So the 5 key themes, it just gives you, I guess, a neighborhood to play in. So like, just give yourself 5 topics. It doesn't have to be anything crazy. And then what you'll notice is if hypothetically you post 30 pieces of content this month and you have 5 themes and you rotate what you talk about each day of the week, right? So then it's like, today I talk about logos, tomorrow I talk about color psychology, the next day I talk about messaging, then I talk about strategy, then I talk about advertising, then I go back to the start, do it all over again. That means you post 6 pieces of content per month, 1 on each theme. 6 pieces of content each month on each 5 of your 5 themes. And then you go back at the end of the month, you go, which themes resonated the most? And just look at the data. Like, every time I talk about color psychology, people go nuts and I get a ton of leads from it. Let me just talk about that a little bit more. Or let me try and find a theme that like supports that theme a little better. So I just start looking at the themes I talk about like I'm a day trader, like I'm an investor, like I'm investing in a theme today. Let me see what the ROI of that theme investment was today and at the end of the month. And then at the end of the month, what I used to do is just go, well, this theme doesn't do anything. I get no leads from it. No one comments. No one cares. I get no reshares, no engagement on that theme. Let's just kick that theme and put something else in that place. So I just would go back and forth with this with my clients until we can get a stack of themes that actually work for their social media channel.
What's your philosophy on niching down? If you look at like a Gary Vee case study, Wine Library and wine was a couple years, and then business content and social media. And then somebody today with a brand as big as his might be like, well, he's like, you are the niche. That's a quote that gets thrown around. And so it's like, it might be the Jets, it might still be wine, it might be NFTs and social and, anything in social marketing, commerce, online shopping, all this stuff. But he's Gary Vee, and Cardone, right, was niche sales and then real estate and then business, and they do like marriage conferences. So what's also maybe part of the journey, and I noticed your themes kind of orbit around a tip of the spear to cut through the noise. But I'm curious, for some, there's a big debate. Some people are like, you don't need to niche down. You're just the niche, talk about kind of whatever you want. And, in a YouTube context, not a lot of people break out doing that, but there's, 1 or 2 odd stories. And so some people think that's a way to go. If someone's trying to unpack, they're multi-passionate, are they trying to niche down and then pick 5 core themes? Or if they start day 1 and they're like, this is going to be my wine, sales, NFT, crypto, pickleball channel, that's the kind of 5 themes. Unpack that a little more.
Yeah, that's a great, I got like 4 ways I could unpack this. Yeah, like the whole thing around niching or niching, like niches get the riches kind of topic, right? Like, I agree with Gary Vee. Like, you are your niche in some aspects, and I kind of challenge it on other aspects. So I think that's a radical oversimplification of a marketing strategy and a brand deployment, potentially. Because I think the 2 things I go to, and let's just look at this maybe a little differently. So whether like, shall thou niche or not, let's just put that on the shelf for now and just go, let's look at this a little bit differently. What I like to look at is like, so let's sit down. What does greatness look like for you in 5 years? Like, what are you building? Well, I want to build a company, or I want to do this, or I want to get clear on like, what is the Mount Everest that you're trying to climb? And this is a difficult question to answer, because a lot of times when I sit down with people, especially when they're starting, they're like, I want to do this and that and this and that, and it's like, cool. But just like, if you had to be the best and you were really good at like one core business model, what would that predominant primary moneymaker be for you? For me, it's an agency, right? I have a book, I have courses, I do seminars, I do this and that and all the rest of it, but I make my dough running a company. So that's like my Mount Everest, right? I like doing this other stuff, but these are all different camps up the mountain, right? But my Mount Everest that pays for all this other stuff is, running a company. So back to like, well, what is your Mount Everest? Like you need to figure out like, where do you want to be in 5 years? What does greatness look like? And look at the future. You need to like really cast yourself out there at least 5 years. Then come back into the present and be like, well, where am I now? Right? So at the beginning, I was like, I work at Telstra. I have a $200,000 debt. I'm depressed. I hate my job. I hate my boss. I hate what I do every day. My Mount Everest was like, hey, I wonder if I could build an agency, make $1 million a year and have 5 employees. That was my Mount Everest at the very beginning 6 years ago. And what you need to ask yourself is like, okay, if that's my Mount Everest and this is where I am now, there's one frame of thinking that you need to have, and it's split thinking, right? So I need to work from the current toward the future, and I need to work from the future back to now. I need to work from both ends, and I need to figure out like how this pathway leads up the mountain. And you can't just think current forward and future back. You need these two to kind of work synergistically together. Within that, what is that pathway? For me, it was like, I got to make content, and I got to generate leads for this agency. But then I realized like no one cares about me and my Mount Everest. They care about themselves and their Mount Everest. So I was like, well, people are out here trying to, produce content and get attention. I'm going to start my pathway doing that. I realized early on that my pathway was kind of shitty, and I was like, I want a better pathway up this mountain. That's when I went and hopped into branding instead of talking about content creation. The point is, the niche is like, well, you're the character on the journey. And are you interesting? Are you charismatic? Do you have quirks and like interesting things that make you a human being, make you likable? Like, why do your friends hang out with you? There's something about you that they like. You're a character in their universe. You're a virtual character in a virtual universe for people you don't know, right? So back to the niche thing, I think where you can go wrong is if you try to be for everyone, quote unquote, right? So I see this all the time. I sit down in a workshop and I've sat down with billionaires, millionaires, startups, and I hear this all the time. I ask them, who's your target audience? And they say, well, Dane, our target audience is everyone. Well, that's interesting. Explain how that works. Well, we do this and we do that. I'm like, cool, is it working? No. Well, I wonder why. Because if you try to speak to everyone, we're speaking to no one. Like, put 100 people in a room, try to get them to agree. Not happening. It's like herding cats. So for me, I guess to put a full stop on this is like, you have to be a unique character. You have to be you, and you have to be a human being, but you have to be clear on what your route to the top of the mountain is. And you have to build themes around that, because if people discover you and they can't figure out how to describe you, they're going to forget you. Like, you need to be distinctive. And if you look at Grant Cardone, and if you look at these characters, most big brands started off niche, right? Nike, we make shoes for people who run. And Phil Knight was making shoes with a waffle iron. And it was all about running. That was it. Like, you got to remember, like, oh, Nike sells shoes to everyone. No, they don't. They start off selling to runners. They crushed that category. They built brand equity, and then they line extended. They're like, if we can crush running, can we crush tennis? Can we move laterally into basketball and do the same thing? Well, yeah, because runners want to win. Basketball players want to win. Tennis players want to win. Well, let's speak to the part of the athlete that wants to win. So then they crush the athlete market. And they're like, well, athletes don't just want to win. Everyone wants to win. Everyone's an athlete, right? So Nike speaks to the part of you that wants greatness. So if you're trying to build a brand, you have to figure out what part of your audience are you speaking to? Are you speaking to their fired up part? Because a part of me likes David Goggins yelling at me, but another part of me likes Simon Sinek calmly talking to me. So there's different parts of me, and there's different personal brand options that speak to different parts of me. So what you have to realize is you have to niche to what part of the person are you speaking to, and you have to be clear about it.
Take that a little bit deeper before we go on. So is that like a tone aspect of your brand? Meaning like maybe, and this is like certainly the case, I know for me, I've gotten business advice from a lot of people. I've been to a lot of different business events, marketing advice from a lot of people. But you said if we're going to speak to a certain part of me, I also can learn from, call it that Grant Cardone energy. But that's probably not my favorite energy. And so there's others that bring it differently, but he's got a lot of wisdom on one side. So when that was like that final nugget you just dropped, sounds to me like tone. Is that what you're saying? Or can you expand on that?
Yeah, I'll expand on that a little bit. So I think, a lot of things make the whole. So there's a great book you can get on this, and the book's called No Bad Parts. And it talks about how human beings aren't essentially always one format, right? So at work, you might work in finance, you might be rigid and task-oriented and super methodical about your day-to-day operation and what you do in your career. On the weekends, you don't give a shit about tasks, you don't have any plans, you just want to hang out, drink beer, and go to the beach and surf and figure it out as you go. So you have two different parts. You have the radical weekend hang out with my friends part of you. You have the gonna go hang out with my parents part of you, look after my little nephew part of you, crush it at work part of you, the dating, flirting part of you. So we have parts to ourselves. And what I would say is to tone, tone can speak to someone's part. Outfit, style. So think about what stimulates someone. Visual stimulation, verbal stimulation, I guess emotional stimulation. And then you have figurative stimulation. So a concept when you get an aha moment or the penny drops in your mind, goosebumps. These things need to be distinctive. And if you're inconsistent with those distinctive triggers or mechanisms, you look like a crazy person. You're unclear. You're unsafe. It's like when you hang out with their friends and they're constantly flipping personalities, constantly talking about things that are irrelevant and confusing. You just don't want to hang out with them. I think a lot of people on social media just scramble and it's unclear. They're undefined. They're undistinctive. And I think they do that because they're just trying to find out what the algorithm wants. If they just focus on studying the greats and identifying what works for them and their style, Grant Cardone figured out what works for him. You figured out what works for you. And you don't have to be like Hormozi. You don't have to be like Gary Vee. And I think this is why Gary's you are your niche. He's just be you. But you still also have to get clear on what that is and whether it works or not. I'll give you one last example. So if I'm on a sales call, people call me the smiling assassin. So on a sales call, I have to, in many cases, talk to corporations. I oftentimes I'm in a boardroom and there's 16 people, the company's worth $400 million. And I'm trying to tell them why I'm the guy that should solve their branding problems, right? What does this guy know about, his hat and his pair of Vans? How can he help our corporation? You know what I mean? So I have to use a tone that's guys, I'm here to help. I'm here to support you. I'm here to get to the resolution. But we need to talk about the numbers. So I'm smiling, but I'm hitting them with a tone that's slightly serious, but I'm taking the edge off by smiling and using friendly, calming, approachable body language. There's layers to this. So and then again, if I'm hanging out with my kids, I'm not doing that. I'm not smiling at my kids and telling them what to do around the house. But you have to figure out what are the mechanisms that you as a character has to put together to get the audience reaction or to get the sales mechanisms or engagement that you want. But back to the smiling assassin thing is I have to use tone because I have to take the edge off, but I have to be we're seriously solving a problem here, but I'm not going to be a dick about it. So we're going to have fun and we're going to enjoy the process.
So much wisdom there and a lot of insights to unpack for our own personal brands. And just to clarify, is this book called No Bad Parts, Healing Trauma and Restoring Wholeness with the Internal Family Systems Model?
Exactly right. And you might say, well, what the hell has that got to do with branding? So that book, I think what it is I don't know if you study Carl Jung or psychology or NLP or anything of that nature, but all human beings have trauma, every single one of us. And that trauma shows up in our personality traits and how we show up in day-to-day life. And again, it's when you are I want to start making content, but I'm scared. And then you start thinking about people are going to judge me. I'm going to get bullied. I'm going to get ridiculed. They're going to laugh at me. And that's trauma coming up from your childhood, from your parents or what have you. Doesn't mean it's bad. It's just we've had terrible experiences in life. And later on in life, when you want to become a content creator, that trauma tends to show up. And when I do workshops or in-person events, everyone's talking about branding and content. And under the hood, they're actually coming to terms with their trauma. And I think that's a great book for anyone who's looking at building a personal brand to understand, hey, what part of you wants to make content, but what part of you is holding you back? And how do you get those two to hang out?
Here we are. 2025, we're going deep on this branding conversation, and we'll of course link this stuff up in the show notes. This is the number one bestseller in NLP psychotherapy, over 3,880 reviews. Looks like a legendary book and powerful tie-in to how we could all grow in this area. Okay, we're actually going to get into the brand fundamentals. I mean, I actually kind of want to get a definition of branding. Think about some of the next steps that we can do in regards to making a 90-day push to updating our brand. I do want to encourage people to check out Dane's book, which we will also link up in the show notes, the 90-day brand plan. And we'll talk about that later. But before we get there, one last kind of question in the introduction, and as far as my notes go, so we're really still just getting started, you're great at creating content, especially Instagram. You used to really be, that sort of, like you mentioned, you were the content guy. Now you're the brand guy. But you focus heavily on creating shareable content that triggers emotional responses. Do you have a framework, or how do you try to do this consistently? And obviously, listening to this podcast, we can extrapolate that to be thinking maybe more about, man, is this content shareable? How can we trigger emotions? Give us a few tips here.
Yeah, great question. I think when it comes to content creation, it's all emotional. If you go through TikTok, if you go through YouTube, if you go through X, if you go through Instagram, just look at the reshares and look at the comment section of the most viral content that shows up on your feed. Like right now, I don't know if you've seen what's going on in New Jersey with all of the lights in the sky and everyone's freaking out about it. So that tends to be, whether we look at media or news, or whether we look at politics, or whether we look at content creation, it always comes back to emotionally led content. The news and politics are great at this. They sensationalize things that may be mundane or normal. They make the everyday thing seem like an exceptionally negative thing that you need to be focusing on. So when you're making content, if you inject a bit of sensationalism around the emotion behind what it is you're talking about, it makes it all that more attractive to share with others. So we tend to share things that emotionally grip us. If we see a phenomenal movie, you have to see this movie. If we go, Kendrick's just dropped a new album, it's fire, you have to send it to your friends because you are emotionally reacted to it. So we tend to share what makes us emotional with those that we want to share our emotions with. So if you look at content, it's no different. Content essentially is just the social landscape of people sharing their emotions with each other, full stop. You could be like, I'm sharing wisdom and knowledge. Nope. At the end of the day, we do everything pretty much led through our emotions. The framework I use for this is there's kind of 7 key emotions that tend to get the most viral traction when you share content. And those 7 things are...
Hey, we're about to get back into the podcast in just a second, but I have a question for you. Do you want to grow your personal brand this year? Do you need more leads and sales in your business? If the answer is yes, then right now is the best time to go all in on YouTube. Today's podcast is brought to you by thinkmasterclass.com, where you can get on-demand access to a 1-hour deep dive training revealing how to start and grow a profitable YouTube channel this year. For a limited time, you can get access to this on-demand class entirely for free, where you will learn the 3 biggest mistakes that people make when starting a YouTube channel, the new rules and changes that have been happening on YouTube and how you can use them to create an unfair advantage, and the exact strategy we use at Think Media to generate over 350,000 organic views every single day. The data is clear. 70% of viewers claim that YouTube makes them more aware of new brands. So don't wait any longer to start growing your brand and business with YouTube. Just go to thinkmasterclass.com to get access to this no-fluff, highly tactical, free on-demand training. That's thinkmasterclass.com.
Essentially, number 1, and which gets out of the way, is sex. Things that are provocative, things that are promiscuous or sexy, tend to get attention, tend to get shit. Not particular for myself, but hey, it exists, it's out there. Number 2 is really thinking about things that are hilarious or humorous or funny, or it just make you laugh. Mr. Beast is just funny. I like watching his content. I think David Goggins personally is funny. It just makes me feel good. I'm just like, damn, this guy's just humorous. Even though he's being deadpan serious, I kind of get a kick out of it, right? Super shareable. Next is like things that are inflammatory. So things that like, might trigger an argument. We can think of certain characters in the world right now that when they say or share an opinion, there's two camps. There's the camp that's for them and the camp that's against them. Doesn't matter. That debate is interesting. Again, a lot of emotion there. People like to argue. People like to debate. But most people aren't into the inflammatory piece. Next is things that are like strange or weird or odd. Like when you watch a piece of content, you're like, what the hell is going on here? Like you see Mr. Beast doing something like he's like, we're going to surround this Lamborghini with stuff that this guy spent $10,000 on at Walmart to try to protect the Lamborghini. If he wins, he gets to keep the Lamborghini. Like, what? Like, this is strange. Like, what the hell you want to watch? Then we go into things that are like prolific. So they give you goosebumps. It's like Simon Sinek talking about, Start With Why in his TED Talk. It's just like deep. It's immersive. It's like interesting. It's intimate. And then lastly, it's like looking at things that are aspirational, like feats of strength, like Red Bull doing stunts. It's like, the things that give you a sense of before and after. Like, here's a story of poverty and now they're rich. Like, we like the stories of aspiration. If you just look at the reshares, look at these 7 things and ask yourself, what cocktail of these things is in that piece of content that made it go viral? Is it sex mixed with humor? Is it humor mixed with aspiration? Is it weird and prolific? Is it, weird and aspirational? Like usually it's a mixture. Then you add a character, then you add a theme, then you add, an audience that it's targeted to. Then you have a viral piece of content. So when people say to me, you can't create virality, I'm like, yes, you can. Look at Liquid Death. Look at Mr. Beast. They know emotion sells content. And if you can get really good at understanding human psychology, like with that book I shared with you, and understand how humans actually react emotionally to everything, you can start to get pretty damn good at content if you can understand how human beings react.
Man, I'm loving this. This is genius stuff. But I got 6 of the 7 emotions. So there's one more. Which one are we missing?
Oh, I'm sorry. The last one is danger. Things that are like terrifying. They could maybe trigger vertigo. When you're watching someone like fly down a mountain on a mountain bike, you're like, oh my God, like this person could like fall off the cliff, or they're snowboarding off a cliff or something nuts. I think danger tends to get our attention. It's like when you're, driving on a highway, you see a car accident, you're like, oh, danger. Like it just seems to get our attention. So however you mix these together, this tends to be the human, I guess, emotional responses that get the most sensationalized reaction. And the news tend to work really hard on danger. Like this is like danger here, danger there. It just keeps you locked in and focused. And I think it's a primal reaction. These emotions tend to drive our behavior in many ways.
It's really fascinating. And I am curious, though, because you're saying we can really architect virality if we mix these emotions, have a character, a theme, and an audience. But a lot of people listening might be thinking, okay, though, in maybe a business context, I'm not going to do something dangerous. I could pull some of these in maybe. And maybe also viral isn't the only goal. Of course, I want the views, but I also want the right views that are going to lead to leads and customers. So if you were to apply this to kind of your average everyday person who's a little bit stuck on like, almost like I don't want to do these. Like, I don't necessarily want to go inflammatory. I'm not funny. I'm not taking my shirt off and starting an OnlyFans. Maybe prolific because I've built thought leadership, and maybe aspirational because aspirational for what I've achieved as a mom, aspirational for what I've achieved as a business owner. Maybe I'm trying to show that off as building a family. There could be practical things. Pull this in, and maybe I don't go viral, but I'm still getting more into this emotional led mindset of the content that I'm doing.
You make a good point there. And I think that, you can take all of these to an extreme. But if you look at sex, it's like you're attractive. Therefore, people are just more likely to subconsciously pay attention to what you're saying, right? Or humor might just be you're kind of joyful or cheeky or a little playful. You know what I mean? Like you just dial it back a little bit. You don't have to be a hilarious comedian. You could just be like, oh, this guy's kind of interesting and kind of looking at it in an interesting light. Weird or strange could be like you're wearing a quirky outfit. You have an interesting background. You have a hat that says think on it. Like that's interesting. Like what's that about? And then inflammatory might be like you're a little challenging. You're like, well, give me the better answer here. So, okay, like a little inflammatory. Or you might even say, like, when it comes back to danger, it's like, hey, the 3 things to avoid when you're building a business. Ooh, what are the things I need to avoid? Sounds a little dangerous. So it could be a little, it could be a lot. You know what I mean? We don't have to turn the spice all the way up to ghost pepper. It's like you just have a little sprinkle of a little bit of something in there. It has to be emotional. And these tend to be the emotions that get the most traction. If you were to engineer virality, I, for one, don't like trying to chase virality. I like to make content that I think is interesting and that can genuinely help people. But I understand that if I was to be like, hey, this is how you build a brand. Hey, you do this. B, you do this. C, you do this. Or if I say, hey, there's 3 mistakes you definitely don't want to make when you're starting your brand. Like, ooh, okay, a little bit of danger. Tell me more. So you just need to add a bit of drama or a bit of sensationalism, just a little bit, to your content to make it a little bit more fascinating, a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. And this could be the very missing piece. You're listening to this right now of why you're struggling to get views or why you're struggling to break through. Dane, you just said a quote. It has to be emotional. And I think 99% of creators actually are not sitting down and thinking about what emotions am I tapping into? How am I tapping into this? I mean, your thought leadership is clear. I've never heard anybody say that content is the social landscape of people sharing emotions. And it's an entirely different paradigm shift, which is going to be so helpful to us at the Think Media Podcast, creating content in this year and beyond. All right, well, we've covered a lot, but I do want to unpack a few next steps for branding. And we're already halfway into this conversation, but I think branding is so weird for people because they're like, is it just mean I have a good logo? Does it mean, is it my slogan? And so there's like your brand, your branding, your brand strategy, your brand identity. So what is your definition of brand?
That's a great question. It often gets confused, and a lot of experts and talking heads can be like, it's this, it's that, it's this, it's that. Whatever I say here, people are going to challenge it. But there's a definition I like to adhere to, and it's pretty close to academia, pretty close to what you would see as a discussion, between executives at Nike and Pepsi and so on. And I guess the zeitgeist in the upper stratosphere of branding and in the upper echelons tends to be this. Your brand is what your market says or thinks you are. So like your opinion of me and my opinion of you, like that's our version of each other's brands. What do you think of Liquid Death? I put a Liquid Death can in front of people. I like to just watch their reaction. Some people go, whoa, what is this? I've never seen this before. Is this a beer? I'm like, it's water. And they're like, what? Sometimes I put it in front of people like, God, what is that? I'm like, it's just water. No, it's not. Yes, it is. Like people have a visceral, immediate reaction just to a graphic design style. The design style can elicit brands. Tonality can elicit brands. My outfit can tell you about who I am. You walk into a room, you scan people's outfits, you judge who they are. That's their brand in your head. You decide what the world's brands are to you. Eye of the beholder. For me, for someone to sit in front of me and go, my brand's this, I'm like, cool, well, tell me what your market think it is. Well, the market think it's great. Show me proof, show me receipts, give me testimonials, give me quotes. So I sit down with companies all the time. They sit down in front of me to do our strategy sessions and they say to us, we have a great brand. I'm like, great, where's the case studies, where's the testimonials? Oh, we don't have any. Okay, cool. We'll have, what have people said about you? Well, what do you mean? Well, what's people's opinion of your brand? Well, we don't know. It's like, well, your brand isn't what you think it is. It's what your market think it is. And if you don't talk to the market and ask them, hey, what do you think our brand is? You're flying blind. So for me, branding is what the market think you are or think your entity or company or corporation is. Branding is essentially, I like to use a metaphor for what I think branding is. And it's like, well, what's your Mount Everest? Well, I want my agency to be the fastest growing agency in Australia. I want to work with big fashion labels and successful e-commerce brands. I want to have a team of 50 staff. I want to have a really cool, fun culture. And I want to work with like fired up, excitable entrepreneurs. That's my goal. Okay, cool. That's your anchor. You're casting to the top of the mountain. That's the outcome that you want. Branding is climbing to that summit. If we break it down a little further, strategy to me is like what's the route to get there? Like, where's the mile markers? How do I know I'm going to hit them? How do I implement it? How do I make sure it happens and have accountability for that system? And then the brand tactics is like, well, what are those actions? What tools do I need? What channels am I distributing them through? And how do I make that happen? And brand identity is the visual identity that elicits those outcomes. So if I produce a piece of content, or I put a product on a shelf, or I build a website, the proclivity that people have when they immediately see the visual design and then they read the copywriting, they're making a decision in their head. So very much you're left with design and verbal language to train your audience to think of your brand the way you want them to think of it. So you know how I said earlier, I had social media content, but every piece of content said how to build Instagram, how to grow Instagram, how to design Instagram content. People see that messaging, they see the design, they decide, oh, Dave's the Instagram guy. So how you kind of sprinkle your touch points into the marketplace elicits the brands, but most cases, people don't have a brand. And this is what I mean. If you sat down with your target audience, and I'm not talking about personal branding, I'm talking maybe from more a company perspective. If you have a service or you have a product and you survey 10 people that purchase said service or product and ask them how to describe it, and they describe the features and benefits of the product, you don't have a brand. If they talk about the experience and how it felt and what it meant to them, you have a brand. This is the zeitgeist that I tend to sit in, which is like, if you can figure out how to understand, well, what is your branding destination? What would you like people to say your brand is when you get there? What the tactics and the strategy is along the way, and how to figure out how to get this whole thing to work together. And it's not easy. That's what I tend to say is like, if you can get good at those things or have someone on your team who's good at those things, you're going to have a lot better success growing your company.
So I want to unpack, this is powerful. Your brand is what the market says about you. Then your branding, how do you want to be positioned? Then your brand strategy, what's the roadmap to get there, as well as tactics, the actual activities and things you do. Brand identity then breaks down into the visuals, things people see, and the writing, which may also just, in video especially, show up as language, the way you talk, what you say. So many people listening to this, though, are starting. They're maybe kind of on the sidelines making their plan. They're in an early stage. They're also just trying to figure things out. And so this question of like, what does the market say about you? It's like, well, nothing. I don't have a market yet. I don't even really have even maybe an initial audience, or it's not a big enough case study, or I have a viral short. And even by viral, we say VFM, viral for me. I had a YouTube short get 22,000 views. Well, vertical content, that's cool. And it's a really cool milestone, but like, that's not impact. That's not like a level of depth of people would recognize you. They're recognizing your logo. Some people listening to this, one of my biggest pet peeves, man, their YouTube avatar is still the letter of their name. Like, I'm offended personally for everybody, especially if you're on the YouTube channel. Today, you need to actually like at least get that figured out, and then get Dane's book to even take it to another level to figure out really what that should be. But apply this a little bit if you're not a corporation and you're a new personal brand. Maybe you're also a successful business owner. You got a product and service. You've scaled to 6 figures, multiple 7 figures, but your brand sucked the whole way. Like, you didn't really need a brand, like, because you had a good product and there's some word of mouth, but your messaging wasn't super clear, but the product solved the problem. So if you're at a place where like, man, I can't get much feedback here, how do you start dialing this in, and how do you think about this?
Yeah, you raised a good point there. So I'm going to hit this 3 different ways. 1 is with a metaphor, 2 is with logic, and then 3 is maybe a few things that people can do. So the first and foremost, like, I guess the metaphor here is like, if you're starting, essentially you have to kind of imagine yourself like a coming of age, right? So like, it's like moving out from your parents' house for the first time. It's terrifying. Like, I got to pay rent, I got to organize food, I got to do my own dishes, I got to do my washing. Like, it's overwhelming the amount of stuff you have to do to like have a social channel that starts to get traction. But what you have to do is get obsessed with like finding ways to enjoy it. That's the first step. But to get over the fear, it's almost like I liken it to stepping out to the wilderness with a survival pack and going, I'm just going to go trudge out into the wilderness that is social media and find a spot to set up, right? My initial spot, camp, I metaphorically set up. I was like, I'm going to set up a camp and a little campfire here, which was like, I'm going to teach people how to make Instagram content. I thought I was a genius. I'm going to teach Instagram content and how to do it on Instagram. I'm like, who on Instagram doesn't want to learn this stuff? I was like, I'm a genius. Let's do it. And it worked, but it didn't get the reaction that I wanted. We'll come back to this when I go into, I guess, breaking it into logic. So back to the metaphor. You're stepping out into the wilderness. You're setting up a campfire. We talk about this in the book. And it's like, well, every campfire that you create, one day could become an empire. But for sure, every empire that exists once upon a time was a campfire. So if you look at the great city of Rome, once upon a time, people showed up, put a little campfire in the ground, and were like, this is a great place to hang out. And then that turned into Rome. So if you're trying to create your Rome, understand that it always starts with literally a campfire. Maybe in the modern age, maybe not, but like if we use the medieval concept, let's just stay there. So for the sake of this, imagine building a personal brand, like stepping out to the wilderness, picking a spot, just anywhere, just pick a camp to be like, this is good enough for now. Let's just set up. We might move later. Let's just try this. Set up a little campfire. The metaphor of the campfire is you producing heat to attract people to go, ooh, this is kind of cool. This is entertaining. This is exciting. What's going on over here? A little bit of content. And every time you put a log on the fire, that's a piece of content. And the only way to stoke the brand fire is to put a log on the fire consistently. If you stop putting logs on the fire, you stop producing content, you're never going to produce enough heat to build an audience, to build a tribe, to build an empire. So if you could just get comfortable just going, hey man, I'm alone. I'm just going to keep adding logs to the fire. No one sees it. So what? I'm learning how to chop wood. I'm learning what types of wood I want to use. I'm learning how it kind of creates a reaction. Different wood creates different heat. Different wood lasts longer than others. You're just getting comfortable with the process. Before long, people start to show up and go, hey, we're kind of lost out here in the wilderness. This is kind of cool. Can we hang out here? You're like, sure. They grab a seat. What happens is the bigger the campfire gets, the more heat it produces, the more entertaining you are, the more, I guess, bells and whistles that your brand has, the more attractive your campsite becomes. And you can amplify your campsite by collaborating with others. We're collaborating right now. Like your campfire, your audience that are listening to this, who love you, who love hanging around your campfire, getting nourishment and insights and entertainment from you, like, who's the hell's this Dane guy? Now there's a pathway between the listeners of this podcast back to potentially my podcast or my event or my book or whatever I'm doing. We're creating a pathway between us. And you have to look at building a personal brand like building a business. You have to find other people to collaborate with. You have to find events to go to and collect a new audience to say, I got a campfire if you want to come hang out at it. Before long, if you get good at building a campfire, you can turn it into a business. And the metaphor here is like, essentially build a campfire first, get good at making content, get good at creating a social contract and emotionally engaging with your audience. And then they'll tell you, we're hungry. They're like, great, I can sell you something. What do you want? You want a burger? You know what I mean? So like, do you want to sell a book? Do you want to sell a course? Do you want to like, don't start with the sale. Don't get out there in the wilderness and be like, what am I going to sell? There's no one out there. Like start a campfire first, build an audience first and allow the audience to tell you, dude, we would really like it if you wrote us a book. Dane, we'd really like it if you created a podcast. All right, here you go. We would really like it, Dane, if you created us a course about how to build a personal brand. Okay, well, here you go. Hey, Dane, we'd really like it if like you could come out to the US and like do some speaking and some events. All right, here you go. So like I've never decided, I've just allowed my audience to demand what they wanted and I just give it to them. Christo does the exact same thing. He's like, I just make content. I wait till the audience react. I give what they want. So that's the metaphor. The logic to this is that when you start making content, you're just trying to get data. Like, don't worry about going viral or getting a fan base. Just like produce a piece of content, look at the data. The data is they like this piece, they didn't like that piece. They commented on this, they shared that, but they didn't like this. You're just collecting data. Then you try to build enough data. 1 week of content isn't a lot of data. 2 weeks of content is a lot of data. 2 months content isn't really a lot of data. I think the reason I chose 90 days for the book was it's enough time to create enough data and create enough momentum. The data is, well, how many people followed? How many people engage? What do they engage with? You just start to look at the numbers and the statistics. Then the information above that is like, well, okay, they like this. What are the actionable insights? Well, the actionable insights of, the data to the information to the insights is if I make more of that, I get a better outcome. Okay, cool. Let's do more of that. Then you learn, okay, well, out of doing more of that, this one did even better. So the only way to go from data to wisdom is to look at the data, come up with the information, get insights from that information, do something about it, and go through this cycle of like action, learn, action, learn, action, learn. If you do that for 90 days, at the end of it, you'll have a little bit of wisdom. You're like, okay, like I think my audience kind of like this. I got some wisdom about how to solve their problem. I got some wisdom about what products I could create next. But you can't go from nothing to wisdom. You have to go through these layers of collecting data, making sense of the information, choosing the insights that matter, taking action of those insights, learning what does and doesn't work. That's the only way to get to wisdom.
Man, this is rich, and you're making complex things simple with this campfire analogy. I think Media Podcast listeners, this podcast is really a blueprint, and I want to challenge us to really commit to the next 90 days. Whenever you're listening to this, especially those that are on the sidelines, 1 week's not enough. 2 weeks is not enough. A lot of people make New Year's resolutions, but they only get 3 weeks in. They don't even get enough momentum or enough data. So if you're listening to this right now, I just want to encourage you. We're going to get to a little bit more from the book in a bit, but pick up the book, make a plan, and really commit to 90 days of putting logs on the fire, so that you also can get some data, so you can get some wisdom. And so you don't have to overthink about why didn't this work in month 1 or even month 2, but give yourself enough time to either commit or recommit to starting your channel, because there's so much wisdom here. And I do want to get to a little bit of the 90-day framework as we land the plane in a moment. But I want to ask you, personal brands versus corporate brands. And business owners that listen to this podcast sometimes even wonder, should they even be a personal brand? Should they hire somebody else in the company or appoint someone else to be on camera? There's a lot of different approaches. But you say that personal brands build trust faster than corporate brands because they're about character, while corporate brands are about capability. Can you explain what this is and why this matters?
Yeah, that's a great point. I think, like whatever it is that we do, we tend to fall in love with people and human beings. And then if we look at human beings have a few things. One is they have a story. They have an origin story. They had a defining moment. They have the trajectory that their life is on. They have enemies. They have friends. They have catchphrases. They have outfits. They have tonality. They have color. It's difficult for a company to have those things. And this is why you see a Nike partner with a Michael Jordan. Or this is why you see famous celebrities like Tom Segura partnering with Liquid Death. Like, you can use a person as an emotional extension to your brands to add a sense of personality, right? Harley Davidson's the rebel, Google's the sage, right? Companies tend to have personality. And I think the reason that we're more attracted to people and their character than we are to a company's capability, well, I don't need a company's capability every day, but I like connecting with people every day. You know what I mean? So I would say that if you were to say, which one do you need? In today's day and age, the landscape is changing. And what I've been witness to in the landscape is I've been working with entrepreneurs for about 10 years. And when I started the company 5 years ago, working with business owners, the conversation was, hey, what's the deal with personal branding? 3 years ago it was, should I start a personal brand? 2 years ago, it was, hey, I'm thinking about starting a personal brand. And today, most entrepreneurs are like, I gotta build a personal brand. So like the landscape's changed because people are starting to realize that these kids on social media, millennials or whatever, are making more money than them, and they've been in an industry for a decade or more. Like, how the hell is this guy on YouTube making more money than me? I've been doing this for 10 years. The point is, business owners are realizing that people that make media and produce content as a personal brand are stealing their clients. They're taking the market by storm, because 5 years ago, we spent a lot of time on social media, but today we spend our lives on social media. And I think the social transaction between people is predominantly online. And those that win online are going to win a business. You can't just win business by word of mouth anymore. So to really break these apart, is personal branding is a lot more about character. It's a lot more about style and presence and story, whereas companies are typically about capability, outcomes, and producing some kind of product or service in the market. It's not always interesting to look at products and services. No one goes on Instagram to follow companies. People go on Instagram, they go on TikTok, they go on YouTube to engage with content from people that they align with. And there's really only two reasons that we're really attracted to personal brand. Is human beings like to be around people that they like and that feel like they are like them. This is why you have a right and a left in politics, is people like, I align this way or I align that way, or I'm a centralist or whatever it is. Like, we tend to hang out with those we see the world the same way with. The second thing is we follow personal brands because we want to be like them. You follow Alex Hormozi or Gary Vee or Chris Do because you're like, man, I want to be like that guy or that girl. Like we have a part of ourselves that aspires to be more, so that we're attracted to that. Companies just can't really do the same thing. So if you're looking for an edge or an advantage on social media, you need to think about, how do I create founder-led content about the company that I'm building? And an example of this is a guy named Poor Boy Coffee. So there's a guy who started a channel. He had a cafe, wasn't making money. So he started making content about how much money he was losing. Then he started making content about how much it costs for the beans, and how like, he was just like a warm, interesting, like wholesome guy. He's kind of humorous, kind of self-deprecating, back to the emotion piece. And he's just like aspirational. Like, it's just like, I want the guy to win. So what happened is, if you go to his social channel now, when he opens the door in the morning, he has a line out the door. He's making content about all these rad people that are supporting him. And I was like, oh, I'm making a little bit of profit now. I can buy a better machine now. And people are like rooting for this character. We love stories. There's something in us that is, you know, whether it's our ancestors sitting around a campfire, we love stories. We love human beings. And I think if you want an unfair advantage over your competition, and if you want to steal your competitor's lunch and eat it in front of them, you need to learn how to maybe use a personal brand.
Poor Boy Coffee looks like he's got 59,000 followers on Instagram now. I think I found him, poorboy.coffee.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, and what a cool story. There's so many nuggets in there and things we can apply to our personal brands. And if you have a more business brand, you know, when you were talking about Nike, it just made me think that like influencer marketing is not new.
It's not. It's been around since like ancient times, man. Like the word influence is just a new buzzword that we use to describe like what is it that makes it so that person can influence an outcome. And the word influencer isn't even cool anymore. It's now about founder-led content. That's the new thing. It's like, oh, they're a founder. So I think it's not new. Like, we've been following what others do since ancient times. Like Cleopatra wears that type of makeup. I'm going to wear that type of makeup, right? Like, it's the Caesars dress a certain way. I'm going to dress a certain way. We tend to be influenced by the zeitgeist of our cultures, the populace that we live in. And it's like a hedonic treadmill. We tend to be like that which is around us. You hang around people that complain and bemoan all the time, you start to complain and bemoan. You hang around with a Grant Cardone long enough, you start to get a little bit of energy, you start to sell stuff. Like we need to put ourselves in positions of success. And if you're not getting the success you want on your social channels, on your Instagram and your business, put yourself in an environment around people that are doing it and crushing it. Like, we need to be close to people, and those, I think, that have the most success in business are the most obsessed with building relationships with valuable people.
Let's talk about the 90-day framework. So as we kind of land the plane, give us some next steps now. First 30 days, 30 to 60, final sprint. People can pick up your book, highly recommended, and definitely save this podcast and, you know, work through all of these, because my hope and intent here was that we all level up our brands. If you are established, I know I got work to do. If you are just starting, now you have a roadmap. But what could happen for your brand, for your reach of your content, for your income, if you dialed in some of these details over the next 90 days? I love books personally, buy so many of them, because it's actually pretty wild for, you know, $20, $30, how much wisdom you can get from somebody and how impactful it can be. You know, that's a 10x return, 100x return, 1,000x return of the wisdom you can have in a book when it's applied. But if you kind of just walk us through 90 days, what are we actually going to be doing over the next 90 days, and some milestones we could aim for, at least at a high level? And then again, in the show notes is a copy of the book if you want to order that on Amazon. And we'll come back to some final resources that Dane has as well. Talk about the 90 days.
Thank you, man. Yeah, I'm going to steal your plane analogy and kind of play with that a little bit. And also, like, I noticed you got a hammer on your wall there, so I'm going to use that. So I think you know, there's this cliche or this phrase. It's like, you know, if you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail, right? Like, if all you're focused on is like, I need leads, then social media just looks like a platform to get leads on. Like, you need to stop looking at social media like a platform to generate leads on. You need to go, okay, this is a public library, and people either want to get entertainment, they want to get Harry Potter or Lord of the Rings, or they want to educate themselves, on like mathematics or science, or people either want to learn or they want to entertain themselves, or a mix of the two. No one's going to the public library to get sold to or to become your lead. So if you start respecting social media, it's social and it's media. So if you go, okay, how do I make something that's sociable and how do I make something that's media centric? Just sit in that pocket. The second thing is, if you look at the 90-day brand plan, like taking off in a plane. So imagine you're sitting in the cockpit on the runway of a Boeing 747, you're the pilot. This is what it feels like to start your 90-day brand plan. Now, it's the first time you're in that plane. You've never flown a plane before. And to make it even worse, the windshield's painted black. And it's your job to take off. This is what it feels like. You're like, oh my God, is it going to work? Am I going to crash and burn? Am I going to die? Like, people literally think they're going to die if they just start posting content. So what I suggest to them is, like, what happens is if you're in that cockpit and your family are on board and they're depending on you to succeed, I kind of play these games with myself because it makes life a bit more interesting and colorful. But if you're taking off down the runway, taxiing down the runway, this is what I want you to expect for the first 30 days. The first 30 days of you producing content is you just taxiing to get to the start of the runway. You know, when you get on the flight and you're like driving, it feels like you're driving around a car park and you're like, oh, are we going to take off anytime soon? Like, you need to taxi to the runway. The first 30 days is like, you're like, when are we going to take off? Like, what's happening? Like, nothing seems to be getting any traction. Where are the clouds? You can't expect clouds in 30 days. So just imagine the first 30 days is we're just taxiing to the start of the runway. I'm just going to produce content. Hey, we're moving. We boarded the flight. We're moving. We'll get there eventually. We'll take off at some point. I'll get a hot towel and an orange juice at some point. But let's just focus on producing content. Now, the point is, you just want to get in the operating rhythm of producing a piece of content, posting it, looking at the data. Forget about the results. Producing another piece of content, putting it up, look at the data. Who cares about the results? Just get in the rhythm of being comfortable being on camera, or becoming comfortable creating a piece of content. Become comfortable writing a caption and choosing the hashtag. Just get comfortable. And if you're terrified of what people think, just create a private channel, invite a couple of people you love and trust, make it private, and don't make it public. And if you can't even do that, just film yourself every day for 30 days. Whatever your taxiing down the runway is, just start. Like, that's the point. It's just to get out of procrastination and get into the action. Get out of the data and information and into taking action, because the only way you can learn is through action. Okay, so just don't expect much in 30 days other than, like, I'm getting comfortable. Oh shit, we're at the start of the runway. The plane engine's roaring. It's getting loud. Your windshield's painted black. You're like, I don't know where the tree line is. I don't know if we're going to make it. But at some point, you can't gingerly hit that runway. At some point, once you get comfortable, you have to start taking it serious. You go, okay, we can't gingerly hit this runway. It's pedal to the metal, baby. And you want to hit that thing as hard as you can, as consistently as you can. And if you're going hard in the paint, and what I mean by going hard is, like, don't just give him a random piece of content that you just thought of that morning. Like, try to give him something really good. The internet's full of great education, great entertainment. Like, try to make something that's worthy of being on Netflix or worthy of being paid for. Like, make it that good and make it that interesting. If you're pushing that hard, you're going to start getting wind under your wings, and it might take another 30 days to get off the runway. 90 days tends to be the amount of time that most algorithms need to get acquainted with your content formats. It tends to be enough time for your community to get comfortable with what your deal is, what your shtick is all about. You need to expect it to take 3 months to even start to get altitude. Because here's the thing, the 747 depletes about 40% of its fuel to 60% of its fuel just to get off the runway and up to altitude. So think about this. Next time you're on a flight, dude, like, by the time you're at altitude,
70%.
Yeah, up to 70%. Yeah. So up to 70% of the fuel in the flight could be gone when you're at altitude. So remember, the next time you hit altitude, 70% of the fuel, gone, right? But you can go halfway around the planet on that other 30%. The point is, when you're at scale like you or I am, it becomes a lot easier. It's like, oh, this is almost autopilot. I can hire people to come in and help me do this. I can run my company. This is fucking fun as, like, no, nothing to stress about. It's the beginning that's terrifying. Most of the work for the pilot is in the takeoff and in the landing. So most of your work that you'll ever do in creating social media content is in the first probably 12 months. Like you got to give it everything. You got to give it enough momentum. And if you're not posting every day or 5 days a week, you're just not going to have enough momentum to ever get off the runway.
So that's such a great vision. And I think, man, when we compare ourselves to others, which is not a good idea, but we do it. And, you know, my friend John Acuff says, don't compare your beginning to somebody else's middle, because what we see is the person that's getting the views and the shares and like they're 1 year in, 5 years in, 10 years in. And then we're 2 weeks in and we're like, man, this isn't working. And I really felt the emotions when you were talking about taxiing, because not only do I feel like, man, when are we going to take off? But anyone who's flown has maybe been in a situation where something happens. They're like, sorry, guys, we're out here. There's a few other things. Sorry. And like sometimes, it's an extra 30, 45 minutes, an extra hour. And you're like, what's going on? In fact, I've spent a lot of time in Las Vegas. And sometimes you're sitting on the runway and it's 107 degrees.
Oh, yeah.
And they're like, sorry, guys. And they're like, gee, like, no matter how hard the AC is blowing, you're just getting destroyed. They're like, please keep the windows down. And that's sometimes kind of how it feels at the start of posting content. You're just like, man, when is this thing going to take off? And even the fact that we got to burn so much fuel to even get a little bit of altitude. Well, of course, you get much more tactical in the book. And so I encourage listeners to pick that up. And I am actually curious as well. Clearly, you're a student, you're a learner, you're a reader. I'm just curious if there's other business, marketing, or strategy books that, especially for content creators, if you had a friend that you were like, oh man, you want to start a YouTube channel and you want to get into this creator economy thing and you want to have a personal brand, and these are some of the books that I think would really be helpful from any angle, really. Is there anything that are some of your favorites?
Yeah, some personal favorites that I like. I like the 10X rule. That book means a lot to me. And I think it's a very simple book, but I guess Grant Cardone, who wrote that book, just talks about like, you have to think 10 times bigger than you're currently thinking. And you have to think it's going to be 10 times harder than you think it is to get there. It's just coming to the terms with the reality that you're probably not thinking big enough, and you're probably not thinking it's as hard as it actually is going to be. Like taxiing down that runway is hard. Posting content every day, and your mom's the only person that comments sucks. And then you go to work, and your friends are making fun of you for making content. It's brutal, but you just have to realize that like the only way to get off the runway is just keep doing it. And like if you look at a Gary Vee or a Hormozi, they're in their private jet at like 80,000 feet going into the stratosphere, sipping on champagne. And you're not seeing the 16 years it took them to get to that point. So like, again, you can't compare your start to someone else's middle. Like that's crazy. But I think, in any case, when you're trying to build something, you got to realize like, it's got to be tough. Another book I like is Zag from a guy named Marty Neumeier. Zag was Steve Jobs' favorite book. And, some say it inspired him to create the iPod, but basically that book just says what everyone else is doing, do the opposite. If everyone's doing talking head content, go do something different. If you look at anyone who gets crazy viral traction, it's usually like the market's going this way and they just go, I'm doing the opposite. Everyone's serious about business. I'm going to be nuts about business. Everyone's formal. I'm going to wear a beanie and sneakers. Like whatever the zeitgeist is, try to hit a different direction. Another book, I think, what I'm enjoying at the moment is Buy Back Your Time from Dan Martell. Recently, I had the privilege of meeting him. Just a great way to get unstuck and just figure out, like, we need to take action. We need to start thinking about, like, how do I use time as an investment? Am I using my time wisely? Am I putting it in the right place? The last book I would say that's kind of a hidden gem is The Richest Man in Babylon. A great book about how money works. No matter how many times I read that book, it just hits me different. And it's a really old book. A lot of people don't realize how actually old that book is. But it just teaches you that money has the way of working. And if you can get familiar with how money kind of operates and how to handle it, if you can think bigger, like Grant Cardone, if you can win your time back, like Dan Martell, and if you can do it a little bit differently, like Marty Neumeier, I think that's a great stack of books to get started.
Oh man, that's the level up list for 2025, plus your 90-day brand plan. Dane, I'm super grateful for you. I have one more question, but I want you to shout out anything you're doing, the stuff that people could get, more from you. If they want to go deeper, we'll make sure to list all the resources, the books recommended, Dane's stuff in the show notes. But break it down. How can people connect with you?
Yeah, good question, man. You can just go to danewalker.com or just follow me on Instagram. My company is Rival, RIVYL.com. But what I'll do, man, for anyone who's listening to this right now, I'll send you a code and you guys can have my online personal branding program for free. I'll give you a code so that your listeners can just get immediate access to that. It's different to the book. I think, if you wanted to 10 in the book with the online course, go ahead. If you just want to do one or the other, whatever. But yeah, it's about a 4-hour program on actually how to build what I'm talking about.
Dane, that's sick. People are going to be pumped. So you're going to be giving away your personal branding course for free. So if you're on the audio or video podcast, we'll make sure that code is in the show notes, as well as the website link to get to that, as well as all the other resources. Dane, super grateful for you. The final question is, send us off 2025. You're listening to this. What's the mindset you need in this current landscape? You've given us a lot of juicy tips, but if maybe there's a final tip, a perspective shift to crush it this year, especially for those that want to start or grow a profitable YouTube channel, what do you want to leave us with?
Yeah, I think something I've been really sitting with recently, and it's helped me a lot, is thinking wildly creative, but being ruthlessly commercial. And try to find a way to make the two meet in the middle. Because I think to build a business and to succeed as a personal brand, as a content creator, you have to be wildly creative. And this is what I'm talking about, like engineering emotion, understanding the zeitgeist of what's popular in pop culture right now and leveraging that, trying to stay away from what everyone else is doing and doing something different. Like, try to be wildly creative, but also be ruthlessly commercial. Like, where is the attention? I want to build a business for startups. Well, why? Because I was a startup and it was hard and it sucked. Well, cool. There's a hole in the market, but is there a market in the hole, right? Like, sell to the rich. They got money for you. You know what I mean? And take that money and then give something else to those that are getting started, right? Like, I chase big branding projects that pay me $250,000 to $500,000. And we do other projects that are smaller than that, but that's the ones I'm chasing. And then I'll take that capital and I'll go write books, or I'll give your program or your community a free online program. Like, you know what I mean? So like, if you can go chase where the money really is, you can go do the other things you're passionate about doing. But I just think, yeah, if you want to win, you have to start thinking like an athlete. You have to start thinking like an entrepreneur. And it's like, yep, we can be creative and passionate, but we have to become really commercial, know our numbers, and we have to know how to invest our time and make money with it.
That quote is going to go down in history for the Think Media podcast, because we always live here at this tension of the artist, the creative, but oftentimes the starving artist. And even why our tagline is helping you build a profitable YouTube channel, as I'm always talking about, you need money for the mission. And there's always this tension where sometimes the money and the business acumen and the practicality feels like it is, chokes out the creative soul of some. But unfortunately, if all you're trying to do is be an artist and be creative and you run out of cash, then you can't feed yourself, your family, and you can't really scale. And so the tension in the middle, you summed it up for 2025. Think wildly creative, but be ruthlessly commercial. Dane, super grateful for you. Appreciate you taking the time and adding so much value to our community. Want to acknowledge all the value you've put out there in the world, and grateful for all these resources and all your wisdom. Truly grateful and thankful for you to take the time today. And then Think Media Podcast, thank you. As usual, like, share, rate, review. If you're still listening this deep into the podcast, wherever you watch or listen, my name is Sean Cannell, your guide to building a profitable YouTube channel. We will connect with you in a future episode.
You know, he out there at the Silver Cross. Mm-hmm. That's where she at. Mm-hmm. People. Mm-hmm. The train was rolling last night. Mm-hmm.
Hey Meta, what is this artwork?
Comedian by Mauricio Catalan worth $6.2 million.
What?
The videos you think are terrible often perform the best.
I was filming on a cheap camera with terrible editing software. I had a horrible microphone. I go back and I watch that video and I completely cringe and then hit upload. It took off. Just go ahead and put it up there. It doesn't have to be perfect.
In today's episode of the Think Media Podcast, we're going to be learning why sometimes your worst videos can actually get the most views, even 1 million views in the case of our guest today.
I cannot tell you the number of times that I have sat down to edit a video thinking this is going to be horrible and there's no way I'm going to upload this. And by the time I'm done editing it, it's not half bad.
This is super inspiring, and I'd love for listeners to think about this. This could be like the juiciest light bulb for some individuals. And we've never talked about this before on the Think Media Podcast. Our guest was able to grow their channel from 0 to monetized in just 6 months. We're going to be learning that story, as well as some different revenue streams that she has tested over the years while staying at home with her kids and creating content at the same time. And then we're going to look at other practical tips for helping you start and grow a successful YouTube channel and more. Now, our guest today, Swavy Curly Courtney, is a wavy, curly hair scientist, and she is dedicated to helping people embrace their natural waves and curls. Her content emphasizes positive messaging around natural hair textures and is inspired by Psalm 139, verse 14, reminding followers that they don't have frizzy or bad hair. They have beautiful, wavy, curly hair. 177,000 subscribers, over 23 million views, and she's posted 576 videos. So no matter where you are in your journey, stick around until the end of this episode because there's going to be a lot of juicy nuggets that we will unpack. Courtney, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much for having me, Sean. I'm grateful to be here.
So I want to dive right into this big topic of you mentioning in our pre-survey that some of the videos you think are terrible often perform the best. Can you share a specific example of a video that unexpectedly took off, or like just the elements you think made it succeed, even though it wasn't the video you were most proud of?
The video that just took off, I was not expecting it, was how to get wavy curly hair to clump together. And I heard somewhere, probably from you, on Think Media, that using the word hacks in your video titles was real grabby. So I titled it Curl Clump Hacks. And I was filming on a cheap camera with terrible editing software. I had a horrible microphone. I go back and I watch that video and I completely cringe. Even the hair didn't turn out that beautiful that day. And that's my whole content, is teaching women how to make their hair look really, really cute. And I didn't even feel like my hair looked that cute, but I just punched fear in the face and pressed record and then hit upload. And
it took off.
And what lessons did you learn kind of from that process?
Perfectionism is the enemy of good, of done, of complete. Just go ahead and put it up there. It doesn't have to be perfect.
And have you followed up with some videos that you weren't super confident in? What have you done, since posting that video?
Well, I've posted about 400 other videos because that video was kind of early on in my YouTube channel. Something interesting that I've noticed, and this is a little off topic, that my niche in particular, wavy curly hair, got really popular during COVID because people were at home washing and styling their hair because they were bored and had nothing else to do. But as people went back to the workforce, they started changing how they styled their hair again. They were no longer needing to style it wavy curly. And I noticed my views dropped off a lot, but I can tie this back in by saying that I was able to supplement the loss of revenue due to AdSense with digital products and online courses, which is kind of interesting. But back to videos, I've noticed that specific topics do tend to perform really, really well. And I think I did just get kind of lucky with that video, that getting the curls to clump together was the hot button issue that I stumbled on. And I have a teacher background, and I find that when I teach in my videos, like I'm trying to teach high school students, it performs really well. People enjoy that style of content. Very educational, not super entertaining.
I think it's a big insight. And I think sometimes listeners might actually experience a breakout video, but their success is random. And the art form and goal would be, you mentioned it, like certain topics perform better than others. It's kind of our mission at Think Media, is helping people identify how to consistently create videos around those topics. I also like that you said hot button issues, like thinking about when you know your target audience, in your case, individuals with the wavy hair, what are the hot button issues for them? What are the maybe problems and ambitions that they have? What keeps them up at night or frustrated? What are the issues they want to solve? And to your point, if you just have a phone, not even the best gear, you don't even have the best presentation of the content, if it's a really strong topic, it can get a lot of views. Conversely, if it's a weak topic with the best video production, the best presentation of the information, it might not resonate because it's not one of those hot button issues or something that the audience truly cares about. I think it's also interesting you talk about teaching, like that when you are understanding the intent of the audience and know that they maybe want good structured teaching and you committed to that, you find like, okay, that's work that is working. And all of this is kind of like pattern recognition. You have pattern recognition. There's some macro YouTube topics here or YouTube strategies, but also pattern recognition for your individual community, your individual niche. Am I getting this right?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I was very lucky in the sense that I started creating content on Instagram back in 2018 and really, really learned this particular niche. I got hyper fixated on it, used my ADHD brain to learn every last minutia detail about caring for waves and curls. And nobody was really producing that type of content on YouTube. So I just started taking all those lessons I had learned on Instagram, being a part of this tiny little niche community of waves and curls, took it to the broader YouTube. And since I was one of the only people talking about it, it did really, really well and performed very nicely.
Wow.
I'll see comments like, it would be so much easier if there was an app and I could just stream it to my TV.
The mobile app is the whole point of having this. It's supposed to be on the go. You're supposed to be able to download the videos to your phone.
The app pays for itself, essentially.
I thought these people that have been, with me really deserve an upgraded experience.
Now with Uscreen, I'm wanting to use the app more because of how good it looks and how easy it flows. Notifications happening on all the time because women are writing feedback, asking questions, engaging on the community. It's exciting every time I get to open up my app.
When we launched Edits Plus, where you stream right away, it exceeded my expectations.
Montreal's unique vibe awakens something within you.
You mentioned a little bit earlier, eventually even when AdSense dropped, you found some other ways to make money. I want to talk about that coming up. And I do want to go deeper into like one of your title tools you were talking about. But I want to dig into this. I love that you had a season of practice. And so 2018, you're practicing on another platform, but also the discipline. I think every listener, it's inspiring me. Learn everything about your niche. You studied everything. You were also practicing content, getting used to your community, individuals with the area you help and serve. And that sets you up for YouTube success. And then you also mentioned your ADHD brain. Is that just something you've self-diagnosed, or is that something you've actually...
I was diagnosed as a young child, no treatments or anything. I just live with it. So could be considered a self-diagnosis. I was diagnosed so long ago.
Yeah. Unpack that a little. I'm just kind of curious. You're saying maybe it's kind of a superpower in one sense because it caused you to go super deep, but has it also had some challenges as far as having just ADHD and what that means for you as a content creator and what it means for you even building your online business?
It is difficult with the ADHD to focus sometimes, and other times it becomes that superpower that you talked about to hyper focus. I do want to mention one thing for anyone who is camera shy and wants to do YouTube, but the idea of looking at your face on a screen just makes you want to die a little bit on the inside. The best way to practice is Instagram stories. They're 60 seconds long. They expire in 24 hours. Then nobody's going to see them. So that's where I did a lot of my training about how to be on camera and not absolutely loathe every second of it. As for my ADHD brain, you do have to be incredibly disciplined when it comes to social media. YouTube is a very hungry beast. And if you stop feeding YouTube, it stops feeding you. So being disciplined, setting up structure, saying, I will film on these days, I will edit on these days, doing it even if you feel like it is awful content. Even if you were sitting down filming it, you stumbled over your words 58 million times. That is what editing is for. I cannot tell you the number of times that I've sat down to edit a video thinking this is going to be horrible and there's no way I'm going to upload this. And by the time I'm done editing it, it's not half bad. And okay, yeah, sure, I can go ahead and put this up, And lo and behold, it winds up doing very well if I've done my research properly and done all the SEO things. ADHD does become difficult when you start hearing all the different voices on social media of how to monetize your business, how to best steward your business. There's 1,001 ways to show up and serve the community that you built. And for me, that became really hard because I tried doing merch for a while and that ate up a lot of my time. And I was trying to learn how to set up a Shopify store and produce really high quality merch when my thing is teaching about waves and curls. And then I tried doing an online course and that did really, really well. But I got a little bit distracted with trying to produce
digital products at the same time. And I am the kind of person that needs to put my entire focus into one thing, get it fully completed, and then move on to the next. But that is difficult with the ADHD and scrolling through Instagram. Somebody says, do you want to make more money with your online business? Try this hack. And you're like, sure, yes, of course, I must be doing that thing.
There's so many insights that I think, again, anybody can learn from, but especially if listeners with ADHD, this is gold because I think all entrepreneurs in general kind of, they start scrolling, they see a new opportunity, a new platform, and we chase shiny objects. The doing too many things is very interesting because it's easy to add on. We're doing shorts and we're doing long form, we're doing podcasts, and then we're doing a course, and we're doing coaching, and then we're trying to do other social media platforms, and then we're trying to, all this different stuff. And this kind of made me think, you're just like such a valuable framework for every single listener when you said, you got to be disciplined. I will film on this day. I will edit on this day. And then saying, I'm going to do it no matter what your mood is, just follow the plan. There's actually this book called Eat the Frog by Brian Tracy. I'll actually throw it in the show notes. 21 Great Ways to Stop Procrastinating and to Get More Done in Less Time. And it's based on this quote from Mark Twain that if it's your job to eat a frog, it's the best thing to do is to do it first in the morning. And if it's your job to eat two frogs, it's best to eat the biggest one first. And so it's this idea of identifying your biggest, most important task. That might be like, I need to film video, then to tackle it first thing in the morning when your willpower and focus are strongest. Now, you're a parent, you might not be able to film right at that moment, but like eating the frog is like just doing the thing you don't want to do. I know for me, there's actually a presentation I'm working on right now that's like kind of new and making me uncomfortable. And so I'll scroll, I'll like do other things. I'll do stuff on my to-do list, but it's not the biggest frog I need to eat. And so my willpower goes down, I procrastinate, and then complete it before moving on to the easier, less important tasks. There's just something about charging right at that thing that is most important. And for YouTube content creators, that's literally film your next video, edit that video, get it posted. Any thoughts on waking up and eating that frog?
That is really, really funny and cute. I've heard that saying before. It's fun to know where that saying came from. You really do just have to do it. Come heck or high water, it is going to happen. If you want to do YouTube successfully, now there's 1,000 ways to be successful on YouTube, but consistency has consistently been the thing that has proven to help people succeed. Mr. Beast is still uploading videos. You got to put one up there if you want to do well. And I find that it helps to have a backlog of video ideas running. And that's just a note in my phone notes app. I'll be chasing children because I am a stay-at-home mom. We'll be at the park and a video idea will pop into my head and I will just add it to the list so that on filming day, I have options. I'm not trapped into one thing that may or may not be the thing that I am feeling that particular day, but also having the structure and framework to go, I can film this type of video. Having series on your channel that are kind of a wash, rinse, repeat, pun intended, because I literally wash my hair for the internet. Those are very, very helpful if this is something you are wanting to do as a career long-term to produce income.
That's genius. I would totally agree. Don't try to be creative on demand. Capture creativity and inspiration when it strikes. I've seen before, I've never reused it. I got a gift once. I left it in a box, but it was a waterproof notepad and pencil that was meant to stick on the wall of your shower, because this idea that creativity might strike you in the shower. I think in our day-to-day, it's pretty cool. But in our day-to-day life, it might be when you're walking, running, kids are at the jungle gym, but you got to capture creativity and inspiration when it strikes. And the frustrating thing is sometimes maybe we're staring at a blank page, or we sit down at our computer, or we sit down to film, and it's kind of like maybe too late. Like trying to be creative on demand might be impossible in some cases. Like it's just not but if you have it if you've been capturing it, you always have a running list to go back to or a series to engage in. That's some genius advice. And you mentioned consistency. You actually really kind of have a framework of 4 principles that you shared with me ahead of time. Consistency, intensity, focus, and joy. I would love for you to share this framework for listeners, because I think this is going to be our best year on YouTube here at the Think Media Podcast for everybody listening. The future is bright. We are going to grow our channels this year. And this framework got me so inspired. Consistency, intensity, focus, and joy. Let's go through these one by one. You already mentioned consistency, but for you, what has that been like since 2019 when you started?
It is setting a schedule for myself and not breaking that promise to myself. Being consistent no matter what. Filming when I don't feel like it. I personally have an autoimmune condition called rheumatoid arthritis, and some days are absolutely excruciatingly difficult physically for me, but I put that to the side for the sake of continuing to film these videos, because this is how I show up for my family and help support and do all the fun stuff and things for my family. I get to be home. I get to do this. So even when it's hard physically, I don't break the promise and commitment to myself to be consistent and film and edit and upload.
So then intensity is the second one. What do you mean by that?
It takes a lot of intensity to push through on days like that. You want that person on the other side of the screen who took the time out of their day to stop, pause, click, and watch your video to feel how intensely you care for them, how important they are to you, and you showing up and serving them in that moment. It takes a lot of intensity and focus in the moment of filming to communicate that feeling through the screen.
And then focus is the third thing you mentioned. These kind of build on each other, but expand on that.
Oh, the editing, man. The ADHD and the editing, you've got to dial in and focus. Go into the deep workflow state for the editing. It's a tool you have to have in your tool belt if you're going to edit over 500 videos yourself.
Whew. And that's inspiring. So these, I believe the exact number, I have it here, is 576 videos you've posted on your YouTube channel. You've edited all of those.
I have had editors work with me in the past, but for very brief stints. So the majority of those, I would think 70 roughly, have been edited by other people. The rest have been by me.
And what software do you typically use?
I like Adobe Premiere Pro.
And then the last one is inspiring joy. It's really good. Nice. After all this consistency, intensity, focus, I love that number 4 is joy. Can you expand on what that means?
My kindergarten teacher taught me a rhyme that has stuck with me to this day. I'm 35. It is Jesus first, yourself last, and others in between. And that is joy. That has been in the moments where I have been really doing that well. That is when my soul has sung. It is just, it sings hallelujah when I live with Jesus first, myself last, and others in between. That is the energy that I bring to my YouTube channel.
Man, that's so inspiring. And this nature, of course, of honoring God, love others, and honoring God first, but then thinking about service. Sometimes people are on YouTube, we talk about the framework of like we make selfish content versus service content. And it sounds like you're coming from the standpoint of you're making service content. You're saying there's somebody that's going to take time to stop, pause, click, and watch my video. I want them to feel that I care. And so it's like, do you essentially, are you thinking like maybe subconsciously or consciously before you press record, like a routine or a mindset that you're getting in, like, okay, I am now serving this individual. I'm thinking about the person that's watching this, and this is what I want them to feel.
When I look down the eye of the camera, I am thinking about that person, and I make sure I really smile at them. And my whole thing is that I've got to make that person laugh at least one time while watching the video. Usually because of some self-deprecating humor, making fun of myself. I will fall on that sword if I can make somebody's day a little bit brighter.
So good. Well, I love that framework. That's consistency, intensity, focus, and joy when it comes to creating content. Now, even some of your worst videos, as we talked about in the title of this podcast, can break out. And they still have strong titles, though. You mentioned the breakout video and even the topic itself, this curl clump hacks. So something that resonated, something that worked with people that they wanted to click on. How do you approach titling your videos today and coming up with good titles?
Chocolate, sweet hazelnut, crispy, meat cream, irresistibly bueno.
Sheba, what cats want.
It smells so clean. Dummy rinse and refresh, it's a dream.
Thanks to AI, I get to be a little bit lazy. The tool vidIQ, I just recently started using it this year, and it is blowing my mind. When you upload your it's not raw footage, but your edited footage, your edited video into YouTube, I don't know how it does it, but it scans the video, figures out what the topic of the video is, and then presents you with like 5 or 6 different options to title your video and scores them on a SEO score, clickability rating. Yellow, not so good. Green, really good. Love that for me, because then I don't have to worry about it. And every time I've used it this year, it has titled the video roughly like I would, except slightly better. So I'm happy about that.
That's amazing. Yeah, vidIQ is one of our favorite tools. And actually, we'll make sure, of course, everything's in the show notes. But if you go to vidiq.com/think, they'll do a $1 trial you could use it for an entire month just for $1. And for people that I think there's 2 big categories. One, if you're busy, which that's 100% of people. There's a lot to do. It is a time saver. But also, 2, the skill set of trying to come up with inspired titles from scratch. And really, some of the other AI tools kind of have a disadvantage because, to your point, vidIQ ties right into your channel. So you upload the video, it's right there, it's fast. Their AI is conditioned to understand the YouTube algorithm, SEO, and best practices. You're getting a score. It all happens right there on the platform. And so it really is a priceless investment, especially even if you cancel after the trial. So that's vidiq.com/think. And I think actually their pricing has changed. Like, do you know how much you pay a month to use that tool?
I don't remember. I should, but it is affordable. It was like a no-brainer. That's how much I've already forgotten. It was like, oh yeah, just that much? Sure, yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, I want to say I'll look this up right now. So the Boost plan is like $16.58 a month, $16. So it's like, man, when I take my 2-year-old and 4-year-old to Wendy's, we spend $24. 2 junior cheeseburgers, only ketchup and cheese for Sean Bradley. John, he's down for everything, the pickles and everything else. A large fry to share between them. Waters. Like, I'm good. I'm like my healthy. No soda or juice though. Waters, and then the rest of the budget's on me. But that's like, I'm just trying to say, like, $16. And vidIQ has tons of tools. Is that the only tool you're really using, or have you tapped into some of their other tools?
That's been the tool that I have been the most impressed with. The tags are okay. The other really crazy tool that vidIQ has is responding to comments. It generates some incredible responses to comments that actually sound like me, that sound like something I would actually say. And it makes it a lot easier when your mental bandwidth has been fully consumed by other things to just let vidIQ figure out how to respond.
And it's I can put my stamp on that. That is something I would say. I feel like that counts as me responding.
100%, because you're approving it, and it's like an extension of you, and you're choosing what your response is. Yeah, it's community management tools, and one of the things I love is the channel audit tool. Because you give vidIQ permission to connect to your channel, it can analyze all of your analytics with AI. So you can just start talking to their AI coach and say, hey, what are some good video ideas that I should make next? What are some patterns or trends on my channel? Can you analyze? So anyways, if you're want to check it out, vidiq.com/think, if you're interested in trying this software tool that connects to your YouTube channel that will help you get more views. And I'll make sure to put a link to that in the YouTube description. Now, you've built an impressive and show notes and podcast show notes. Now, you've built an impressive business beyond YouTube. So can you walk us through, since 2019, you started your channel, how long did it take to get monetized? And then over the years, what income streams did you try? How did it go? You stopped some, you switched to others. So we get this really kind of really cool 6-year perspective, 5-6 years from a very successful YouTube creator like yourself, of kind of like your insights from doing the different things, what worked, what didn't, what worked for you. So take us back to 2019 and then walk us through.
Well, I can absolutely do that. I can say that the things that weren't successful for me, probably it was me. And if they're, I wouldn't take that as a stamp of saying, don't try this thing because it could really work well for you. It just didn't work well for me. So in 2019, the very first income was from sponsored content on Instagram, brands reaching out, wanting content produced. YouTube specifically, that got monetized within roughly 6 months. And it happened when I decided that I was going to upload 3 long form videos a week, come heck or high water, no matter what. 3 videos were going to be going up Monday, Wednesday, Friday. That was a little aggressive. And I did, when I hit 100,000 subscribers on YouTube, I did dial that back quite a bit. But that did get me monetized within 6 months. I would say later that year, I did start doing curl coaching sessions, and I really didn't push these, but these were private Zoom meetings. I used Calendly to host these. It accepted payment. It did all the scheduling, gave all the links. It was great. I didn't have to think. It did all the thinking for me. And we did private curl coaching sessions where I would assess the client's hair and make suggestions of how to achieve the goals that they were looking for. Once I had done about a year's worth of those, I started to notice a pattern that in every curl coaching session, I was saying these same things over and over and over and over and over again, which means that I had the perfect online course, which I produced in 2020, and that did really, really well. But as the world is ever changing, things changed enough that I felt like that course had kind of run its course, and I closed it down. Also during this time, I thought I was really cool and I was going to try and do merch. I was not cool enough for merch and wound up not enjoying doing that. I didn't lose money, but I lost a lot of time. So closed down that course and then continued doing the curl coaching sessions. The revenue streams from affiliate links throughout this time had been fairly consistent. Brands being kind enough and generous enough to offer me free product, which is great because that is free content for me, trying out the product on camera, and then offering my subscribers an affiliate commission link. You know, they get 10% off and I get a kickback from that. Using Amazon storefront as affiliate commissions. I've tried several others that now have better commission rates because we all know that the Amazon commission rates just absolutely got slashed. And that was very mean and sad, at least for me. Let me see. I feel like
I noticed there's like coupons on your website to like a bunch of, so have you built out like different affiliate programs? Like you're mentioning, like this wouldn't be relevant for most listeners, but I love this thinking. Kind of like there's so many different programs out there. What are some of the top ones that come to your mind of like niche websites you signed up for? And like maybe the terms of them, because like you said, like Amazon maybe slashes commissions in a certain category, you make 4%, 2%, 1%, or whatever. But maybe what the terms of some of the other things you've done.
Well, YouTube's affiliate program is really nice.
YouTube Shopping.
YouTube Shopping. They give you 10% at a lot of the stores that I am linking products through. It's the luxury beauty industry, so the commissions tend to be a little bit higher. If I'm linking drugstore products, the commissions tend to be a bit less, but YouTube's shopping is really, really nice. There's also one called Howl, HOWL. I've enjoyed that one. It links a lot, gives 12-ish% commissions.
Is that that's not a brand, like a curvy hair brand, but it's a affiliate network?
It's an affiliate network, and it will link to Nordstrom, Ulta, Sephora, multiple different stores, multiple different links there. I used Magic Links for a long time that linked to multiple different things. The commissions weren't great on that. And Like to Know It. Sometimes I will use that one, which is pretty well known amongst the fashionista influencer-y people. But as for the website and all of those different commissions that you're seeing on my website, those are relationships that I've built personally with brands. This is me doing the legwork, reaching out, saying, I really enjoy your products. Here is a piece of content that I use to produce. Like, I produced a piece of content using your products. Is there any way I can be a part of your affiliate program? Sometimes the brands reach out to me and offer me an opportunity to be a part of their private affiliate program. All of those are ones that I kind of negotiated myself.
I had no idea that LTK was Like to Know It.
Okay.
Formerly Reward Style. And so apparently influencers can earn money and commissions up to 10 to 25%, potentially 30% on LTK.
Yeah.
You know, you've also done this kind of
really nice handbags, and I don't talk about handbags too often.
So it depends on the brand, your channel niche. And so just for a kind of a rundown, Howl would be HOWL.link, and then Magic Links, Howl, YouTube Shopping, LTK, awesome. So just kind of different things. And some listeners, here's a big idea. Whenever it comes to affiliate marketing, individuals, I think they're like, man, what could I possibly do for my channel? Or like, I don't know, it feels limited. It's like so not limited. It's just a matter of finding the right websites, the right product. And I encourage people, like, start before you're ready, start posting videos. Of course, get as much clarity on how you're going to monetize at the start. But I also just want individuals to have trust that, like, if you add value, if you serve, if you learn these skills, the money will come as you continue. Like, you're one program away after you've built some influence. Like, oh, that's like perfect. It's like the thing that I love, and it ties into my channel, and it'll serve my audience. And my gosh, there's 20% commissions, and if people subscribe, it's recurring. And that was my journey back even when I had a faith-based channel with Jeff Moore's called Think International. Like, eventually we discovered this program. It was all for church leaders and pastors. You could recommend like a book, on church leadership, which is cool, on Amazon. You get like 30 cents. And maybe at scale, whatever. But then eventually I found this program called Preaching Rocket, which was like a coaching program to help pastors and preachers get better. A desire they have, kind of like an online school, more than an online course. And it wasn't cheap. And they were given like 30% commissions. And so after a year or two or three of just serving, building our influence, then all of a sudden there was like the right program at the right time that fit, that was totally aligned, that people loved. And then it started to be very lucrative. So any thoughts on that as far as, you've been doing this for years. And I think that's like the patience and persistence it takes in the creator economy while you're learning new skills, looking for these opportunities. And you never know when like the right fit way to monetize is going to link up with your channel in the next 3 to 6 months, for individuals listening to this.
I am very grateful for my husband. He's very business mindset, and talking with him over the years, running this little business
internet business has helped me approach it that way. And one of the rules that I've set for myself is that if I am talking about products in a video, I need to have a commissionable link in the description of that product. If I'm talking about the product and I am linking it, there needs to be a commission. And sometimes I have to get a little creative because some of the platforms and outlets that I'm using won't necessarily do that for me. So having that as a rule produces at least some income stream from those links. Also being willing to learn new skills, like you said. The biggest times that I have hit it big or done really well with an online course or a digital product, it is when I have been willing to pay somebody to coach me how to do it. And I have done an online course, did really well. Once that course had run its course, I then started doing digital products and product guides and things like that. And I didn't know how to do those. And I didn't have the time or mental energy or bandwidth to learn those things. But paying somebody to teach me how to do it and walk me through it paid dividends on that.
That is a couple powerful business insights. And I love that it's a rule. I like subconsciously adopted that same rule. And I think individuals that kind of struggle with they don't want to be pushy or sales, and you're not doing that. Like the way you're communicating in your videos, you're not being pushy or driving, like being a car salesman or whatever. But it's the fact you are making a video and you're putting all this time into it and you're putting it out there. All we're just talking about is that if you just happen to be the touch point of the individual learning about a product, and you need money for the mission. And so I just think some people hedge. And so rules, it's nice to have a rule that's kind of and we'll talk about that all the time at Think Media. Okay, the video is not going out until we fully sign up for the affiliate program. We make sure the link is working. It's like the discipline. This is just one of the things we check off, because the discipline to follow that rule is why not only was I able to go full time, but now, I've got other people I'm responsible for. So if this is going to scale, we need money for the mission so we can make a greater impact. And I hope listeners, don't hesitate. To sell ethically is to serve. I think that's
right.
And so
if you're showing up with consistency, intensity, joy, and whichever last one that one was, if you're showing up to serve your audience and giving them a link that gives them a % off is a way to serve them. It's just that the way most of these are set up, the content creator is going to get a kickback, which does help feed the mission.
100%. And that's the way you're going to make it in the creator economy. You can't, the same as if you showed up to work at a coffee shop, you have to show up on time. You got to do what your boss says. You got to follow the protocol. You got to make the coffee right. There's discipline. I call them even rules in the creator economy. There's certain things you need to do consistently over time so that you can have consistent income. And you're talking about a lot of those that go beyond AdSense. I do want to dig a little bit more on these digital products, because that was after courses and affiliates you still do, and then brands. There's all these different categories that we're learning so much from you. But these digital products, guides, when did that light bulb moment and epiphany show up, and what exactly are those? And you're saying those are working good right now?
Those are working well for me and my niche. They are more affordable. And I think that's why it's doing better. I am in a lower end niche, we're talking hair care. People want to run to Walmart and buy a $6 bottle of shampoo and whatnot. So instead of selling a 3-figure course, I'm selling a $30 product guide. In this product guide, I share over 300 different products that I have tried, and I give 9 different points of comparison of these products so that people can run through the entire catalog of every product I have ever touched and get an idea of how that product is going to perform for them. I even teach them in the guide, it's PDF downloads, how to read their own hair and figure out, okay, I'm looking for this when I go to the product guide, because now I know what my hair may or may not like.
You know what? This is super inspiring, and I'd love for listeners to think about this. This could be the juiciest light bulb for some individuals. You made a guide because you've done the legwork of testing 300 products 9 different points of comparison. I don't know if it'd be appropriate to call that like a matrix, but I love always like where pros, cons. You'll see it on Amazon. You'll see it at other places. How much memory each device has across each vertical. And it actually makes me think of my stepbrother at a much crazy higher end than this, but what his profession is he's a technology acquisition consultant, which sounds crazy. Meaning, he'll work for someone like Papa John's Pizza, and if they've got like 10 retail stores, their point of sale system where there's an iPad that flips around and it requires you to tip 80%, 90%, or 100%. And, the point of sale system that scales across 10 stores that is all connected to the internet and that can move at a certain speed and process the credit cards. Well, if you've got 10,000 stores, you need usually higher end software, you need different technology. If you're getting all the Uber Eats sending you the receipts, this is all going someplace. And so I think about it. And so his literal job is helping Dunkin' Donuts or businesses that are going to acquire technology. If they're going to go to that next level of, we're going to go from a simple CRM to Salesforce or to HubSpot or even higher, like because we have a global, and he essentially gets paid in the middle. Like you're getting paid $30 because you did the research, you're helping direct people to the right products, which could help them save more than $30 because they don't buy 3 bottles that they throw away and it never worked for them. And so the light bulb moment I want individuals to have is like in your niche. This is such a cool digital product. We've never talked about this before on the Think Media podcast, is thinking about a guide, but like how valuable that guide can be. It makes total sense to me. For $30, you've tested 300 products. You're saving people time. You can save people money. And then it's figuring out those different points of comparison, sort of like on Think Media, where we are comparing cameras. We get to define those points of comparison. Besides just tech specs, we might be thinking about, well, we're measuring it for user friendliness to your average person creating content, or does it have a selfie screen? Because that's a unique pain point for YouTube creators. And so I hope that inspires maybe some individuals. And then once you've created that PDF, now you can create it one time, but sell it over and over. Is that true?
Oh, yes. You make it once and then sell it 1,000 times. It's wonderful.
Where do you host it, and how does it transact? Like, how does it work?
So I've changed that several times. I started out using a system called Kartra, which was very expensive. And that's where I housed my online course and my website and everything, my email list, all of it. And when the online course had run its course and was no longer producing enough income to cover the costs of Kartra, I closed that down. And then I started using Flowdesk, which was really great. It's super simple. It's an email list housing tool, but they launched online digital products right around the time that I signed up and started using their software. And I thought, what the heck? I'll try this. And so I got somebody to show me how to write sales pages and produce online products and kind of pointed me in the right direction. I created the online product and it runs them through the checkout. And at the end of the checkout, they get redirected to a Google Drive link that has a PDF in it, and they download it. And sometimes I get emails from customers saying, hey, I never got the link, or hey, I lost the link. And I'm like, here you go. Here's the Google Drive link again. But not very difficult. I have since now moved everything over to Full Scope Freelancer, which is a very similar system to Kartra, except it's very cheap and it does a lot more than what I'm using it for. And it's cheaper than Flowdesk. And same thing, just create a sales page and a checkout and it delivers the Google Drive link with the PDF of the digital guide.
It stood out to me when you talked about when I need to learn new skills, because it can be overwhelming to think about, well, how do you actually create a digital product, or how do you write a sales page, or how do you set up an email automation sequence, or, how do you grow your YouTube channel? It's when you paid someone to teach you and walk you through. I think that's actually how we met, or met in person, was early on. We did like a coaching session together. Is that what happened?
We did. Yep.
And
Back in 2020.
Back in 2020. So, and then since then, what other disciplines have you found when you've hired a coach to teach you that things?
I personally have found that me, Courtney, cannot do online courses. I don't complete them.
The right energy is everything. Rockstar sustains mind, body, energy. Rockstar energy.
Hey Google, turn it up.
The all-new Acura ADX with an available Bang & Olufsen premium sound system, crafted to match your energy.
At Capella University, you'll learn skills in your courses that you can apply in the workplace right away.
Looking for unbeatable style and value? Visit Turk Furniture with 4 locations in Joliet, Bradley, LaSalle, and Ottawa. We offer a wide selection of high-quality furniture for every room in your home, whether you're updating your living room, bedroom, or dining space. Don't miss our sleep center, too. Enjoy great prices, friendly service, and fast delivery. Transform your home today at Turk Furniture. Visit us in-store or online for incredible deals and the best selection around.
Be sitting face to face with somebody who is doing check-ins with me, saying, hey, did you do the XYZ thing you needed to do in order to produce your online course, in order to produce your online digital guide? And so that tends to be more expensive because I'm paying for somebody's time. However, the time that I'm paying for is actually cheaper than if I tried to teach it to myself. If I bought the online course, tried to take the online course, then forgot and got distracted with ADHD and then went on and did a different thing. Paying somebody to walk me through the entire thing is much better than an online course. Private coaching for Courtney.
Yeah, that's a great tip. You might not even heard. That's why we started group coaching and one-on-one coaching. We now have Think Media coaches. And if someone's listening to this, you could do basically a free coaching call. And if our stuff's not right for you, no big deal. But it might be a good fit. And so if you go to viralvideocoach.com, all that is an application, and you could click the link in the show notes or go to viralvideocoach.com. We have found that exact same thing, is that for some very rigorous or disciplined individuals, online courses are amazing, but the trouble is there's all this juicy information locked up inside of a course that you have to have the discipline to sit down and do. Especially as life gets busier, I have found that over the last couple of years, doing some coaching with a guy named Patrick Bet-David, being in some masterminds where I have to show up, and being on live calls in a group coaching or one-on-one coaching session, to me, it's accountability, like you're saying. And it's pretty wild. I've never heard anybody say that before. It's more expensive, but it's cheaper because you're actually getting the results, as opposed to, I could buy the cheaper online course, but if it just sits there, then you're not growing.
And you never produce the online course that produces the income that offsets the cost, then what are you doing?
And so it's more like it's like an investment mindset, because of the accountability, because of being in the thing, I'm actually going to do it, thus get the results, thus have a return on investment of what I'm paying for. Really great principle. And if anybody listening, again, if you're interested specifically for, we help people with YouTube, and we actually just introduced this new kind of framework we taught at a Vegas event we did, just called Views Lead Sales. Sounds pretty simple, but it's the big idea of getting the right views, getting leads. And so how am I moving the conversation off of the platform of YouTube to something like a digital product or to a course? And then actually, how do you make sales? Because I think the biggest mistake people make is they're like, I just need viral views. when it's like, no, you don't need viral views. You need the right views for a strategic and intentional business model that connects to your channel. And you've done many over the years, but kind of like this digital product guide, a $30 guide. $30 is a low amount to serve an individual, but AdSense is like 30 cents when it comes to depending on how many views you're getting. And so anyways, if anybody wants to check that out, you can do a free strategy call with us at viralvideocoach.com. And as we land the plane, as a creator, helping support your family, supporting your family, being home with kids, how do you manage your time between content creation, product development, coaching, and all of this stuff?
That is where it gets hard for me to stay disciplined for those online courses, like taking the course and doing the course. It's because there's so much discipline and structure in the rest of my day. Going ahead and being that disciplined and structured is what makes it possible. Between giving myself grace, allowing my sweet little girl to go to a Mother's Day Out program a few days a week and using those days as my work days while she's gone makes it possible for me to do what I do, knowing that I am going to have small windows of opportunity to create content and produce that income. I know it's going to be an all-out dead sprint, and I commit to doing that all-out dead sprint right then, and then taking a breath, taking a step back, giving myself grace, because I know that I have committed to being that structured in certain areas.
And I just want to also encourage you, as someone who, walks by faith and not by sight. Right when we got on here, you were like, so I just put my 3-year-old down for a nap. I hope we could do this whole podcast.
Because it is spring break and there is no Mother's Day Out this week.
So shout out to the parents, because sometimes, there's some videos I've had where I had my sons in a front pack, I'm editing, I'm at the standing desk, like trying to get stuff done, using nap time efficiently. And seasons change. Kids grow up, seasons change, schedules change. You definitely got to give yourself grace. And I think one of the anthems at Think Media is your race, your pace. You can't compare yourself to somebody else, especially, when parents get this, but sometimes we look at a creator and we're like, man, like they're posting so much, they're doing so much. It's like, yeah, they're 23 and single, like, living at their parents' house still.
Yeah.
With they pay for insurance on their Honda Civic, and their cell phone is like their total amount of bill. Of course, they're creating a lot of content. You've got 3 kids, you've got mortgages, you're taking care of parents, listeners, you just be gracious about your season of life, Think Media community. And if you can't, of course, post a video a week, but if you can't, post 2 videos a month. It's going to be okay. And your consistent discipline through these different seasons also lays the foundation for when stuff flips. Maybe it's summer break. Maybe there's a time when you can sprint, get some traction, and it's your race, your pace. It's not a comparison to anybody else. You're just comparing yourself with trying to beat your previous best and get 1% better with every upload. Well, I want to ask one final question, but before we do, give a shout out to your stuff. We'll, of course, link it in the show notes if anybody wants to check out your channel. And I want to recommend, if you're listening to this, you might be like, well, I don't have wavy hair that I need to tame, but or let go crazy, because you're beautifully and wonderfully made. But it's always cool to look at our guest channels. You might get some inspiration, thumbnails, titles, and all of that. So click through. We'll link everything up in the show notes. And then I got one more question in just a second.
So turns out that it is actually excruciatingly rare to have perfectly pin straight hair if your hair is at all floofy, frizzy, has an odd bend or kink in it. And you're like, no, I just have bad straight hair. No, you don't, my friend. It is actually wavy curly. Please come check out my channel, Swavy Curly Courtney. I have Instagram. I have TikTok, which is terrible. It's not doing very well. Ignore my TikTok, but look at Instagram, YouTube, Facebook. And if you need any help at all, please feel free to reach out. I really do love talking all things wavy curly hair and shampoo and conditioner and gel and all that stuff and things. So I would love to help you out.
And I want to acknowledge you for adding so much value today to our podcast community. One final question. You are really kind of a veteran now. Over years of doing this, your resilience is evident, your grit, your persistence, even pressing through chronic pain. while building a family, doing different things. It's very inspiring. What's just final advice you would give to listeners that they feel the resistance? They're frustrated by the views they're getting right now. They feel stuck. They feel like their channel's plateaued, or they're making progress, but the journey seems long and tiring because it's like, wow, there's a lot, and algorithms kind of feel the algorithm seems like it changes. What's some final advice for our listeners?
Know that there will be highs and there will be lows. Nobody prepares for the lows. Everybody's prepared to win and feel the awesome pat on the back of like, yay, I finally made it. But guess what? The day you make it, the next day, you're not going to have made it. That's just how YouTube goes. There will be ups, there will be downs. That does not decrease your value that you are bringing. If you are showing up for your audience with those 4 core pillars that I can't even remember, show up with joy for your audience. That's what matters. Know your why. And if your why is to be the next Mr. Beast, then you're probably going to be disappointed. But if your why is to show up and serve people, then you've won.
Courtney, you are amazing. Thank you for adding so much wisdom today. And Think Media Podcast, if you got value, please like, rate, share, review wherever you watch or listen. Maybe there's somebody you know that's been pondering starting a channel, thinking about YouTube, sharing this podcast with an individual, shoot them a DM or sharing this on your Instagram stories, tag me. We'll post all that stuff in the show notes. It really does help get the word out. Until next time, my name is Sean Cannell, your guide to building a profitable YouTube channel. This is the Think Media Podcast, and I can't wait to connect in a future episode.
So chewy.
And big! Chips Ahoy. Big chew.
When you see what it's really like when our skin touches wool, you see why we need Downy. Adding Downy to your wash not only makes your clothes feel softer on your skin, it breathes life into your laundry.
Why do YouTube channels fail? If you're a YouTube content creator who might be struggling right now in this season of creating content, trying to figure out this whole YouTube thing, then I'm so excited for you to be a part of today's episode where I bring my friend Rob from vidIQ on, and we're going to be talking about the 5 main reasons that most YouTube channels are failing. All that and more coming up. Hey, what's up? My name is Heather Torres from the Think Media team, and you are watching the YouTube Made Simple show, where we help you overcome fear, build confidence, and launch and grow a successful YouTube channel. And today I am joined by my friend Rob over at vidIQ, who just hit 1 million subscribers. I'm so excited for him to be on today. And if you don't know who Rob is vidIQ's YouTube in residence, meaning he's the go-to guy when it comes to understanding all the ins and outs about vidIQ and how YouTube really works. He started out on YouTube in 2012 making videos about tech before he joined the vidIQ team. And today he is hard at work sharing everything he's learned on the YouTube platform, educating video creators on how to grow their own channels and turn their hobbies into a career, just like Rob did in 2017. So let's bring Rob up today. Hey, Rob, how you doing?
Hello, Heather. Thank you for having me on. Hello. I like to call this gang of people the Think Mediarites. I may just say, Heather, as somebody who goes live every single week and always fumbles over their words, that was a perfect, seamless introduction. Well done to you.
Well, thank you. I know it's so hard. I was thinking right before we went live, I'm like, what is the hook? What am I doing? How am I going? Every single time, Rob, I go live, I have to like think through what I'm saying and doing. But I'm so excited. Hey, congrats on 1 million subscribers, Rob.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, I'm looking enviously at your gold play button in the background, but not for very much longer. Apparently, It's in the mail as we speak. I'm not tracking it on Google Maps every other second. I promise you that. Okay, it's just gone through Las Vegas. No, I'm not paying attention to that. We need to focus on today's topic.
Oh my goodness, so exciting. What a huge milestone. And today we're going to talk about how YouTube channels fail. And really a lot of this is from, you coaching hundreds, if not thousands now of YouTube content creators through your live streams, through your coaching programs you guys have at vidIQ and all the things you guys have available. And I'm excited because you've really boiled it down to these 5 reasons. We're going to talk about it today. And then we're going to go into Q&A. So if you have questions for Rob or myself, just put 4 question marks before and after in the live chat if you're watching this live. And if you're on the replay and you're like, Heather, I have a question, but I was at work when you guys streamed, still drop that in the chat because that allows us to go back and I'm in there answering questions additionally to this live stream. So if you got a question on the replay, make sure to post that down in the comments. But Rob, we're going to lead into number 1, which is that a channel only fails when the creator quits. Let's jump into that, Rob, because you've got some insights into what this actually means.
Yeah, I think, we can talk about so many things with YouTube in terms of click-through rate, thumbnails, audience retention, etc., etc. But ultimately, at the end of the day, when you finish your YouTube things for the day, it's a mindset. Where are you on your journey? And a lot of people who are getting frustrated and, they haven't got as many views or they aren't getting as many subscribers as they feel they deserve. That simply means that your current expectations don't meet your current reality. And every creator at some point has gone through this. I mean, if you're in the live stream right now, just raise a hand if you've ever felt that moment of struggle or failure. Because boy, myself, Heather, Sean, everyone at Think Media team, they've probably gone through those moments in their YouTube journeys. And I know this is a bit of a cliched example, but I think it's still the best one. Mr. Beast, who started his YouTube channel almost 10 years ago, made hundreds of terrible videos playing the same game everybody else was. He had a terrible camera, terrible audio, terrible editing, terrible everything. But over the course of, tens of thousands of hours and the dedication and commitment he's put into his channel, he's figured it out pretty much better than anyone else on the planet. But he started out exactly the same as many of you. And that is just simply having the ability to make videos, having a camera, having access to the internet and a YouTube account. And that's where we all start. And I think ultimately for a lot of us, it's all in our own minds and determination as to where we end up. And, for years, Mr. Beast's videos look like this. He's getting hundreds of views per video. And it took him years to start to see that mountain climb and the momentum build to where he's now getting tens of millions of views every single video. And it boils down to, and I'm wearing a shirt right now almost, it's create, learn, really importantly, adapt, and then repeat. Don't just do the same thing over and over again, expecting different things to happen. And I'm sure some of you are probably familiar with this image or a similar one where you're working very, very hard and you don't feel as if you're getting the payoff from YouTube. And many creators just don't stick around long enough for that hard work to start paying off. And I feel as if there are far too many stories of people who are really dedicated to their craft, working very hard for years and years and years to become great content creators, and to finally find that success for it to be a fluke or a whim of YouTube's algorithms. And you were just saying at the beginning of this, Heather, we at vidIQ recently hit 1 million subscribers, but behind all of that, there's been a team who've worked with me, Travis, Alexi, Jeff, on the channel audits that we've been working on for live streams for years. And I myself have been making content for 10 years now, I think. I know, looking at my old channel and the vidIQ channel, I've now done over 2,000 videos, which sounds incredible. I've put tens of thousands of hours into this to reach this landmark. But still, every day I have these moments of doubt where I'm feeling like I'm failing. But I've never stopped. And I keep turning up. I keep making content. And I'm still relentless, just like everybody who's listening to this or watching this live stream right now.
Yeah, it's so important too. I mean, when you think about trying to be good at anything, it's so much about just putting in the hours, putting in the time, and not quitting. And Rob, I mean, you've probably gone through seasons, right? Where seasons where you had a bunch of time where you could do this, and seasons where it was everything to get out of bed and make that video. Talk about that just a little bit too, because I think sometimes we think, oh, well, yeah, I mean, okay, it's easy for him, or yeah, it's easy for her, but Rob, there's so many times where it really making the video is the last thing that you want to do.
Yeah, I think the final point covers that in quite a bit of detail, Heather. So if we're okay to hang on for that, if that's fine by you. Because I mean, right now, I'm actually going through this moment of an existential crisis, just as we've limped over 1 million subscribers almost. But we'll come back to that because I've got some detailed notes of that.
love it.
So the next thing what we want to talk about is, and now we're getting more into the YouTube side of things, not necessarily the mindset, but the creator's approach to content. And again, it's something you've probably heard before, but it is so important, and we want to try and reinforce this point so many times. It's a lack of focus. We are talking now to hundreds of people, but these are actual human beings who value their time, and they want to get value from that time. And so when you're creating content for the actual human beings that are watching your content, they have particular tastes, values, and interests. And I think, and this is kind of like a personal opinion, but generally regarded as an accepted approach when you're first starting out your YouTube channel, is to try and build out the perfect avatar, or who is your ideal viewer. Now, this is just a rough example of how vidIQ creates their perfect viewer. At the moment, they tend to be male, 18 to 35, and I think that's because they have predominantly a male presenter. We're looking to hopefully change that into next year, having a range of presenters on the channel, but that's where we are right now. Generally, the creator tends to have been on YouTube for less than a year, but they have a serious side hustle, which is YouTube, and I want to potentially turn that into a money-making part of their life. And so, because of that, their current goal is somewhere along the lines of 1,000 subscribers, 4,000 hours of watch time, monetize. Heather, I don't know how many times Think Media's been asked this question, but we're always asked this question about 4,000 hours of watch time, subscribers, monetization, and so on. It's that big thing. YouTube is setting these requirements, and when creators start, they see this as the first big milestone to start earning some money back from what they do. But they're frustrated with their progress. Then maybe 6 months down the line, and they're getting 50 to 100 views per video. And it feels like the goals that they've set are still far out of reach. But they've likely had some success somewhere. They've had one video that's really popped, or a couple of videos that have really resonated with their audience, but they've probably not capitalized on it. They've not doubled down on their successful content. So they've shown signs of potential, but they don't know how to maximize it. And they've probably searched on YouTube how to get more views and subscribers, because that's the thing you search for. And my response to that is always, it's not just about views and subscribers. There's so much that goes into those, I guess, milestone targets that you're searching for. So roughly speaking, there's a lot more detail to this, but roughly speaking, that would be an ideal viewer for vidIQ. And because of that, our intention with every single video is to make a video for that person. I know it sounds like you're really pigeonholing yourself and going after one particular person, but if you know who you're talking to with the exact same thoughts, passions, values, and so on, you're going to hit that one target audience, but it's also going to branch out into people who have very similar interests. So in terms of lack of focus, that's where I'm really trying to even nail down our ideal persona even now. I mean, Heather, what about Think Media? I guess it's a little bit broader because you have a lot of videos on camera tutorials, but also YouTube education. But I guess you're able to do that with the larger team there at Think Media.
Yeah, I think the team dynamic definitely helps. But really, Rob, even with that, I mean, I want to make videos on other things that don't necessarily give us the exact it doesn't lead to the exact same responses that we would want, right? Like, I mean, we want to start creating things on thought leadership and of other things, but really it's like keeping the focus on the main thing being the main thing. And I loved how you said, even just knowing what your avatar is even coming to YouTube for makes such a huge difference. And it will feel like you're talking about the same thing over and over. And you are, right, Rob? Like you are talking about it over and over, but that newest video that you just posted that is actually just a repeat of the video you did 4 years ago, but it was the one with the thumbnail and the thing that the person saw was their first introduction to you. And I think sometimes we forget that we need to be saying the same things louder. Not, oh, I said that already. Oh, I did that already. Oh, they already know that. No, there are new people. Rob, you just hit 1 million. I mean, you guys are growing by thousands of subscribers every single month that have never known you yet, that are just new to this. And so for content creators to just be remembering that the lack of focus sometimes could also feel like, well, I want to get to the new thing. I want to do the next thing because I've already said it once.
And, you know, at Think Media, now you want to branch out into thought leadership. You've earned that right. You've built up that audience who are now, you know, in love with your content and really value what you have to say about YouTube education. But now I want more from vidIQ. Sorry, I want more from Think Media. Take me on a journey elsewhere. So I think that's what Think Media is able to do. And you're right as well in terms of when you present a concept in 6 to 12 months' time, there's probably new thoughts and ideas about that concept, but also you're a better creator and you can tell whether it's a story or you can educate people in a much better way. We're actually now going into 2022. We're redoing our videos on how to get 1,000 subscribers and how to get 100 subscribers because we've learned, even us, have learned so much in that time. And we're thinking of trying to tell a story of how we went from your very first subscriber to 1 million subscriber, and we're already started making content on that series. So yeah, a lack of focus and continue to reinforce that focus all of the time.
Yeah,
in terms of your channel.
Yeah, and you know, even well, we're gonna get to it in just a little bit. So let's go into number 3, Rob. I have so many comments about the last 2 that I'm just so excited about. But let's get into the third one.
Makes me nervous.
Which is front loading your efforts. Talk about what that actually means as a content creator and why channels are failing because they're not understanding this concept.
So there's a lot that goes into each and every video, but the bottleneck, which everything must flow through, are the following things, which sometimes get neglected or in more often than not get done at the last minute or at the end.
Nationwide is more than you think.
Definitely. Their resources help me create customized retirement income plans that help clients feel more confident.
Helping them get in their comfort zone, their retirement comfort zone.
Good zone.
Like my other favorite zone, cow zone.
To no yolks with your mom. Add easy to cook, hard to mess up no yolks to boiling water. You've got 10 to 12 minutes. Call your mom. Tell her you think you've improved on her secret recipe. Hang up before things get heated. No yolks, no rules.
No lobsters can live up to 100 years. The truth is, Darlington.
I shopped online and got pre-qualified for this SUV. Now I want to take it for a test drive.
And we have it in red. Lobsters only turn red when you boil them.
Automation and AI-powered tools in Greenhouse can not only help you drive efficiency, but also help you deliver a fair, transparent, and engaging candidate experience that wins more top talent. Hire better altogether with Greenhouse.
So I'm going to use quite a primitive triangle here to show you the funnel of what I mean here. Whenever every video starts with an impression, so that's a title and a thumbnail. And, you know, hands up again, who often leaves this until the last thing that they do? Almost like they've uploaded a video and now in the optimization process are really starting to think a lot about the title and the thumbnail, which is almost like a backwards way of thinking about your content. If you think about how you're going to get somebody to click and how to intrigue them with the title, that may help govern the flow of the video that you're going to make. And in the 2,000 videos that I've made, I think 99.9% of them, I've done this backwards. I've done the thumbnail and the title in the opposite way. So I'm really trying to teach myself, as a creator who's got 1 million subscribers, I'm really trying to teach myself, re-engineer how I make my content. And then after every impression, when you get a click, all of those clicks are going to at least watch the first 5 to 10 seconds of your video. And so the video hook is absolutely crucial. I'm not going to talk about the video intro. I'm talking about the video hook to keep them watching the content. So in terms of like your outros and the core of your content, of course, those are very important, but everybody must go through these first 3 principles. So let's think a little bit more about titles. We could probably do a 24-hour live stream on thumbnails. So I'm going to boil it down to 2 things today to really think about. However long you spend on your thumbnails right now, whether it's 5 minutes, 15 minutes, half an hour, just for the next few thumbnails, I want you to spend twice as long making them, to really think about that postage-sized image that you're making to encourage a click. And then, I'm trying to think of a better way to phrase this, but it hasn't quite stuck in my head yet. But however complex your thumbnails are, make them twice as simple or half as complicated. What I mean by that is, let's say your thumbnail has 4 people in it. Well, the next one only have 2 people in. If it's got 5 items in it, maybe only have 2 items in. If it's got 6 dominant colors, tailor it back down to 3 dominant colors. Because, and this is thanks to one of the videos I watched on Think Media, actually, Heather. Nolan made a video about how Netflix research has recently shown that users spend, on average, just 1.8 seconds looking at a thumbnail, which is essentially this. And that's it. That's how long you get somebody looking at your thumbnails. They need to make sense in 1.8 seconds. So just think about that when you're designing how complex it is. Titles. There are several things that you want to think about to make sure that the title helps with a thumbnail. And that is relatively short if you're trying to promote an emotional response out of a human being. Remember, these titles have been read by humans. Don't think of a title as something that you just stuff keywords into and that's going to help YouTube make it more searchable. Somebody may be looking at your title and somebody may be clicking on it. Try to avoid repetition, just including the title in the thumbnail and vice versa. The best titles actually complement or marry up to the thumbnails. Somebody sees a thumbnail, they then look at the title, and that's the final moment of intrigue before they click. And these are all things that you will learn over time. So again, these are all very, I guess, broad strokes looks at titles. And Think Media has certainly got some excellent videos on titles and thumbnails specifically. The video hook. I'm sure you are relatively familiar with this type of graph, your audience retention, and it looks like a hockey stick. And if you fail to hook a viewer at the beginning of a video, then you'll end up with what we can see here. So, thousands, sometimes millions of people saw your thumbnail, but then 15 minutes into that video, 3% of the people who clicked on that thumbnail are still watching, which just, it's not a good use of your time. Like from, I would say 30 seconds into this video, you've already lost a third of your audience. So fix this part first, the video hook. For example, let's say we were going to do a video hook if this live stream was a video on demand. Instead of doing an intro, which sounds something along the lines of, "Hi guys, welcome to my channel. If you're new here, welcome to Think Media. We're going to educate people on how to grow their YouTube channels. Make sure to subscribe, etc., etc., etc." Think about a video hook, which might be something along the lines of this. The reason you fail at YouTube is because you suck at making videos. But that's okay. Everyone else does. Let's fix it right now. And that would be a video hook versus a video intro.
Wow, Rob, already so much value. And I hope you're seeing, how all of these pieces of YouTube, it's not just like coming to the channel or coming to the platform and just making videos. There's like a science behind it. And I love how you had that triangle with the 3 pieces, that those are so important. When I think about my previous life in digital advertising, man, when it comes to anything, the social media, YouTube specifically, is so visual. And when I think about people that I would work with, Rob, who were advertisers, who went to school for degrees in graphic design, all these pieces, it was because it's so critical for magazines, for digital ads, for YouTube thumbnails to be visually stimulating to the point where someone wants to click and get more. You can make the best video possible, but if it's behind a crappy thumbnail and a bad title, no one's going to click on it, right, Rob?
Yeah, I'm right in thinking that Think Media has a dedicated person for solely making thumbnails. That's right, isn't it? You consider it so important that you have somebody probably spending hours deciding whether to use a bright red or a crimson red. Mm-hmm. Or, should my fonts be in italic or in bold? Should Heather be on the right side of the screen, the left-hand side of the screen? They are so crucial. I know, obviously, resources allow you to do that. But I think, just generally speaking, people spend 5% of their time on the thumbnail when, and we've actually been asking this at vidIQ, for smaller channels, is it almost the case that the thumbnail and the title are actually more important than the content, because you have such limited opportunities in terms of your reach to get people to click? It's an open for debate, and that sounds ridiculous, but when you really start to think about it, yeah, especially for smaller creators they've got maybe 1,000 impressions to play with. How crucial is it just to win the click?
Yeah, it really is. And yeah, we do. It started out Sean making all of the thumbnails, and that was really his role for several years in the company. And then as we were able to grow, now, yeah, we do. We have Ian on our team, and he is, you can even see in Think Media's library where Ian came in, where he really started to come in and just really level up the brand.
Chips Ahoy Baked Bites are so soft. With chocolate chips, so not a cookie.
Hey Google, turn it up.
The all-new Acura ADX with an available Bang & Olufsen premium sound system, crafted to match your energy. File your taxes with expert help, plus get a final review at no extra charge. So you know they're 100% accurate, guaranteed. File confidently with TurboTax Live tax experts by your side.
You found our Everest Motion sofa, power reclining seats and headrests. They okay?
We just got back from another furniture store, and the sales guy was so pushy, they got super freaked out.
Oh, we don't do that here.
Oh, my mom!
Just really level up the branding and what the thumbnails look like. And he is a graphic designer that came from that background of movie posters and from, Netflix. He has a huge background in digital design, and it matters so much. But Rob, your point about keep it simple. Keep it simple. This is the YouTube Made Simple show, Rob. And I love that you brought that point up, because people overcomplicate these things. They overcomplicate titles, and they overcomplicate the thumbnail of their video. So it's so amazing that you brought up the point that you just got to make these thumbnails simple. And we'll make sure to link that video that you recommended as well, that Nolan did about what Netflix says. And also there's a great book called Hook Point. So your point about hooks, Rob, that is so important. We are losing attention. People are losing attention. And we want to make sure that you understand what is a hook, what is the hook of a video, and why is it so important. So I'll make sure to link that resource down below. But Rob, before we get into the next point, I want to just shout out a few people that are here live, that are watching. Maximum, your gauge is here. Gil is here. We've got All Things Wagner is here. And if you're getting value already from these points that Rob did, Rob, what should they do? They should hit the like button, right? Hit that like button. Yes, hit that like
don't
button.
hit this one, but I'm gonna
down here,
about
down
there,
here.
about there.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody can see the dislike button anyway, and you don't get counts from it anymore, so it's pointless pressing it.
Exactly. So hit the like button. And if you're not already subscribed to this channel, you're here right now. You're on our Think Media podcast channel. So if you're not subscribed here, make sure you're subscribed because we have an amazing podcast episode that's coming up. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about it after Rob gives one of his points because it's so aligned for the next thing that you should watch here on the channel. But Rob, let's go ahead and get into your next point, which is my favorite word that I know a lot of people do not like, Rob. This is a word that people really struggle with a lot. So tell them what point number 4 is.
It is commit to consistency. Usually when somebody says consistency on YouTube, they default think that it is post X number of videos per week. And while that is one of the aspects of consistency, it's a lot more than that. When I do channel audits, I often, when I look at a certain channel, I see they're going in all sorts of different directions. I'll summarize it by saying, okay, so your commitment to consistency for the next 4 or 5 videos might be just making thumbnails that are really consistent. You know, they don't look as if they've been designed by a different channel every single time. Or you're making a video for the ideal viewer every single time. Or you're keeping a consistent style and format in terms of the length of a video or the style of a video. And the reason I'm saying this, and you know, as you grow as a creator, you can start to experiment, and you know, you should always be experimenting, I'd say 20% of the time. But if you're committing to consistency 80% of the time on your content in all aspects, what you're doing there is you're creating a familiarity with your content and an expectation with your viewers. And if you're meeting those expectations and satisfying those viewers every single time, then if you're consistent with that, those viewers turn into return viewers. And they're going to return to your content and not just watch one of your videos, but watch multiples of your videos. I'm trying to avoid the word subscribers because I personally feel that while subscribers mean that you hit certain milestones and you get rewards and trophies, the crucial thing is that is just a moment in time when somebody pressed a red button. It is not a commitment by them to watch future content. It just means that they have more access to your content. But return viewers actually reflect those who are starting to align more with your values and what the stories that you're telling or the education that you're providing. And they want to become more involved in your values and your passions, and then they may become super fans, awesome members of the community, just like everybody watching right now. And then ultimately, if you're trying to turn your channel into a business and monetize it, they may start investing in your products and services. And that's generally done through committing to your own consistency.
Oh man, Rob, the commitment to consistency. Oh, where's Rob? There's Rob. Okay. The commitment to consistency. I'm down here pressing all the buttons. Is so critical. And wow, say that one more time, Rob, because that was a huge unlock. The piece about the subscribers, they're just someone who hit a red button, right? But it's the return viewers that really caught the comments. So just say that one more. Give a little more depth into that. Tell me a little bit more about that.
So I'm sure you've had this situation where a commenter on a channel has said, hang on, why should I pay any attention to you? You've got like 1 million subscribers, but your videos only get 20,000 views or whatever. And while that is true, I think any creator who's gone on the journey would never raise that issue or concern, because subscribers, that term, are very fickle. They're pressing a red button, but once they've pressed that red button, it is so important what you show that subscriber or that viewer next. Because if the next video doesn't align with the values and expectations that you've set in previous videos, it doesn't matter if they're subscribed, they're not going to click on the next video. And because subscribers never expire, you know, if you haven't watched a video for 30 days, it doesn't mean that YouTube's automatically going to unsubscribe you. But now that's actually bringing up an idea in my head. Maybe I should propose that to YouTube. That's a really interesting thought, that. Anyway, before I get sidetracked, think of it from this point of view. Let's say somebody watched one of your videos last week. That viewer is more likely to see your next video recommended in home or suggested or elsewhere than somebody who subscribed to your channel 18 months ago and hasn't watched any of your content since. It's those return viewers who are actually feeding data into your channel in terms of clicks and watch time and comments that are far more valuable than subscribers. Unfortunately, with the business that we're in terms of YouTube education, many people start their YouTube journeys, they subscribe, they get frustrated, and they decide to stop creating content. So they are, I guess, effectively a dead subscriber. So, yeah.
Gatorlight, rapid rehydration with a specialized blend of 5 electrolytes.
Refreshing when things fit just right, like your auto insurance.
Better, faster, cheaper. Why only pick 2? With Finn, Intercom's AI agent for customer service, you get all 3. Better customer satisfaction and 10 times faster resolutions that are only 99 cents each. Intercom, AI first customer service.
Want to help keep your hair where it is? Rogaine is proven to help reverse the progression of hereditary hair loss and is more effective the sooner you start. So don't let hair history repeat itself. Take action with Rogaine. Rogaine. Keep your head in the game.
I'm still on this sort of semi-crusade to try and educate people that while subscribers are crucial for unlocks, at least up until the first 1,000 subscribers, it's really nourishing return viewers and making sure that they're satisfied and they continue to watch your content.
Yeah, and when we bring it back to the commitment for consistency, it's not necessarily consistency to gain subscribers then, right, Rob? It's consistency for the return viewer. You want to keep giving them content that is helpful, that is answering questions that they have, that is helping them with whatever it is, whether it be plumbing or baking or bike riding, whatever your topic is, you're committing to consistency for the people who really have already raised their hand. Right? Like it is about gaining more, but really it's so much about consistency for you as a content creator and consistency to show up. So why do YouTube channels fail? Because people just stop showing up. I mean, think about, Rob, if we were friends and you and I, and we were always on the phone, we're video chatting, we're doing all those things. And then all of a sudden, Rob, you just ghost me. Well, then I wouldn't want to come back, right? So it's that same idea. We're just pulling it into the platform. So Rob, number one was that a channel only fails when the content creator quits. I loved that you brought up Mr. Beast and just how he's been at this for so long. Number two was the lack of focus. We got to stay focused. We got to know what we're doing this for, why we're doing it, and how we're going to do it. Three is the front load your efforts, meaning that your title, your thumbnail, and your hook really, really matter. Number four, commit to consistency. Let's jump into number five, Rob, and then we're going to get into some Q&A for the people that are here live for today.
Okay, so I'm going to leave myself a little bit of an out here. I do need to leave in a tiny margin for error, but 99.9% of the time, it's not YouTube's fault that your channel is failing. People often fail to take accountability for their channels. They just assume that YouTube is against them. And we've seen this many times on vidIQ comments where somebody will say, I've done everything you've said in your YouTube education and my channel isn't growing. And then we'll take a cursory glance at their channel and within 2 seconds, we've seen that they've got a lack of focus and their thumbnails just aren't that clickable yet. Now, I want to give you a bit of a personal story, as we were kind of briefly mentioning earlier on. Right now, the vidIQ channel is down in terms of views around about 25 to 30% from where we were last quarter. So we tend to do like 2 million views a month, and we're down at like 1.6 million views right now. Now, the reason for this is because search traffic is down. Less people are searching for how to get more views, how to get more subscribers, so on and so forth. And this is down to, and I think you mentioned this earlier, Heather, this is down to seasonality changes in the sense that, yes, people go back to school, but it's just a general feeling that, at least in the Northern Hemisphere, that we're coming up to the holiday season, people are just generally busier with life, be it work, education, it's getting darker at night, and people perhaps they're winding down towards the end of the year, or they're just busy with life. And so maybe YouTube, the side hustle, takes a bit of a backseat. But if I just left it there and said, okay, well, I'll wait until the search traffic builds up again, I'm using that as an excuse. I'm not taking accountability for what vidIQ could potentially do to improve that. And that is, I think as a channel in the past, we've relied too much on search, one-time viewers. So what we need to do as a channel is satisfy those viewers more so that they return to our content. And we do that through the things that we've talked about earlier on, better thumbnails, better titles, better video hooks, and more engaging content, more personable content, more relatable content, trying to be more of a friend to our audience. We need to get those viewers to the end of our videos to send them off to more of our content through end screens. So you don't just have one-time views, you have session watch time. So what I'm doing right now is I'm taking like personal accountability for this. Yes, at the moment, search may be down. So what I'm really focusing on is increasing the audience view duration after the first 30 seconds. I'm trying to get that above 70% so that the hook is really powerful. I'm trying to increase click-through rate on the end screens because up until a couple of months ago, our end screen click-through rate was a shocking 2% because I just neglected that area of our content. Now I'm really starting to think about how to direct our viewers onto more of our content. End screen click-through rates have multiplied by a factor of 5. I think we're up by about 12 or 14% click-through rate. So I'm not blaming YouTube for the fact that our views are down. I am holding myself accountable and learning and attempting to become a better creator for that. Now, yeah, there are sometimes weird anomalies and circumstances where all of a sudden it feels like YouTube has flicked a switch and your channel's being shadow banned and all of a sudden your views are down. And that is where maybe you need to contact YouTube and investigate why. But usually when there's a gradual increase or decrease in your data, your views, your subscribers, there is usually something behind that story. And that's where you have to say to yourself, okay, I need to find out what this is. This can't just be YouTube. There must be a reason for this, whether my audience isn't interested in my content anymore, this topic isn't interesting anymore because it was a trending topic. What is the reason? How can I adapt? Remember what I said earlier, create, learn, adapt, create, repeat.
And repeat. There we go. I was like clicking and repeat. That's exactly right, Rob. Well, man, 5 amazing topics as to why YouTube channels fail. I want to know what your aha moment was from today's training with Rob from vidIQ. And Rob, right now you guys have a 30-day free trial of vidIQ plan at vidiq.com/think. What do they get when they go and get the free plan, Rob?
Oh, what don't you get? There's so much at vidIQ. We've been building our tools now for, I think it became a Chrome extension like in 2013. And a lot of the tools that we have are still there. But, if I was to go back from our most recent tools backwards, we introduced a daily ideas tool a couple of months ago, whereby once you start publishing content on your channel, vidIQ will offer you up to 50 daily ideas. So that's 1,000 plus ideas every single month. And even if you just take like 1 or 2% of those ideas and transform it into video content, that will keep you going for years on YouTube. We've also got our channel audit tool, which is kind of a complement to the YouTube Studio data. We'll try and break down certain things in terms of what's performing really well on your channel right now, what other channels are suggesting content to your videos, and how you can leverage them. And then we've got keyword research. I mean, one of the things that I just love, I don't know about you, Heather, but ever since I installed vidIQ, YouTube kind of feels naked if I haven't got all of the little stats everywhere, here, there, and everywhere. It's like if I log into somebody else's computer, I'm thinking, hang on, why can't I see the video score scorecard? Oh, that's not YouTube, that's actually vidIQ. So in terms of the 30-day free trial, you get access to all of our tools with no barriers, no padlocks or anything, and also our vidIQ Academy as well, where we do lots of learnings and teachings. Where, you know, on a YouTube video, you usually spend no more than 20 minutes on a topic. We go into 3 hours on topics. Like, I think there's a 30 video how to start your YouTube channel over 30 days learning academy, which is one of our flagship courses and has been for a couple of years now.
I love it. And I love vidIQ so much. It helps me in all of the content creation that we're doing. And that video ideas was a game changer. I mean, you're doing the work for us in that respect of just giving us the ideas that people want. So make sure you check that out. If you don't already have vidIQ, go to vidiq.com/think. Now we're going to get into Q&A real quick. You can drop your aha moment from today's training with Rob in the comments if you're watching live, or if you're on the replay, make sure to drop your aha there. I love to go back in the comments, read through those and see what value you're getting from trainings just like this. And if you're not already subscribed to our actual podcast, you don't want to miss tomorrow's episode, because we're diving into how to deal with toxic people that don't support you on YouTube. Do you feel like maybe you're failing on YouTube because no one in your life really supports what you're trying to create? I think you'll be surprised at our answer that we have for that. So make sure you subscribe to this channel so you can listen to tomorrow's podcast, or if you go anywhere that podcasts are where you can listen to them are, like Apple and Spotify, you can get tomorrow's episode, as well as I think we're almost to over 100 episodes on the podcast as well. So make sure you subscribe for that tomorrow. And Rob, we're going to jump into some Q&A. And we actually had a super chat that came in while you were talking. So I want to say thank you for the super chat. Super chat. I want like a super chat, like, ding. Do you have audio, like an audio face where you can make fun sounds? Sean just got one, and I'm jealous now. I feel like I need one.
I can do this.
There we go.
But I haven't got any sound effects yet.
I love that. I love that. So here's the one that we got for the super chat. How important is it to maximize current trends, as in time frame of 24 hours, 12 hours, etc.? Now, we one of the ways that we say you can dominate on YouTube is by trend surfing, which just means that if there's a trend in your niche that you can talk about, maybe there's a new product that's out, or maybe something in our like a cultural trend is happening. If you can jump on that trend as soon as possible, you can actually start to get views, because people are interested in whatever that thing is. So for us, that would be like a new camera that drops, a new lens that drops. When our friend Pat Flynn released the Switch Pod, doing a video on that, like culturally in our niche, it's really important that you jump on those trends. But here's what I don't like, Rob, is sometimes people will see a trend and they'll just sit on the trend and they'll wait on the trend, and then they make a video about the trend and you're like, oh, trends don't work. But you got to hit the trend when the trend is happening, right, Rob?
Yeah. One of the things we pride ourselves on at vidIQ is bringing a creator's viewpoint and opinion to YouTube updates. So examples of this recently have been community tab being lowered to 500 subscribers as a requirement, YouTube hiding public dislikes, YouTube Shorts monetization. Whenever I see a news story like that, that is a trend within YouTube education. So we jump on it as quickly as possible. And I think we've got to a point now where people almost come to vidIQ for that non-YouTube polished up press release on a topic. But yeah, trend surfing is a shortcut to massive channel growth But because of that, and because so many creators are aware of that, it is extremely competitive. So being one of the first, obviously, is absolutely critical, but also finding a unique angle to it, or really nailing down on one specific point of that trend. An example in my past is when Apple were releasing iPhones, and it was very difficult to record the screen. So, you know, in new iOS releases, people are really excited about the new camera features, how the home screen is going to change. But I saw that one little thing about how to record your phone or your iPad, which used to be very difficult. And I focused on that. And I built up an audience for that very particular thing. You know, it was talking about that ideal viewer, the ideal viewer being, I want to record using my iPhone and iPad, and I can't do it. And I told people how to do it multiple times. The other thing also to appreciate is how can you make it so that your viewers don't just feel as if you're jumping on a trend for the sake of it. You're actually turning that trend into something that's culturally relevant for you and your audience. For example, animation channels are maybe turning a story into a quick animation that not only includes the story, but also maybe some of their characters, or when somebody's crafting something, they're building maybe an Iron Man helmet, but because they're a wood crafter, they're doing the, an antique version of it, or in some fashion. It's how can you make something that's culturally relevant to millions of people, really relevant to your corner of YouTube?
Yep, and trends matter. I mean, it really does. And even thinking about how, thinking about like Nolan did that trend on Netflix. Netflix is kind of just a cultural thing that's happening. Might as well pull it in and make it relevant to what you're actually doing. I love that you said too, Rob, dominate. That's what you want to do. You want to like keep making videos around that same topic so you can dominate on that trend and become the go-to person for that. I'm going to take a sip of my apple cider real quick, Rob, because it's Thanksgiving week here in the US. And Tony, the producer, is going to put another question on the screen for us.
Oh, it's a surprise, is it? A mission?
Ooh, surprise questions. What would you say are 3 signs you need to pivot your channel? Rob?
Okay, so I think the first thing would be a reduction in return viewers, because that means your core audience, your sticky audience of people who like your content the most, it's not resonating with them as much. That would be the first thing. And I'm going to hand it over to Heather for the second point while I think of the third point.
I know, I was like, I'm going to pass this one to Rob because maybe he has something right away. All right. So what would you say are the 3 signs? So my first thing in pivoting your channel is looking at if you are consistently making content on a certain topic and you're not seeing that topic is one that's popping off, right? That one is going. But maybe you made a video in the past. We see this a lot. They'll make that one video and they're like, yeah, that was fun, but I'm going to make top videos on this. And then we look at their channel and I'm like, no, this is the topic you should make videos on. This is showing what your audience wants. So I think one of the 3 signs is what are your analytics saying? Are you actually in your analytics seeing what videos your audience wants and what types of videos you should be creating? You might want to create whatever video you want, but if you're really at this because you want to grow a YouTube channel that can get monetized, that can create a business, that can give you financial freedom and time freedom and allow you to be creative. I mean, that's big picture things, but you have to start with actually like serving what people want. I think about this as like when I go to a restaurant, I want what's on the menu. I'm not at the restaurant because I'm like, you know what? I think I want this random thing. No, I am at this restaurant because I want to eat this type of food. And so what dishes are you serving up to your audience? And what dishes are they coming back for over and over again? If you've got something on your menu that all of a sudden is like everyone's coming in and ordering that chicken salad thing, then you want to make more chicken salads because it'll help your channel grow, and then you can start talking about more topics than just that one thing. Rob, number 3.
Yeah, okay. I've had a little time to digest the question. I think it comes back to the concept of seasonality, in the sense that
Introducing 2 new Baja Chipotle subs featuring our world-famous Baja Chipotle sauce. Listen, that's the Baja Chipotle talking. Well, it's actually me talking, but you know what I mean. Find your fresh with the new Baja Chipotle collection at Subway.
Oh, wow.
We got this.
As trainers, we work together with our Pokemon to reach new heights. Discover powerful bonds in the Pokemon trading card game Scarlet and Violet, Journey Together. Available now. Each booster pack of 10 cards sold separately. Cards vary by pack.
Life insurance that fits your budget and your needs. With help from your State Farm agent. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Get a quote today.
The concept of seasonality, in the sense that it might not necessarily be that your channel is dying and you need to pivot. It's a case of this time of year. It means that your audience isn't. It doesn't have, like, for example, I assume that you're some sort of outdoors channel. So maybe as we move into the winter months, people are thinking about that, but what they're maybe thinking about is what they're going to buy and purchase during Black Friday to prepare for going outdoors in the spring. So that might be something to potentially consider in terms of seasonality. But if you've gone through maybe a year, 2 years, and the channel seems to be down, and it seems like this fundamentally a shift is required in your channel as a whole. But if it's just seasonality, then it's just maybe that the focus on the particular topics that you need to realign for the time of year.
Really, really great, Rob. I want to shout out a few people that are here live. We're going to get to one more question today, and then we are going to head off to the next stream we have, or the next video we have. And make sure you subscribe so you can watch the podcast tomorrow. Last question on the screen is, all right, cruise vids perform best on my travel channel, but can't afford to cruise all the time. Should I just do travel tips and tricks because between cruising, even though views are way less comparatively? I got through that question, Rob. I should read it one more time, but understanding the purpose is that this person does cruise videos, can't afford cruising all the time. Neither can I. I want the life where I can, Rob. That's actually what I'm working for, is the life where I can cruise all the time. But what types of videos should they do between tips and tricks videos? What types of things would you recommend to someone with a channel like All Things Wagner?
I would imagine... I've frozen.
There you are. You're back.
I would imagine that you are not alone in this struggle, in that you can only do the thing that you're talking about maybe 1 or 2 times a year. I guess a crossover channel might be somebody who covers the theme parks. There's a lot of channels that do like Disney theme parks and Orlando theme parks, but they only get to go maybe 2 or 3 times a year. So I think doing research on what these other channels are up to when they're not actually on the activity, and you're right in the terms of it's probably about the tips and tricks in planning and preparing for these adventures. I would also think that if you are your channel's probably based on your experiences and your stories on the cruise. So I think making the content more personable, more relatable, so that even when you're not on a cruise, people want to come back and watch your content for you. That's something that's very difficult. That's kind of the crossover from making people come for your content and then falling in love with you, so that they keep watching, even if the content isn't necessarily aligned with their values anymore. So I think research. I think there's definitely channels in your same space that have that same issue, and they've hopefully the successful channels have figured out how to do a crossover between on a cruise or not on a cruise, planning and preparing for the next one.
Yeah, a couple more tips I would give too, especially if you're in the travel niche like this, is that you are already probably really good at finding deals on cruises.
Yeah.
Like if you've been a cruiser, you already know where to go, what websites to look at, what forums to read. All of those pieces are actually videos that you can create. So you can even do a video once a week about the best cruise deals in December, the best cruise deals in November. And all you're doing is just sourcing, screen sharing. You could use a software like we're using here, which is StreamYard. You can record the video or you could go live and you could just share screens of different programs. And then here's this, because my brain always goes business, Rob. You can sign up as affiliates for all of these websites. They have different types of affiliates. So if someone books a cruise through a travel website that has an affiliate for that, and they book that cruise that you recommended with your link, you get some money for someone booking a cruise. So you don't even necessarily have to be on a cruise. You can also think about ways that you can help other beginner cruisers. My mom actually is disabled, and so cruising was the way for her to be able to see the world. There's a whole avenue of things like that. Like, what are the accessibilities on the cruise ships? Which types of cabins should families of four get? Like, look at the questions that people are actually typing into the search bar. You can go to vidiq.com/thing, and you can see the ideas that will probably pop up when you type this in. My brain's going crazy, Rob. I'm like, this person could become the cruising person. You could interview other people that maybe they went on their 100th cruise and they're also a website, or they're also a blog, or they're also a YouTube channel. You can interview them on their experience. There's so many ways that you can create videos. Don't get yourself in a box of thinking that one way of video is the only way of video. There are countless ways that you can create content on the platform, and it's just deciding that you're going to be open. You want to create this channel, you want to help and serve other people, and try and figure out these ways that you can do these tips and tricks videos between the cruising. And here's a big tip. When you go on your cruise, before you leave, what are the 10 video ideas you're going to do when you get back? What B-roll do you need? Like, I do this when I travel, Rob. I like write down what should I be getting photos of my family in a certain way so I can do like Instagram swipe ups? Should I be recording B-roll with the new camera that we're trying to test out that we're going to do a video on in 3 weeks? Like, I'm thinking about these things. These are tips that you could use when you go on your next cruise to be able to have a plethora of B-roll or examples or video ideas before you even step a foot on the ship.
Yeah, I was just going to add there as well. I think just capturing far much more content than you think you need so that you can potentially repurpose that content. The idea I was thinking of is, let's say once you've been on 5 cruises, which I assume you probably have at this point, you could then say, right, we can do a connecting piece of content where we review the best restaurants on each of these cruises. And so yes, you are repurposing content, but you're doing it with an entirely different direction, style, and voice that's going to keep you through those lean months when you find, you're looking for the next deal for the next cruise.
Yeah, and also last tip, because I love these kind of questions, are research your competition. What are the 5 to 10 other channels that are doing cruise type content? When you go to their best performing videos, what are those topics? Because that's showing you exactly your audience and what they like to, and what content they like. And here's the thing, if it's a bigger channel, and I mean bigger, like over maybe 10,000, they probably aren't able to get to all their comments. There are questions and video ideas in those comments that you can pull from as a supportive channel to the bigger channel. That's a huge idea where it's like, I don't know what to do. Do videos that people are asking specific questions. Well, Rob, I want to thank you so much for being on today. Thank you for being a part of what we're doing here at Think Media. Where can people find you, Rob, online?
Well, a few years ago, I was melted down into my constituent parts, so I no longer have any personal internet handles or anything. I'm just at vidIQ. I'm an essence. I am a being of vidIQ. So if you send a tweet or a message to vidIQ, chances are I will see it, and chances are I will be the one responding to it. So at vidIQ.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much, Rob, for being on today. You can get your free trial of vidIQ over at vidIQ.com/think. think. And make sure that you subscribe to this channel so you can get all of our content that we have coming up in the future. I want to thank you for being a part of the Think Media family. Thank you for being on the live stream if you were live today, or for watching this on the replay and commenting in the comments. You can tap or touch the screen to watch the next video here on the YouTube Made Simple show, and we'll catch you in the next video. Bye, fam.
All the electrolytes of Gatorade with zero sugar to rehydrate and replenish. Gatorade Zero.
Fabuloso. Fabuloso. Dramatically clean.
Getting your six-figure income to become a full-time YouTuber, that's exactly what Rob from Rob Built did, and I can't wait for you to hear this entire episode. Hey, welcome to the YouTube Made Simple show. My name is Heather Torres, author of the upcoming book, YouTube Made Simple, and host of this show right here on YouTube. So if you are interested in hearing conversations with YouTubers who made it simple and figured out a way to become full-time at this, then make sure you subscribe to this show. We're going to jump into today's interview with Rob Builds. Now, Rob was on a previous episode, but let me give you a little introduction. Rob started his YouTube channel in March of 2020. He had been doing short-term rentals, Airbnbs on the side of his six-figure income. He actually was able to grow his side business, his YouTube channel, as well as his real estate portfolio, and he recently quit his job to become a full-time content creator and real estate investor. This is so cool, and I can't wait for you to jump into this episode where we talk about how he did it, how he decided to move into this season, and how he was able to grow his YouTube channel to over 125,000 subscribers in just over a year. This is a great episode that you want to be locked into, so let's jump into today's conversation. To the YouTube Made Simple show. My name is Heather Torres and I'm your host, and I'm excited because I'm joined by Rob from Rob Build over on YouTube. We're in a two-part series talking all about how he went full-time on YouTube. Last week's episode was all about his 5 pieces of advice for new YouTubers, and today we're talking about how he took the plunge and went all out and all in on YouTube. So Rob, welcome to the show.
Hi. Oh my gosh. Long time no see.
I know. We're actually recording this just back to back. I didn't change my shirt. That's like YouTube 101, Rob. Oh, man. Usually I have like a stack of outfits where I just change from a black shirt to a white shirt to a gray shirt. It's my color palette for everything. And they get black on black today. So that's what they get.
Well, I just want to say I'm glad that you got the memo. Black long sleeve. So matching. Very nice. Very nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I sent Rob a text first and I was like, please make sure that we're matching on camera today. And he said, okay, now. So Rob, for the people who don't know you yet, tell us about your journey of how you got started and what you're doing on YouTube.
Yes, so my name is Rob and I have a channel called Rob Built, Robuilt. A lot of people think it's Robuilt. It's not. It's Rob Built. Like my name, Rob, built something. And I've been a YouTuber now for, I guess, about 20 months now, going on 20, 21 months, somewhere in there. And I was a full-time copywriter for 8-9 years and just spent like any word that you ever saw in ads. I wrote scripts. I wrote tweets for car companies, for alcohol companies, for sports drinks companies. So I was very involved in the world of marketing before I ever started a YouTube channel, which definitely like helped me out a little bit in terms of critiquing my own work and self-awareness and everything like that. But yeah, in the 20 months that I've been a YouTuber, I've gone from 0 to about 120,000 subscribers. And, you know, it's really cool that I get to say that YouTube is my job. It's one of my jobs, but it's my favorite job.
Yeah, and we're going to dive into that because a lot of times people think that full-time YouTubers means that actually the only thing you're doing is YouTube. And that's such a misconception that I want to debunk on the show today. But let's go ahead and take it back a little bit. You just mentioned you were working a full-time job while you were building your YouTube channel. Talk about what that looked like. You know, how many hours were you working? What was that? What did it take to build to be able to go full-time?
Yeah, I mean, I started, let's see, I started my channel in January of 2020. And that was when my daughter was born. She was born in mid-January. So I chose the perfect time to get started when I was so busy having a newborn. But I did that for, I would say, 6 months. And really, I mean, it came at a time during the pandemic. And that was kind of when coronavirus was obviously like in its initial stages. So we were working from home. And I really just got to like I had to make the best of that situation, which was really tough on a lot of people. And not being able to work, going into the office, like losing the structure, that was a really, really tough thing for me because I'm an ADHD. And so not having any kind of formal organization and just being left to my own like schedules and routine, not a good thing for me. But I think I really found that when I had a lot more time at home, because we weren't really working, like at the very beginning of like the pandemic, we weren't working like full on 40-hour weeks just because everyone was trying to figure out how to deal with kids and, you know, daycare and all that kind of stuff. So we all got a little bit of a pass at the beginning. And so I took that extra time I had and I just completely put it in YouTube. And I was like, you know, editing, like my 15-minute videos would take me about 20 hours to edit, 16 to 20, somewhere in there. And that was on iMovie. I mean, iMovie is a relatively simple, like a program. But for me, it was just hard. Like I'm not an editor. And so I was just doing that like nonstop every week. I was trying to do like 2 videos a week and that wasn't going to happen. And, you know, just really through doing that, like I got really serious. Like I would spend so much time just even outside of content creation, literally just watching YouTube. Like I stopped, like the death of TV to me was when I started my YouTube channel, because I just found that I liked consuming YouTube content, which arguably is work too. You know, like as much as I enjoy watching YouTube content, really, I was studying YouTube content for a very, very long time. And so it was pretty tough. I mean, I think that my job, like the people at my job were very supportive. And I already had the side business of Airbnb at the time. And like I would always get asked questions at work, like, why do you still work? Like this doesn't make sense. Don't you make a lot of money on Airbnb and this and that? I'd be like, well, I make okay money, but I reinvest it. And then YouTube happened, and they were like, you know, why is Rob always late to meetings, or why did Rob miss this meeting, or why haven't we gotten this headline from him, or whatever? But I had a really good rapport. I had been there for 4 years, and so you know, my bosses were great, and they were just like, it's all good. You know, everyone gets a pass in this time. And so I just spent as my YouTube career really started to take off and my subscribers started growing, it was like almost like we didn't really talk about it at work, but people would check in and be like, yeah, I saw that. That's like crazy. And, you know, I tried not to talk about YouTube at work as much as I could, just because I mean, it was always like in meeting settings or like on group calls, and I just don't want to like talk about it. And like, I don't want people to know how serious I was about YouTube and how much time I was putting into it, because I didn't want them to know that was the reason that I was sucking at my job, you know? And so I would like, anytime someone wanted to ask them about YouTube, I'd be like, hey, whatever happened to that, you know, dog you got or whatever. So it really all started to kind of really ramp up during the pandemic. And, you know, I'm very thankful for that. Again, it's a tough time, but for me, I just wanted to really try to find a silver lining. And my silver lining was I got to start a YouTube channel. My daughter came right around that time, and it was just my time to really be around family and be a YouTuber and still get paid at my job and not get fired. And it worked out. So, you know, I did that I quit like 5 months ago back in March.
Amazing. So all of that started really because you had acquired a skill. And I think a lot of times people that are coming to YouTube, if they're just coming and they don't quite know yet what they want to do or what their channel should be about, I think there's a harder learning curve. But you are already in the Airbnb space. I mean, you had built this tiny home in your backyard. You were house hacking. I know this because I'm a fan of the Rob Bill show or channel. And so I know that you were already in a skill, and you just started by answering questions and showing people what you were doing and helping people understand what Airbnb was. But you weren't doing this, you know, in between the 9 to 5. Some of your videos you were recording at like 1 a.m. after your daughter had gone to sleep. And so talk a little bit about the hustle that had to go into being able to quit your job within a 20-month period of time of starting YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely something that I think, like one 15-minute video, I guess, like, honestly, I've always heard this stat and now vocalizing this, it makes a lot of sense, but like one 15-minute video is generally anywhere from 14 to 20 hours of editing time. That's with a professional editor. Like, I have a full-time editor that works for me now. And he's a good friend. He's a friend before an editor. Caleb, if you're watching this, you're the best. But like, a lot of time goes into that, not just the 15 hours that goes into editing it, but also like, the 2 or 3 hours or 4 hours that it takes me to record it. And yeah, like most of my videos, I thought when I became a full-time YouTuber, I was like, oh, I'm going to be full-time. I'm going to be recording content at like noon on Monday. On Tuesday, maybe I'll crank out half a video. On Wednesday, I'll do another half. I'm going to be so ahead of things. Maybe I'll do 2 videos a week. No, that is not how that works at all. Most of my videos get recorded around midnight. Like the last video that I recorded, I ended at 2 a.m. Not because I want that. It's like the worst time to do that kind of thing. But for me, like, it just, with all the different businesses that have kind of come to fruition because of YouTube and because of how my lifestyle has changed, like, it is the only time that I have to do it. And generally speaking, I would never do anything work-wise at that time, but I love YouTube so much. I love what it's done for me that, like, I'm willing to put in that work. And a lot of people see a 15-minute video, but they don't really understand that, like, it can be dozens of hours sometimes. For like, I released a 40-minute video a couple months ago. Man, just to review that is like an hour, just to like watch it through, right? Because I stop and then I think about it and I might write a comment, but like, it takes a lot of time. So thankfully for me, I really love YouTube, and it's really created a lifestyle for me and my family that I'm very thankful for, because while I make money on YouTube, it really feeds into like all of the other things that I have going on in my life from a financial standpoint.
Yeah, and we're going to talk about that because that is such the tip of the iceberg, right? YouTube is really the casting the net out and then bring in the fish. And that's all the businesses, all the opportunity that comes being consistent on the platform. Here at Think Media, we teach that you should be at a certain threshold before you decide to go all in on YouTube. And you were smart by building multiple streams of income. It's not like you were just reliant on the AdSense. But what was the threshold for you and your wife to really say, no, I'm ready to quit my full-time 6-figure job to make this a reality over on YouTube?
Yeah, totally. So I guess just to like provide some context, my salary as a senior copywriter at my agency was $110,000, and my wife's salary was $80,000. No, like 75. Total, we made $185,000. Math is not my strong suit, but 185 was like our total. And because of what YouTube created for me and the way it just like propelled my financial situation and just like the support that I got from people, I decided to do this crazy thing and leave my comfortable house in LA and moved to the middle of Tennessee in Gatlinburg. We bought 50 acres, we bought a house, and I was like, I'm going to build a tiny house village. And, it was a really big bet that we took. And in order to do that, my wife was going to have to leave her job because she's a teacher. And, that I always like appreciate that she was willing to do that for us because, like, she was like, follow your dreams, let's do it. And she supported me. And now we lived out here. So it was actually fully my intention when I moved out here to move out here in like December and then go back to LA and work like in June or July. That was always my intention. And that's what I told my company. When I was like, hey, I'm moving to Tennessee. I'll be back in July. And they're like, great, sounds good. That sounds really cool. Good for you. And when I got here, I just really, I started to math out how having a $185,000 lifestyle was actually holding me back financially in some pretty significant ways. Because like, that's a good salary. Like, that's a good living. That was the first time my wife and I were like, we did it. Like, we're not broke anymore, And we lived in California, so obviously it's not like as good as other places. But for us, we were just like, this is awesome. Let's go eat sushi, right? Yes. And that comfortable lifestyle was very difficult to leave because we had full-time health insurance, we had like benefits, 401k, and really I just kind of had this moment in like, it was just, there were several moments, but there was this one week where I spoke to like 3 or 4 different people, a couple of different YouTubers, a couple of different friends who are entrepreneurs of companies. and they were just like, we were Zooming, and they're like, hey, why do you still work, by the way? And I was like, what do you mean? They're like, I know how much you make on YouTube. I know how much you make on Airbnb. Like, I don't understand. Why do you still work a 9 to 5? And I was just like, I don't know, because I'm scared. But like those conversations really had an impact on me, because it was the first time that someone really kind of just frankly asked me that. And it happened to all be in the same week. And I also saw a couple of YouTube videos, funny enough, about just like the value of time. And I was consuming a lot of like millionaire content too, just because like I like productivity and like personal development. And so there was like these like different channels that were like, here's how I made $1 million. I cut out this, I cut out this, I cut out this. And I just got served up the perfect content on YouTube that week where I was like, that makes a lot of sense. And it happened to be like in that week or the week after, I had those Zoom conversations with different people. And so I just really sat down and I wrote all the different scenarios. What would happen if I quit my job? Worst case scenario, here's how much I'm going to make. Middle scenario, here's how much I'll make. Best case scenario, here's how much I'm going to make. And when I looked at the numbers for all of those, I was like, oh my God, every single one of these scenarios are significantly more than what I make now. And funny enough, I actually just mathed this out, and I'm actually at 3 times the best scenario for this year. And it's because I was able to quit my job and really focus on putting a lot of time into all my different businesses. So what's the threshold? I mean, I talk about this actually in my upcoming video, which is probably out by the time anyone's watching this, but it's like when my honest thoughts about quitting your 9 to 5 job. And I personally think it should be, you should consider it once you're either making, you should be making a little bit more than you were at your current job, because you're 1099 and you're going to have bigger tax implications there. So you have to kind of compensate that. Or you should quit your job whenever the side hustle that you have literally cannot grow anymore without you putting more time into it. And that's where I was at. You know, I was like, I had Airbnb, I had consultations, I had a consultation service that I started as a result and of my YouTube channel. And because like I could literally not spend any more time on those, I was like landlocked in a sense. And so I was like, all right, the only way I can grow these businesses is by quitting my 9 to 5. So I did that. And that was very scary for me. You know, I cried. I cried like a baby to my bosses. I set up a Zoom. I was like, can y'all talk? And they're like, what's up? And I was like, you know, and they were like, what's wrong? And I was like, I think I have to quit. And they're like, oh, thank God. Like, you're okay. Yeah. Yeah, you probably do. You should have quit a long time ago. Like, that was like kind of the sentiment that was in there. Cause my boss was like, are you going to be like, okay, like financially? And I was like, yeah, I'm going to be so fine. And they were like, all right, then what's the big deal? Like, I don't know. I'm scared to lose the security. But it was a tough, it wasn't an easy decision for me, even though I was already making like a lot more money. Like I started a consultation service. I just got so many DMs and emails every day that I was like, well, maybe I should just like do a one-on-one with people. And I started out charging like $150 an hour. And I was booked. Like it started off as like 1 or 2 every single week. And then I charged $200 and then $250 and then $300 and then $325 an hour. And it went from being 1 to 2 a week to 4 to 5 to 8 to 10 to being fully booked a month in advance. And then when I ended all that, I was charging like $500 an hour. And that to me, I was like, this is exactly what I've always dreamed of, right? Like this is a lot of money. I don't have to worry about money as much anymore. And I had my salary. But then I really quickly realized the hard way that time, I had no more time. And, you know, sure, I was making like a decent amount of money from consultations and from YouTube and from like other like affiliates and all that stuff. But I had no time to spend with my wife and my kids. And like, that's like, to me, I was like, what I'm making money, but at what cost, you know? And so that to me was one of those big moments that I was like, okay, money's no good if I live in the middle of Tennessee, really can't even spend it. There aren't like stores that I can go to. But B, I don't even get to enjoy the amenities and the luxuries that it could afford me with my family because I'm in this office all the time. Yeah. And so that was like one of the really big decisions for me. So if you're thinking about quitting your 9 to 5 job, do it, but it's like not necessarily rainbows and butterflies. Like the video that I'm going to release is like, it is a real video. Like, look, it's great, but you really have to consider that when you leave your 9-to-5 job, there are some implications and you have to be ready for it, even if you are financially ready for it. But I want that for you. I want that for people. And it's like, it's such an exciting thing. I've learned so much about myself as a result, as a business owner, as an entrepreneur. And honestly, as I always say, I'm legitimately just honored that I get to make a living making goofy, funny videos on YouTube with programs that teach people how to start Airbnb businesses. And like, to me, it just doesn't get cooler than that.
It's so good, man. So the threshold for you really was a couple of things. I'm so glad we're having this honest conversation about this, because I think the headline of quit your job or, quit your 9-to-5 and make a 6-figure income on your side hustle. It's like, okay. And you said a couple of things. One, the leaving of the security of not just the salary, but the benefits and the structure and those types of things. That was a big thing. But then the time. And I think as people start to see, Signal Fire just released their latest report that content creation is the fastest growing small business type right now. What we're doing is the fastest growing small business type. And I think it has so much unsecure things about it because you're stepping into this new world of entrepreneurship. So if you have a 9-to-5, you're going from W-2 into 1099. Now, I don't want to go down this road because neither Rob or Heather are tax experts.
Hey,
we like
or
True
legal
Books.
expertise.
Yeah. Or legal expertise. True Books is who we use. We like them, and so we have someone on our team that is helping with that. I don't want to go into it too much, Rob, but it is those two things: the time and the security. So I want to shift focus real quick, because now that you've quit your 9-to-5, you're making your own schedule as an entrepreneur. You're making more money than you've ever made, and your potential is only to increase from here because of the opportunities that YouTube has provided. Let's go ahead and break down a couple of the different revenue streams, and really all of these stem from the influence and the personal brand that you're building off of your YouTube channel.
Totally. Yeah, I would love to. So, for me, just like and thankfully, actually, funny enough, in 2020, that's when I started my consultation business, and I made $25,000 just by kind of casually doing these consultations on the side. And I say thankfully because the merchant. So for those of you that don't know, when you become 1099, you can't necessarily use that as your income if you're trying to qualify for a house or any kind of loan investment type of thing. And that's a very troubling thing for someone that's like a real estate I make my money off of real estate investments. And so you really need that 1099 income for 2 years on your taxes before a bank says, okay, yeah, this makes, we believe you make money. Here's your house. It's very, very tough. So thankfully I had started my consultation service in 2020, which is Stripe, the merchant, the credit merchant. And so that's on my taxes, Stripe paid me. But really when it's all ramping up for me here in 2021, it's the same merchant that really pays me. And so I'll be able to average out both years and use that as income for myself. So I'm getting through the 1099 hurdle, and there are things that I'm going to have to do from a tax perspective, from a filing standpoint, that I'll have to change up. But here's kind of how things really shifted for me and changed and evolved and all that stuff. So as of today, I'll look it up here, but in my first year as a YouTuber, from June 6th to June 6th, 2020, 2021, I made $40,000 on YouTube, which to me was I was let's go. I was so excited. I mean, obviously one would want more, but for me, I was come on, this is I really can't complain about that at all. It's amazing.
For year one, Rob, for year one, imagine year 5 and 10. Okay, that was number 1. Okay, keep going. I get excited.
That was I got really, it was crazy because my first month, all right, so I always say this, my first goal on YouTube, I wanted to have 1,000 subscribers, and I hit 1,000 subscribers on June 18th, and I hit the 4,000 watch hour that day or the next day.
To no yolks with your family. Add easy to cook, hard to mess up no yolks to boiling water. Don't let anyone tell you when to add the cheese. Add the cheese when you feel like it. Serve dinner, enjoy the silence. No yolks, no rules.
Dial Man Body Wash deeply cleans your skin and easily rinses away. Dial up your clean.
Explore spring style in-store or shop online at alteredstate.com.
Are you texting? I'm shopping for a car on CarMax.
A car?
Are you sure you can afford that?
That's a big purchase.
Relax. I got pre-qualified and shopped by my monthly budget, so I know it's a good decision. Unlike Jenny's new piercing.
Finding tech specialists is one of our specialties. Find the right fit for all your technology hiring needs. At Robert Half, we know talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent.
Excited, and then I got monetized, and I was like, all right, I'm ready for like $8 a month. That's one Chipotle burrito. And on July 20th or something like that, like just under a month later, somewhere around there, YouTube made me a creator on the rise, and that they basically featured me on their homepage for a day. And that was like a life-changing day for me. But on that day, I made $1,400, and that was like crazy on AdSense. But for that first month that I was like monetized, I made like $6,700 on YouTube, and I was like, oh my gosh! And I remember like it was like $400 a day, a couple days in a row, and I remember like texting my friends. I'm like, I can quit my job. I can do it. I'm making $400 a day. Well, that's not how the YouTube algorithm works. You don't make that every single day, and in fact, most of the days you don't, right? So, there are some like learnings there with the YouTube AdSense. But fast forward to today, I mean, really that was like my pinnacle, and then I basically went down to $2,000 to $3,000 a month for a long time, and $3,000 to $4,000, and then $4,000 to $5,000, and then I was consistently making $5,000 a month for like the last 6 months or so. But this last month, in August, was my biggest month ever. I made, I think, $8,400 in August. I got like 12,000 subscribers. There were a few things that happened for me that really caused that catastrophic change from like 8,400 to like 5,000. I was on the Bigger Pockets podcast. I was on PBS, like I did a mini doc with them, and a few other little cool things that happened all in the same month. So I don't know what I'm gonna make now, but it does look like my average is gonna be about $7,000 a month. So about $84,000 a year is what I think I'm gonna make on YouTube. We'll call it 75. It'll probably be somewhere around there. But that's just one part of it. That is the very beginning of where my income really comes from. I'm also a guy that teaches about Airbnb and how to start an Airbnb business, right? And so because of that, anytime that I'm ever like, hey, if you learned something from this video, if you want to be a host, sign up with my link down below, and I'll be their ambassador. And Airbnb actually pays me a commission just on that. It's it's a very, very good commission. But just in the last 6 months, roughly speaking, I think I've made about $80,000. I've made $79,948 on Airbnb affiliate commissions. Like in the last 90% of that has been in the last 6 months.
Amazing.
So now we're at like 150 just in those two buckets right there. But I also have brand deals too. And so like in my first I guess I really think things start to change once you hit about 50,000. That's where a lot of my brand deals started coming in. But in that first year of monetization, I made about $25,000 off of brand deals. So right there, I'm at $100,000 just on YouTube income between what I probably will make with brand sponsors and all that. And that's really my first go at brand sponsors. I imagine this year I'll probably make 50,000 on brand sponsors because I'm just growing at a much larger rate now. So really, again, this is just surface level. I had my consultation business. I shut that down, even though, it was up to $500 an hour. And, a lot of people were like, dude, are you dumb? And I was like, well, it's impossible for me to scale up at that point. And so I decided to start a program where I taught people how to start a glamping business. And I also just launched a program where I teach people how to start an Airbnb business. And it's a 6-week all-intensive program. I have 80 videos. They're all edited in the Rob Built style, so kind of fun and quirky. And I also have weekly live coaching calls. I bring in guest speakers. I mean, it's like a full-on thing. And just from those two programs, from the 2 launches that I've had, I'll probably be at $1.1 million just from that. And then that's where I'm at now. By the end of the year, after like kind of launching more evergreen programs and stuff like that. I predict that, before December, I should be at about like $1.4 million just from the educational content that I put out there. So between educational and like YouTube, I have like 1.5 or so. And honestly, I have this math out somewhere else, but around here. And then I also have my Airbnb business that gets a little bit of a bump from YouTube as well, because like a lot of people want to stay at my tiny houses and stuff like that. I make about $25,000 a month from that as well. So I guess that comes out to like $300K a year that I make off of Airbnb. So when you put it all together, 365 days from now, I should be at like a I don't know, this is kind of weird to say out loud, honestly, like 1.5 to 1.8. I'll be somewhere there, million from an income standpoint. And I could not have done that without quitting my full-time job. And that's the crazy thing. I do want to reiterate, that's not necessarily going to happen to everybody. I've just been incredibly lucky and, I'm like...
Worked hard. You worked hard, Rob. You worked hard. Yeah.
I did. It's like luck and hard work. They really, they come at, they have to be there together. I feel like, it's like, for me, I always say it's like 90% talent, 90% luck, 10% talent, and then it flip-flops to like 90% talent and 10% luck. I don't know if I really believe that anymore. That used to be like my go-to, because now it is hard work. Like now it is 100-hour weeks. I'm not doing that anymore. Now I'm like probably to 60 hours, but I'm trying to get it down to like 30 hours a week if I can. And, it was hard to get here. Like, it wasn't hard. It was hard work to get here. What I do is not complicated. It is not engineering. It's not rocket science, but it is hard work. And I do have to work my butt off to do this and to make content and to create programs. Like when I created my Airbnb program, I was recording legitimately from like 11 p.m. to 3 a.m. for like a month straight. Like I would be bummed because like my business partner, my wife would watch movies. Like my kids were, actually my kids were asleep, but sometimes they'd be up. But like if I have a lot of people come in and out of my house all the time, just because like, the nature of how close we are with our friends, and they all get to watch TV and hang out, and I don't. And it bums me out sometimes because like it's 11 and I just want to go like play Mario Golf with like, my wife or whatever, but I have to like record. And so it is hard work, but I'm so grateful to even be able to put in the hard work and get the output that I get.
So good. Yeah. So a couple things. And if you want to learn kind of how Rob was able to do that, we actually teach that inside of our Think Inner Circle. We have a 10-step program where we teach people how to do what you did. Rob, you said actually the biggest part was your course creation. And we actually teach YouTubers how to create courses inside of our Think Inner Circle. So if you want more info, you can go to thinkinnercircle.com. Just wanted to let people know that, Rob. But you are so talented and really, I'm grateful that you're just a YouTuber who took the leap, because holding back from that security, right? And holding on to that 40-hour-a-week job. Once you stepped out of that, wow, you went from $100,000 to over $1 million. Incredible to see. And this is just the beginning. So just as inspiration for those watching the show right now, I just want you to know that, all of this takes hard work. None of this happens overnight. Rob was building, actually physically building tiny homes and building us in the background, as well as creating content weekly that is amazing content. So if that's something that inspires you and you want to do that, my best advice, and Rob probably is the same, is you got to just put in the hours. You got to put in the work and you'll see the fruit of your labor. But it's just like planting a seed. You've got to plant the seed and it's going to take time. It's going to be under the soil. No one's going to see it. And then it starts to pop up and then it starts growing. And when Rob was able to quit his job and actually go full time into YouTube and entrepreneurship is when he actually saw not just his income, but his whole lifestyle change. So Rob, so excited that you were on the show today. You can catch this 2-part series. If you did not watch the first part about his advice for new YouTubers, make sure you watch that. If you want more info about the Think Inner Circle, you can go to thinkinnercircle.com. And Rob, where can they follow you if they want to be a part of the Rob Built? Do you have a name for your tribe? We're still trying to figure this out too. We're at like 2 million. We don't have a name for our tribe, but do you have a name for your community, your fans?
Yeah, originally it was the Rob Builders, but now it's just the Rob Mob.
The Rob Mob. There you go. If you want to be a part of the Rob Mob, where can they find you?
Yeah, so they can obviously go to my YouTube channel, Rob Built, Robuilt. I'm also on the gram, same thing, Rob Built there. And then, if you want to see me fumble and try to figure out like TikTok, you can also follow me there. It's Rob Builto, same spelling except I had to add an O because someone took Rob Built from me. So that's the fun part of being a YouTuber is now I have to try to snag my username anytime any new platform is out there. So.
Yeah, that's the secret hack no one knows about. Like once you've already made an influence in some category, anytime a new platform comes out, just sign up with your name. So
yeah, exactly.
Awesome. Well, thank you for being a part of the show today, Rob. We'll catch you on the next episode.
Bye.
Are you ready to start or grow your YouTube channel? Do you feel stuck and need help connecting the dots? Join this free web class where you'll learn the step-by-step playbook for YouTube success. We've helped thousands of purpose-driven entrepreneurs just like you grow their influence with video. Register today for this exclusive training at thinkmasterclass.com.
Okay, go spill the tea. Pecan.
Confused? Maybe you just need a Snickers pecan.
Cats lose their cool for Temptations Creamy Puree.
One of my favorite things is getting to interview full-time content creators, especially those who have been able to grow in a short amount of time. And on today's episode of the YouTube Made Simple show, I have Rob from Rob Builds, and I can't wait for you to hear his 5 tips for new YouTubers. Welcome to the YouTube Made Simple show. My name is Heather Torres, author of the book YouTube Made Simple, coming out in the beginning of 2022. And I'm excited because on today's episode of this show, I have Rob from Rob Builds. If you are in the short-term rental space, if you're into tiny homes, or you're into understanding how to start a short-term rental Airbnb business, you've definitely come across Rob from Rob Builds. Now, let me tell you a little bit about Rob. Rob has been a real estate investor in the short-term rental space for the last 4 years. He recently quit his 6-figure job in advertising to pursue a career as a content creator and full-time real estate investor. In January of 2020, he started the Rob Builds YouTube channel, where he showcases his tiny places and unique spaces to an audience of over 125,000 subscribers. As of today, Rob owns 14 short-term rental properties with plans to double his real estate portfolio within the next year and plans to grow his YouTube business even more. So let's get into today's episode with Rob Built. Rob, I'm so excited that you're here for the YouTube Made Simple show, and we're going to be diving into your advice, your 5 tips for people who are starting on YouTube as advice from a new full-time YouTuber. I say new because you just quit your job, you're full-time on YouTube now, and this is actually going to be one of a 2-part series that we're doing here on the show, where we're just highlighting different creators who are full-time and really diving into their stories and, how are they actually making a living on and off of YouTube. So Rob, welcome to the show.
Hi. I'm so excited to be here. It's so full circle for me because Think was literally the first YouTube channel that is the inception of the Rob Built channel. So thanks for having me on.
I am so excited. I've been watching you for several years now. All the way back to your first, tour my tiny home video. So I'm excited. But the audience, why don't you tell them a little bit about who you are and how you became full-time on YouTube?
Sure. Well, my name is Rob. Recently, just changed my name, not legally or anything like that, but my name is Robert. And then when I started my channel, everyone started calling me Rob, and so I was like, okay, I guess I'm Rob now. So I started a YouTube channel in January of 2020. So just over like 20 months ago. Yeah, about that's how old my daughter was born in the month that I started my channel. So 20 months ago, I started a YouTube channel. And, for me, when I started out, I was just like, look, I just want to make enough money from AdSense to buy a Chipotle burrito. And if I could get some free power tools, that would be awesome, because I started out as a DIY channel. And I was just grinding like every day, editing like two or 3 in the morning. I'm not a good editor. And I was just doing that every day. And my goal was to hit 1,000 subscribers. And like to the day on month 6, I hit 1,000 subscribers. And I was like, wow, I did it. Like my dream came true. And I was like, all right, next goal, 5,000. It's going to be a rough couple of years to get there. It's going to be a lot of work, but I'm like so excited. And then one of my videos took off and I got like 5,000 subscribers that next week. And then a week after that, I was at 25,000 subscribers. And that was really, for me, around the time, that was in July, and YouTube made me a creator on the rise for a day. And that was like a life-changing time for me. That's when I was like, oh my goodness, like this is cool. I think I want to do this forever. And fast forward to today, I'm about 120,000 subscribers in, and I put content out every single week. I teach people how to build tiny houses, how to start Airbnb businesses, real estate, finance, personal confessionals about what's going on in my life, and everything in between. And now I guess I'm on podcasts every so often. So.
Now you're a podcasting YouTuber. Isn't that amazing? Yes, I love back to where you said those first beginner videos. I remember you'd have like those Chipotle images that would come up in your videos. So cool to see that now you can afford a Chipotle, right? With your YouTube videos.
I now can get like the double meat on the Chipotle and not stress so much.
Yeah, we always said when Sean and I were building Think Media, we win the day we can ask for guacamole and not blink. that was our, because extra guacamole costs a little bit more. So
all jokes aside, I really do feel that way, because my wife and we live out in Tennessee right now, and we went out to Chipotle, and I was like, what do you want? She's like, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, get Isla a quesadilla. And then I like bought it, and I sat down and I was like, I didn't even stress that I had to spend an extra $6 on this quesadilla. I was like, we did it, babe. Like, we're going to be okay.
Yep. I know that feeling. Well, now that you are a full-time YouTuber, I wanted to talk really about the real advice, because you were a student of YouTube, you were really studying, but really it was, you get bits and pieces from different people. But I love that you did a video where you were helping people learn how to start on YouTube. And I took 5 pieces from that video and I want to dive into them. The first one you said is you don't actually have to be a pro when you get started. Let's talk about that a little bit more, because you weren't technically a pro on YouTube. You just picked up a camera and started sharing your story.
Yeah, I picked up the best camera in the market, which is the camera that you have on you. You can't see it on here. And that was my iPhone. That's what I started with. And honestly, it was just, I had always wanted to start a YouTube channel. And for whatever reason, for like 10 years since college, I just never had a concept or anything like that. And I was like, what would people even like want to hear me talk about? And I'd done so much DIY when before starting the YouTube channel that so many people were like, you should start a channel. So I was like, all right, well, I want to be like the homemade modern or like modern builds YouTube channels, which were my favorites. And so like, I kind of just started that way. And I was like, all right, well, this iPhone 10 or whatever it was, the iPhone X, it's got 4K on it. That's awesome. Like that's as good as it gets in the market. I really had no idea. And so, yeah, I just started off very rough. It was iMovie on an iPhone, and I was recording on my iPhone for probably the first 15, 20 videos on my channel, just because, I thought, that was really good. I was like, this is good. It's like an iPhone. How bad could it be? And I got a Canon M50 like 6 months into my YouTube journey. And that's kind of when I was like, all right, I think I'm going to be a YouTuber now. And it really was just honestly watching y'all's, I was like, what is the entry level like vlogging camera? And like Think Media had all the reviews on it and stuff like that. Omar did a bunch of content on it. I was like, all right, cool. Like, I guess that's what I'm going to get. And that's when I really, to me, made that commitment to myself to become like, this is when I was like, this is going to be my thing, rain or shine. When I got a camera, that was like my present to myself for like the hundreds of hours that I put in. And also, if I'm being honest, I was just tired of getting like footage off of my iPhone onto my computer. That was like a real just like pain painful process for me. So I was like, babe, please, can I like use our credit card points to get this camera? And she's like, yeah, I don't care. Why do you always ask me? I'm like, because I'm like so cheap, and I just had to like really talk myself into it. So I would say for me, when I got started, iPhone, and really the first investment that I made, and the first investment that I tell anyone before they buy a camera, is get a decent mic. I got like a decent lav mic, and I really was trying not to let equipment and all that stuff get in the way of it, because it was so fun. I was just like, whatever's easy, whatever I needed to like make my process of filming easier for me, that's what I was really going for. So I got like a little tripod. I got a mic, and that was really just, I forgot about it for the first, for the first 6 months. Equipment was like the last thing I wanted to deal with. I just wanted to be on camera, and I wanted to, do it well, and I wanted to be funny, and I wanted to have funny editing, and I wanted to build cool things for other people. So ultimately for me, like, it just came down to what's the fastest, easiest way that I can create content. And that's why I ended up upgrading, because uploading footage from my phone was no longer allowing me to create content and edit it and get it out, on any kind of schedule.
Yeah, and even talking about just being someone who just wanted to create, were you afraid at all about not actually being a pro? Like the idea of that this was kind of the first time you had made videos. Your career wasn't in construction at the time, right? You weren't in that. You were just sharing the journey of you building the tiny home, you having real estate investments and those types of things. Were you scared about getting started?
I mean, I kind of come from a tough place in that, because I was in advertising, and so I was a creative copywriter. That was my day job. And I was like, I was like editing, $1 million type of videos, right? Or like $500,000 videos, but they looked really good. And we spend months and months and months like putting together a concept and bidding out directors, and all for like 15 seconds, and it's like an amazing 15 seconds. And so when I started my channel, really what scared me was like, man, I'm never ever going to live up to the work that I actually created at work, right? But ultimately, like, honestly, I was just more scared about what people would think more than anything, which is kind of silly, obviously, and we all go through it. But like, I actually didn't tell anybody that I started a channel when I first started the Rob Built channel. Like, I just made a video. I told my best friend, and he was very supportive. He was like, dude, this is so you. This is great. My very first video, which is still up. I would never take that down. It's very bad, but it's me, and that's all that matters. But yeah, so I was a little nervous about just like, it's because like I'm very self-aware, and I just knew like my first videos were gonna be bad, and I was just like, man, I don't want to like, I know what they will be, and they're not there yet, and until they're where I want them to be, I don't want people to like see how bad my videos were. And I didn't tell anybody. And I remember like I made my second video, which was just like another DIY video, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna post it to Reddit and just see. I'm just gonna do it, whatever, who cares? I like this video. I think it'll do well on the DIY subreddit. And I posted it, and it made it to the front page of the subreddit, and it had like 3,400 upvotes, and I got like 12,000 views in a day. And I remember just being like, oh my gosh, I went viral, like just that first dopamine hit that a YouTuber gets. And that to me was a little bit of confirmation. I mean, I got a lot of like haters in the Reddit comments, but I also got like a lot of nice people that were like, hey dude, not great, but you're gonna do great. You're gonna do great. Keep doing this, a lot of nice comments. And just I got so much affirmation from that I was like, I don't think I need to hide that I'm a YouTuber anymore. Like, why am I even doing that? And so I remember for a long time, my Instagram handle was Robasolo. It was just like a combination of my first and last name. And that really felt like changing your Instagram handle is like, when you have it for 10 years, it's a serious decision. And I remember that day I was like, I'm going to do it. I'm going to tell people. And I posted it to my Instagram channel, and I posted it to Facebook, and I was like, I've got an announcement. I've decided to start a YouTube channel. It's called Rob Built. As of today on Instagram, you'll now know me as Rob Built and all this stuff. And, people were so nice. Like, all my friends and my family were nice. I mean, I'm honestly just a little choked up, because like, I was like, man, I guess I don't suck, and that was like, for me, the inception of like, okay, my friends are on board. Everyone knows I have to do this now, because I put it out there. And so I think that really, at the end of the day, when you're starting a YouTube channel, you'll just literally never know what can happen to your life until you put yourself out there, especially on YouTube.
Oh, such good advice. And, for an upcoming book that I have coming out, I interviewed over 100 different creators, and 80% of them said, I didn't want to tell anyone I started my YouTube channel. And I'm thinking, why? Like, tell the world, because look at what happens. People want to support what you're creating. And it's so awesome that when you finally step out and you make that change and you're like, no, this is what I'm going to do. It may not be the full-time thing that I'm doing, but it's the thing I'm creating on the side. You do have people in your life that are supportive, and it's the accountability to keep creating, so that you are always in that creative mode. So number 2, Rob, you said is to become a student of YouTube. Now, you did come from a background in advertising, so you definitely understood advertising and marketing, but was YouTube something that you needed to learn, or was that something that was already a part of your world?
I mean, conceptually, it was part of my world, but not really. I mean, YouTube is its own game and its own processes and its own social best practices and stuff. So there was just like a lot that I felt like I needed to learn, and that I still like need to learn, and that I still watch, Think Media videos. I still watch Catherine Manning videos and Film Booth videos and Channel Makers. Like all those channels, if I see a video pop up on like my algorithm, I watch it because I'm always like, all right, what do these people have to say about what's going on? Because I'm not necessarily in the science of YouTube and like reading the articles. I don't have like alerts on, and I'm not like, oh, algorithm change, it's time to change it up. Like I just rely on content like y'all's, right, to really inform me on that. But it's been a very interesting curve, because like I'm in this now where like when I started, all I did was consume how to start a YouTube video or how to start a YouTube channel. But it's like all the same. Like a lot of times it's very similar content out there, because it's like there's not one way to do it, but there are like best practices, right? Mm-hmm. And so for me, I was always just exploring new channels that had like an interesting twist on it or like something different. And that's kind of why like Think Even is great, because you all have like a lot of 1 hour, 2 hour videos that you're just forced to talk in excruciating detail about YouTube. Whereas in a 10-minute video, it's like, here are my 5 tips. And it's like, have a good thumbnail, have a good title, be 10 minutes long. And it's like, well, okay. There's like, I know that. But yeah, I mean, I think when you're starting out, like it really is about like studying it to the point that it hurts. Study everything you can about YouTube. Get on like, the subreddit YouTubers. Get on Small YouTubers Boost on Facebook, the group, and just like see what other people are doing. Watch good content, watch bad content, watch so content, because no matter what, even if the content's not great, someone might have one joke or one piece of advice or one something that makes you think, oh my God, I thought they were going to go here with that. And it would have been so great if they did. I'll just do that. Like I get a lot of inspiration for my content, especially from an editing standpoint or from, anything, just by watching channels that I like. And I'm like, oh, they missed this point. I'm going to like really do that. Or like, I wish they would have done this with the edit, but hey, I'm glad they didn't, because now I can, or whatever. So I don't think you should ever stop being like so inundated in the actual craft of being a YouTuber.
Yeah, and a lot of times people will say this sentence, I don't have enough time. And I'm like, stop watching Netflix, stop watching Hulu, like study YouTube. Like if you're going to go into this and you want it to be part of your either business or you want to shift careers or whatever you want that to look like, it won't just happen by you experimenting. It will happen when you know the basic principles. I love how you said, like, really, you could watch all these things and people are really saying the same thing, because there are basic principles to how the algorithm on YouTube works. And it's not just the algorithm, it's understanding human psychology. Why do people want to watch? Why have I watched every single upload of Rob Builds? Because I love the editing, because the information is good, because you understand how to deliver good content. And I think you can see that because you've been studying YouTube. So I love that you said that, but I'm like, please just stop watching Netflix and watch YouTube.
Well, I also think that you want to you have to really break your own comfort level in terms, back in the day, like a 40-minute video or like a 30-minute video, like someone sends you that, you're like annoyed. You're like, I'm not going to watch this. Are you crazy? It's 30 minutes. But now, honestly, like the most in like insightful content I watch on YouTube is a minimum of like 20 minutes a lot of the times. So if I see something that's got like a 40-minute timestamp from a creator that I like, I'm like, all right, let's do this thing because, you know, I want to know how they're going to keep me like captured into that content for 40 minutes straight. And so I think it's like not just studying the actual craft of YouTube, but studying people. What do you like about Peter McKinnon? What do you like about Graham Stephan? What do you like about these types of guys? Like, why do you always watch them? And try to use that to put your own spin on your content.
I love that. And next, number 3 is your advice is to give it a year. Man, so many people end projects way too early. They end in this beginning phase. And I always equate it to the idea of, you know, when you plant a seed, you don't just all of a sudden sprout a tree. It's going to take a little bit of time while that's being watered and the roots are going down and the nutrients is going in, and then it sprouts up. So your advice to new YouTubers is to give it a year. Why?
I mean, I honestly would say give it a year minimum. I think before you start a YouTube channel, if you really want to start a YouTube channel, sit down and ask yourself, like, am I going to do this whether I become a YouTube star or a viral celebrity? And if your answer is like, no, I mean, I don't want people to get into it thinking like it's going to happen overnight, because honestly, it doesn't. Like, it happens for some people on year 2, on year 3, on year 4. I mean, Catherine Manning, I think, had like a channel for like 2 years before she became like the huge YouTube like coach that she is today, right? And so I think a year will really at least tell you like how much you love YouTube, because I think you can do it for a year and have no success and still say, man, but I love it. And if you do, then you can keep going for another year or another 2 years, whatever you want to commit to yourself. But if you do it for a year and you don't really have a lot of success and you're like, well, not only am I not having success, but I actually hate this, then you know to stop. But I don't really think you know if like, I don't know. I just don't think you really know until you give it like a fair shake. And like so many people like that want to start channels, I'm like, give me a year. Do not say like, if you're not viral in 3 months or 4 months or 5, like, you know, don't stress, because it doesn't happen like that for most people. It does for some lucky people, obviously. But I think just like a year really just, it teaches you a lot about yourself. It really makes you a better communicator in general. It teaches you a lot about editing and punching holes through creative concepts. And like, it really just kind of like sets the foundation for like whether or not you love the lifestyle. Now, granted, I think, you know, if you do this for 2 months and you genuinely just don't like creating a YouTube channel and all, you know, you don't like creating content, you don't like editing, and you don't like writing titles and thumbnails, and you genuinely just despise it, then yeah, quit in a day, quit in 2 weeks, whatever. Yeah. But I think if you genuinely love YouTube and you're like, man, no matter what, I love making videos, even if it gets 100, 200, 300, you know, views on it, then I think you should just keep going like forever. If you're not seeing the success that you want to see in a year or in 2 years, then, you know, go back and reevaluate your content and like take a look at it, see your journey. You know, I still watch my own videos, like that they just loop in my living room. No, I'm just kidding. I go back and I like I'll check in on like first video, middle video. Like I have seasons on YouTube on my playlist, like season 1, season 2, season 3. And it's not a time. It's not like every 2 months it's a new season. It's just when I feel that I've graduated to the next level of YouTube, like from a production standpoint, from a quality standpoint. I'm on season 3 right now, and I think that really fits for where I'm at. Season 3 of the Raw Belt channel. And so I think you really have to examine your content and look at it and say like, how have I evolved in a year? And if you really don't see much evolution, instead of quitting, then like consider changing up how you do your content, how you put it out there, and really kind of like have some critical, like, you know, have a critical conversation with yourself of like, this isn't working, but here's what I can do. And look to, you know, channels like a lot of the YouTube channels out there and see how they're doing it, and look at your favorite creators and see if maybe you can cop their style for a bit to evolve yours a little bit. But at a minimum, Too Long Didn't Watch, TLDW, I think you got to give it a year if you're serious about starting a YouTube career, minimum.
Yeah. And, you know, with a year, what we teach here at Think Media is really understanding and studying your analytics. And unless you've got enough content out there, you don't really have something to judge it against. You can't really see what your audience retention rate is, or over a certain amount of videos, or compare certain topics that you're doing to see, you know, wow, when I talk about this topic, I'm getting a max, you know, view duration. People are watching all the way through. But when I talk about this, like giving it a year, what I like to teach students is really focus on your outputs and not on the numbers. Don't focus necessarily so much on the amount of subscribers or the amount of views. It really is like when you start going to the gym for the first time, which I don't do, you'd feel it, right? And so you're not doing the same type of workouts in a year that you do when you first start. So you've got to just be, you know, on that treadmill. Wow, look at this analogy. I'm just taking it far now. You got to be on that treadmill to really actually start to see the results. And you're right, you do have to fall in love with it, because this isn't something you just do and then you stop. YouTube is something that can build your personal brand for years and years and years to come. All right, Rob. So if you're getting value out of this while you're watching on YouTube, go ahead and let us know down below so far what has been your favorite piece of advice from Rob, and let me know how long have you been on YouTube. Let me know in the comment section below.
And let us know your favorite Chipotle order. Like, are you a bowl person, a burrito person, a salad person?
What are you, Rob?
Burrito is what makes me the happiest in life, is like just a Chipotle burrito. But you know, if I'm trying to be healthy, I'll get a bowl, but it makes me sad. So I'll just say a burrito. That's like, I'm happy. Just think I want to go get a burrito after this. I went yesterday and I want to go again today. So leave us a comment down below.
Yes, you've got to know. I'm definitely a bowl person. And really, I was doing the salads for a while, but it's so much lettuce. I'm like, do we need this much lettuce? It's not necessary.
It is, but it makes me feel better.
It does. And their chips, oh man, the amount of salt on their chips is heavenly. So,
lime, it really is.
So good. Oh, you're making me hungry now. All right. Number 4 is to embrace the suck. This is talking about the bad comments or the videos that don't perform. I think whenever you get into anything, especially if you're trying to win on YouTube, you have to know that there's going to be some high highs, like when you get that viral video, but there's also going to be low lows when someone doesn't like the content you're creating, or you put a ton of time and effort into a video and it just kind of bombs. It doesn't really go anywhere. Or the one that you never thought would have gotten picked up by the algorithm is the one that is always getting the views. So Rob, talk about how you embrace the suck on YouTube.
Yeah, totally. I mean, oh man, there's so many good pieces in this. Like, first of all, like with haters and all that kind of stuff. Let's just talk about that, because I think, well, I was in advertising, so genuinely, like, people were like, "This is not a good idea. Come back with 10 more." And I was already used to like that type of criticism. Relatively thick skin that really primed me for YouTube. So genuinely, I don't really get like hurt by comments. So I have a little bit of an unfair advantage. But if you're the kind of person that you're a little sensitive, you got to be ready. You got to be ready for the mean comments, because people will comment on how your hair looks like a toupee. People will comment on, you know, how you have a punchable face. People will comment on, just so many things, right? Oh gosh, now I want to cry. No. And so like, that's fine. So I think you have to really remember that, in my opinion, I mean, I don't know, maybe there's science, maybe you can dispel this myth here, but I personally think that YouTube likes a little bit of controversy, if you will. Like, they want some level of like kind of dissonance in the comment section. When I first posted one of my first really, really big viral videos was inside my $165,000 tiny house. So it's this juxtaposition of a tiny house that costs $165,000. So a lot of people are like, oh my God, dream house. I've always wanted to live in a tiny house that looks like this. And then the other side is like, oh my God, you're such an idiot for spending so much money on a tiny house. And so that type of like, those types of comments really clash quite a bit in the comment section. People argue with each other, people make fun of me, and then commenters will defend me. And it's like a whole thing. And then YouTube's like, hey, this video that Rob posted is causing people to stay on his video for 20 minutes. And then they come back for another 10 minutes to argue, meaning they're not going on Reddit, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. Let's keep promoting this, right? And so you have to remember, bad comments, good comments, mediocre comments, they help you with your engagement. You're going to have like a bad comment when someone leaves me like like a very long bad comment, I'm just like, thank you. Thank you for spending 10 minutes writing that, because YouTube registers that as a good thing. So that's kind of like the one thing. Like, don't be bummed. Like, see the positive side of bad comments. Number 2, when you get a bad comment, my favorite response, I mean, this is really just like my go-to if someone just totally just rips me a new one. I just heart it. Like, this is my favorite thing. Sometimes I'll pin a bad comment. Like, if it's like a really mean one, I'll be like, I'll pin it to like the top of my video. And I just think that's kind of like a funny thing, because sometimes like I'll get caught up thinking about what's like a clever response, and I'll be like, you know, I'm just going to heart it. And like, I'm not gonna say half the time. I'll say like 25% of the time, people will delete the comment, because I'll go back to like show my wife or whatever, and I like click on reply, and then it's like gone, and I'm like, come on, cowards. No, but yeah. So I think whether you get bad comments, just like brush it off, heart it, move on, hug a hater kind of thing. In terms of like the ups and downs of YouTube, that's like a very, very real thing. I mean, imagine this: you get 100,000 subscribers. Your life goal comes true, and you're like, I've done it. I've arrived. I've hit my big goal. And then the next like 4 or 5 videos just tank, and you get like a 7 out of 10, an 8 out of 10, a 9 out of 10, and a 10 out of 10. That's what happened to me. Like, as soon as I hit 100,000 subscribers, I was like, we're on, baby. And then like all of my videos were just a little slow like after that. And I was like, man, I remember I was like, no way, really? What? I figured YouTube might hook it up a little bit, you know? And so, like, I remember texted my buddy, Eric Floberg, if you've ever seen his channel, great guy. And I was like, dude, I can't believe this. And I sent him, like, my video that was, like, a 10 out of 10. And he's like, yep, it's a dry season, man. Don't sweat it. And even now, at where I am in my career on YouTube, I still get bummed about that kind of thing, because I'm like, or I'm still getting nervous. I'm like, maybe, has the expiration date on the Rob Built channel come? Am I a has-been? And like, I'm always bummed. And then right after that, you know, you launch a series or you launch a video that just totally does well. And that's exactly what happened. Like, after 4 videos, like the next set after that hit the algorithm, and I did really, really